of casual destruction, the remains of bas-relief carvings showed me glimpses of a woman's narrow face, of a dragon on the wing, of a tall and slender king. Only disconnected fragments of them remained, and I wondered if the pale woman had ordered them destroyed, or if it was merely the idle pastime of forged ones to eradicate beauty. Knowledge seeped into me slowly, but eventually I wondered, had she wished to erase all evidence that these passages had once belonged to the Elderlings? Were they the old ones that the Black Man had seen perish here? The corridor I followed merged seamlessly with one of ice. I stepped from black stone onto blue ice. Another dozen steps and a carved portal admitted me into an immense vaulted chamber of ice. Flowering vines of ice were carved on the massive ice pillars that had been left in place to support the blue ceiling. Time had softened their line, as the slow melt had eased them back into obscurity, but their grace remained. It was a place of dusk, a moonlit garden of ice, with a large glowing crescent moon embedded in the ceiling, and the constellations spelled out in small light orbs overhead. The woman's gardens of Buckkeep Castle would have fitted twice into this chamber. It was obviously intended as a place of beauty and peace. Yet the lower reaches of the garden, the fantastically sculpted ice fountains and the decorative benches, all showed signs of malicious vandalism. It was the sort of desecration that bespoke anger and resentment more than idleness. Only the body of a dragon, poised on a pillar of ice, remained. His wings had been broken away, his head shattered in a dozen pieces. The smell of old urine was strong, and the foundation pillar that supported him was corroded with yellow, as if merely destroying the dragon's image had not been enough for them. I crossed the ice gardens and found a winding stairwell that led down. At one time there had likely been carved ice stairs going down, and a balustrade, perhaps, but time and slow melt had changed the steps to an uneven and treacherous slope. I fell several times, clawing at the walls to slow my sliding, and biting my cheek to endure the pain silently. The destruction in the chamber above had reminded me of the pale woman's capacity for hate. I still feared that she might lurk somewhere in this ice labyrinth. I reached the bottom bruised and discouraged. I did not want to consider how I would ascend it again. A wide corridor headed straight into a blue distance. Light globes at intervals illuminated the empty niches in its walls. As I passed them I noted stumps of legs in one. In another the stub of a vase remained. At one time, then, they had held sculptures, and this had been a sort of gallery, I supposed. A plain and functional side passage opened off from it, and I took it, almost relieved to leave the broken beauty behind me. I followed it for what seemed like a long time. It sloped gently down. At the next turning I went right, for I thought I knew where I was. I was wrong. The place was a warren of intersecting ice passages. Doors lined some passages, but they were frozen shut and windowless. I made my marks at junctions, but soon wondered if I would ever find my way out again. I tried always to choose the path that was more used or wider, showing the recent dirt of human usage. Evidence of that became more obvious as I worked my way ever lower into the city of ice. Such I was now certain it had been. Looking back, I wonder if the Elderlings had simply accepted and shaped the ice when it overtook the city, or if they had deliberately built in the stone of this island and then extended their dwelling into the glacier. I felt that, as I found the passages and chambers that the pale woman and her forged minions had used, I left behind the beauty and grace of the Elderlings and descended into the grubbiness and destruction of humanity. And I felt ashamed of my kind. The chambers began to show signs of recent habitation. Unemptied slop buckets stood in corners of what might have been barracks rooms. Sleeping hides were scattered on the floor amongst the casual litter of a guard room. Yet I saw none of the touches that soldiers usually kept in their sleeping places. No dice or gaming pieces, no luck charms given by their sweethearts, no carefully folded shirts set aside for an evening in the tavern. The rooms bespoke a hard and bare life, stripped of humanity. Forged. It stirred in me a fresh surge of pity for the men who had lost years of their lives in the pale woman's service. More luck than memory led me at last to her throne room. When I saw the double door, a wave of sick anticipation swept through me. That was where I had had my final glimpse of the fool. Would his chained body still sprawl on the floor there? At that thought, I felt a surge of dizziness, and for a moment blackness closed in at the edges of my vision. I halted where I stood and breathed slowly, waiting for my weakness to pass. Then I forced my legs to carry me on. One of the tall doors of the chamber stood ajar. A shallow spill of snow and ice had been vomited out into the hall. At the sight of it, my heart stood still. Perhaps my quest would be thwarted here. The entire immense chamber collapsed and full of ice. The spilled snow was a ramp into the room. The days and nights that had passed since its collapse had seized the snow and ice in an icy grip and stilled it. Only the top third of the entry remained clear. I climbed up the fall of ice and peered into the chamber. For a moment I stood in awe in the muted bluish light. The centre of the chamber ceiling had given way. Snow and ice had collapsed into it from above, filling the middle of the room, but cascading to shallowness at the edges. Light came from a few remaining globes and peered out uncertainly from beneath the fall of ice. I wondered how long those unnatural lanterns would continue to burn. Was their magic that of the pale woman, or were those too remnants of an elderling occupation of this place? I went, cautious as a rat, exploring a new room, creeping around the perimeter of the walls where the fall of ice was shallowest. I clambered up and down over chunks and drifts of ice, fearing that I would eventually find my way blocked. But I finally reached the throne end of the room and could see what remained of the pale woman's great hall. The crush of falling ice had spared that end of the chamber, its rush depleted. The wave of avalanching ice had stopped short of her throne. It was overturned and broken, but I suspected that had happened when the stone dragon had stirred to life. He seemed to have made his exit through the middle of the chamber ceiling, rather than from this end. The remains of 2 men protruded from the avalanche. Perhaps those were the fighters Dutiful had battled, or perhaps they had merely been in the dragon's way as he charged off to do battle. Of the pale woman, there was no sign. I hoped that she had shared their fate. The fallen and muted light globes lit this area uncertainly. All was ice and blue shadow. I circled the toppled throne and tried to remember exactly where the fool had been chained to the dragon. In retrospect, it seemed impossible that the dragon had been as immense as I recalled him. I looked in vain for fallen shackles or my friend's body. At last, I climbed up on icy rubble and from that vantage studied the room. Almost immediately I glimpsed a swirl of familiar colours and shapes. My belly churned as I slowly clambered down and walked over to it. I stood, staring down at it, unable to feel any grief. Only burning horror and disbelief. The overlay of frost could not disguise it. At length I went to my knees, but I do not recall if I knelt to see it better, or if my shaking legs simply gave out under me. Dragons and serpents tangled and tumbled in the discarded folds of it. Scarlet frost outlined it. I did not need to touch it. I could not have brought myself to touch it. But it needed no touch to know that it was frozen solidly into the floor of the chamber. As body warmth had departed it, it had sunk into the ice and become one with it. They had flayed the tattooed skin from his back. I knelt beside it like a man in prayer. Doubtless it had been a slow and careful skinning to take it off intact. Despite the way it had wrinkled as it fell, I knew it was one continuous flap of skin, his entire back. To take it off like that would not have been easy. I did not want to imagine how they had restrained him, or who had lovingly wielded the blade. A second thought displaced that horrid image. This would not have been how she vindictively ended his life, when she realized that I had defied her and wakened the dragon. Rather, she had done this to amuse herself, at her leisure, probably beginning the slow lifting of skin from flesh almost as soon as I had been taken from the room. Flung to one side, the wrinkled layer of skin was frozen to the floor like a dirty shirt cast aside. I could not stop staring at it. I could not keep myself from imagining every slow moment of his death. This was what he had foreseen. This was the end he had dreaded to face. How many times had I assured him that I would give up my life before I saw his torn from him? Yet here I knelt, alive, Some time later I came back to myself. I had not fainted, and I do not know where my thoughts had gone, only that I seemed to awaken from a time of utter blackness. I rose stiffly. I would not try to free her grisly trophy and bear it off with me. That was no part of my fool. It was the cruel mark she had put upon him, his daily reminder that eventually he must come to her and yield back to her what she had etched upon his skin. So let it lie there, frozen forever. With ever-darkening hatred of her and ever-deepening grief, I knew with sudden certainty where I would find my friend's body. As I stood, I caught sight of a curved sheen of grey. It was not far from where his skin lay upon the floor. I knelt beside it and brushed a layer of frost away to reveal a blood-smeared shard of the carved rooster crown. A single gem winked up from a carved bird's eye. That I did take with me. That had belonged to him and me, and I would not leave it behind. I left the demolished room and threaded my way through corridors as frozen as my heart. In all directions the halls looked the same, and I could not focus my mind to recall how I had been dragged to her, let alone the location of the dungeon where they had confined me. I knew now with certainty where I had to go. I needed to find my way back to the first corridor the fool and I had entered. I know it took me more than the rest of the night. I wandered until I was past weariness. The cold nudged at me, and my ears strained after imagined sounds. I saw no sign of any living creature. Eventually, when my eyes ached from remaining open, I decided to rest. I set my pack down in the corner of a small room where firewood had been stored. I put my back to the corner and sat on my pack. I clutched my sword in my hand as I drooped my head over my knees. I dozed fitfully until nightmares awoke me and drove me on again. Eventually I found her bedchamber, her frozen braziers draped with icicles. The lights burned brightly there, and I could see the whole chamber, the carved wardrobes of rich wood, and the elegant table that held her mirror and brushes, her sparkling jewellery gleaming on a silvery tree. Someone, perhaps, had plundered as he fled, for one of the wardrobes stood open and garments trailed from it across the floor. I wondered how they had missed taking the jewels. The sleek furs of her bed were hoared with frost. I did not linger there. I did not want to gaze at the empty shackles affixed to the wall across from her bed, nor on the bloody stains they framed on the icy wall. Beyond her bedchamber another door gaped. I glanced in as I passed, then halted and went back to it. There was a table in the middle of the room, and scroll racks lined the walls. They were neatly filled, the scrolls rolled and tied in the Six Duchies fashion. I walked over to them knowing what I had found, but feeling oddly emotionless about it. I pulled out a scroll at random and opened it. Yes, it was by Master Trilogy. This one had to do with rules of conduct for candidates in training. It strictly forbade the playing of pranks that involved the use of skill. I let it fall to the icy floor and chose another at random. This was newer, and I recognized Solicity's rounded hand and sloping letters. The words squirmed before my tearing eyes, and I let it fall to join its fellow. I lifted my gaze to look around the room. Here was the missing skill library of Buckkeep Castle, surreptitiously sold away by Regal to finance his lush lifestyle in Tradeford. Traders who were agents for the Pale Woman and Kebble Rawbread had bought from the youngest prince the knowledge of the Farseer magic. Our inheritance had come north, to the Outislanders, and eventually to this room. Here the Pale Woman had learned how to turn our own magic against us, and here she had studied how to make a stone dragon. Chade would have given his eye-teeth for a single afternoon in this room. It was a treasure trove of lost knowledge. It would not buy what I most desired, a chance to do things differently. I shook my head and turned and left it there. Eventually I found the dungeons that had held the Narcheska's mother and sister. Piotr had left those doors ajar when he had snatched his women free. The next dungeon showed me a more grisly sight. 3 dead men sprawled within it. I wondered if they had died as forged ones, fighting amongst themselves, or if the death of the dragon had restored them to themselves so that they perished of cold and hunger while in full possession of their sensibilities. The door of the cell that had held Riddle and Hest stood open. Hest's plundered body lay face up on the floor. I forced myself to look down into his face. Cold and death had blackened his countenance, but I saw there still the young man I had known. After a moment's hesitation, I stooped and seized his shoulders. It was hard work, but I pried his body from the floor. It was not a pleasant task, for he was well frozen to it. I dragged him back to the room that had held the Narcheska's mother and placed him on the wooden bed. I gathered from that room and her daughter's cell anything that I thought might burn, old bedding and straw from the floor. I heaped it around his body, and then sacrificed half of the flask of oil that I had brought with me for burning the fool's body. It took some little time to get a bit of the straw to light, but once it did, the flames licked eagerly at the oil and clambered over the wood and straw. I waited until a curtain of flames had risen around his body. Then I cut a lock of my hair and added it to his funeral pyre, the traditional Six Duchies sacrifice to say farewell to a comrade. Not in vain, Hest. Not in vain, I told him. But as I left him burning, I wondered what we had truly accomplished. Only the years to come would tell us, and I was not yet ready to say that the freeing of the dragon was a triumph for humanity. And that left the last chamber. Of course, it would have been her final degradation of him, her final mockery and triumphant discarding of him. In a chamber spattered with human waste and garbage, by a heap of offal and filth, I found my friend. He had been alive when they dumped him here. She would have wanted him to be aware of this final indignity offered him. He had crawled to the corner of the room that was least soiled. There, huddled in a piece of dirty sacking, he had died. My fool had been such a clean man in his life that I did not doubt that dying among filth had been an additional torment for him. I do not know if someone had flung the old sacking over him, or if he had sought it himself in the time before he finally died, curled in a tight ball on the icy floor. Perhaps whoever had disposed of him here had bundled him in it to make his body easier to drag. Blood and fluids had soaked the coarse and crusty weave of the fabric, freezing it tight to his diminished body. He had drawn up his knees and tucked his chin tight to his chest, and his face was locked in an expression of pain. His gleaming hair was loose and tattered, with mats of blood in it. I set my hand on his cold, clenched brow. I had not known I was going to do it until I did it. With all the skill I could muster, I reached and sought for him. I found only stillness. I set both my hands to his cheeks and forced my way in. I explored his corpse, pushing my way through the passages where life had once flowed effortlessly. I tried to heal it, to awaken it again to life. "Go!" I commanded his blood. "And live!" I commanded his flesh. But his body had been still too long. Reluctantly I learned too well what all hunters know. At the instant of death, the decay begins. The tiny bits that make up the flesh begin to slide into carrion, letting go of one another so that they can find a freedom to become other things. His blood was thick. The skin that once held out the world had become a sack that held in the separating flesh. Breathless, I pushed at it, willing life into it. But it was like pushing on a hinge rusted closed. The pieces that used to move separately had become a single unmoving entity. Function had become stillness. Other forces were at work here now, disassembling the tiniest pieces, breaking them down like grinding grain into flour. All the little links that bound them were coming undone. Nevertheless, I tried. I tried to move his arm. I tried to force his body to take breath. "What are you doing?" It was thick, mildly annoyed that I had broken into his sleep. I was suddenly, frantically glad to feel him with me. "Thick, I have found him, the fool, my friend, Lord Golden. I have found him. Help me heal him. Please, lend me your strength." He was sleepily tolerant of my request. "All right, Thick will try." I felt the wide yawn he did not disguise. "Where is he?" "Here, right here." With my skill I indicated the still body before me. "Where?" "Right here, here, Thick, under my hands." "There's no one there." "Yes, there is. I'm touching him right here. Please, Thick." Then, In my despair, I threw my plea wider. "Dutiful, Chade, please, lend me strength and skill for a healing, please." "Who is hurt? Not Thick." Chade was with me abruptly, full of panic.
"No, I am fine. He wants to heal someone who isn't there."
"He is here. I found the fool's body, Chade. Please, you all brought me back. Please, help me heal him. Help me bring him back." Dutiful spoke calmingly. "Fitz, we are all here, and you know we will do this for you. It may be harder, as we are separated, but we will try. Show him to us." "He is here! Right here! I'm touching him!" I was suddenly furiously impatient with them. Why were they being so stupid? Why wouldn't they help me? "I don't sense him," Dutiful said after a long pause. "Touch him." "But I am!" I bent over him and put my arms around his curled body. "I'm holding him. Please, help me heal him."
That isn't a person."
Thick was obviously puzzled.
"You can't heal dirt."
Rage filled me. "He isn't dirt." Dutiful spoke gently. "It's all right, Thick. Don't be upset. You said nothing wrong. I know you didn't mean it that way." Then to me, "Fitz. Oh, Fitz, I am so sorry. But he's dead. And Thick is right in his own blunt way. His body is becoming something else. I cannot sense it as a body, only as—" He halted, unable to say the words. Carrion, rot, degenerating meat, dirt. Chade spoke as calmly as if he were reminding me of an obvious lesson. "Healing is a function of the living body, Fitz. The skill can urge it, but the body does it when it is alive. That is not the fool you hold, Fitz. It is his empty shell. You cannot make it live any more than you could make a rock live. There is no calling him back into it." Thick spoke pragmatically.
"Even if you made it work again, there's no one to put in it."
I think it finally became real then. The corpse that was no longer his body. The absence of his spirit. A long, long time seemed to pass. Then Chade spoke again softly. "Fitz, what are you doing now?" "Nothing. Just sitting here. Failing. Again. Just as I did with Burrick. He died, didn't he?" I could almost see the resignation on the old man's face. I knew how he would draw a breath and sigh, that I insisted on stacking all my pain in one pile, facing it all at once. "Yes, he did, with his son beside him, and Webb. All of us honored him. We halted the ships to be together when they slid him over the side and let him go, just as you must let the fool go." I did not want to agree with that, or to answer it at all. The habits of a lifetime are strong. I diverted Chade's attention. "I found the skill scrolls. The stolen library. It is here, in the pale woman's stronghold. Only I do not think this place was truly hers. I have seen things here that make me think it was a place where elderlings abided." Chade surprised me. "Later, Fitz. Later is plenty of time to consider recovering the scrolls. For now, listen to me. Honor your friend's body however you see fit. Release it. Then both you and Thick hurry back to the beach. I will come back on the ship that I send for you. I misjudged what you intended to do. I do not think you should be alone with this sort of grief." But he was wrong. Grief makes its own solitude, and I knew that I must endure it. I compromised, knowing it was the only way to make him leave me alone. "Thick and I will be on the beach when the ship arrives. You don't need to come back for us. I won't let any harm come to us. But for now, I would be alone, if you don't mind."
"No boats,"
Thick said decisively.
"Not ever. No. I'll stay right here where I am before I go on a boat. Forever."
"Thick isn't with you now?" Chade sounded anxious. "No, he will explain. I still have a task to do, Chade. Thank you. All of you. Thank you for trying." I pulled up my walls, closing myself off from them. I felt Dutiful try to reach for me, but I could not tolerate even his gentle touch right then. I walled them out, even as Thick sleepily told them that the black man made wonderful food. Before my walls closed, I felt a tenuous touch that might have been Nettle, trying to send me comfort. There was no comfort for me, and I would not expose her to my pain. She would have enough of her own, soon enough. I closed my walls. It was time to deal with death. I peeled the fool's corpse from the floor, leaving an outline of his coiled body and a handful of golden strands of his hair to mark where he had died. He was a solid, cold weight in my arms. In death he seemed to weigh less than he had in life, as if the departure of his spirit had taken most of him with it. I held him curled against my chest, the soiled mat of his golden hair under my chin, the coarse sacking against my fingers. I walked empty through the ice halls. We passed the chamber where Hest still burned. The smoke of his flesh crawled along the ceiling above us, tainting the still air with the aroma of cooking meat. I could have put the fool's body with his, but it did not feel right. My friend should burn alone, in a private farewell between us. I walked on past the other cell doors. After a time I became aware that I was speaking aloud to him. Where? Where would you want me to do this thing? I could place you on her bed and burn you in the midst of all her heaped wealth. Would you want that? Or would you think that contact with anything of hers would soil you? Where would I want to be burned? Under the night sky, I think, sending my own sparks up to the stars. Would you like that, fool? Or would you prefer to be within the elderling tent, with your own things around you, closed in with the privacy you always cherished? Why didn't we ever talk about these things? It seems something a man should know about his best friend. But in the end, does it matter at all? Gone is gone. Ash is ash. But I think I would prefer to lose your smoke to the night wind. Would you laugh at me for that? Gods, would that you could laugh at me for anything again. How touching! The lilt of mockery, the knife's edge of sarcasm, and the voice so like his made my heart stop and then lurch on. I slammed my skill walls tight, but felt no assault against them. I turned, teeth bared, to confront her. She stood in the door of her bedchamber. She was mantled in ermine, white fur with tiny black tails interrupting it in a scattered pattern. It hung from her shoulders to the floor, draping her entire body. Despite the richness of her garb, she looked haggard. The perfect sculpting of her face had sunken to her bones, and her pale hair, ungroomed, lagged and wisped like dry straw around her face. Her colourless eyes seemed almost dull, the eyes of a beached fish. I stood before her, clutching the fool's corpse to my breast. I knew he was dead and she could no longer hurt him, and yet I backed away from her, as if I still needed to protect him from her, as if I had ever been able to protect him from her. She lifted her chin, baring the white column of her throat. "Drop that," she suggested, "and come and kill me." Was it because she had suggested it that my first thought now seemed like such a bad idea? "No," I replied, and suddenly I wanted only to be left completely alone. This was an intimate death, I held. She, of all people, should not witness or take satisfaction in my grief. "Go away," I said, and did not know the low growl of my own voice. She laughed, icicles shattering on stone. "Go away? Is that all? Go away? Such a keen vengeance for Fitz chivalry Farseer to take upon me? Ah, that shall go down in tales and songs." And then he stood holding his beloved and said to their enemy, "Go away." She laughed, but there was no music in it. It was like rocks rattling down a hillside, and when I made no response to it, her laughter trailed away into silence. She stared at me, and for a moment she looked confused. She had truly believed that she could make me drop him and attack her. She tipped her head, staring at me, and after a moment spoke again. Her voice was lower now. "Wait, I see. You have not yet unwrapped my little gift for you. You have not yet seen all that I did to him." Wait until you see his hands, and those clever, graceful fingers of his. Oh, and his tongue and teeth, that spoke so wittily for your amusement. I did that for you, Fitzchivalry, that you might fully regret your disdainful rejection of me. She paused very briefly, and then said, as if reminding me, Now, Fitz, this is when you promise to kill me if I follow you. I had been about to utter those words. I bit down on them. She had made them empty and childish. Perhaps those words were always empty and childish. I shifted my burden in my arms and then turned and walked away from her. My skill walls were up and tight, but if she made any assault against them, it was too subtle for me to feel. My back felt exposed, and I'll admit that I wanted to run. I asked myself why I did not kill her. The answer seemed too simple to be true. I did not want to put his body down on her floor while I did it. Even more, I did not want to do anything she expected me to do. He called out for you. She sang the words after me. He thought he was close to dying, I imagine. Of course he was not. I am more adept than that. But he thought the pain would kill him, and he cried out for you. Beloved! Beloved! Her mockery of his agonized voice was perfect. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, as if he had spoken to me from beyond the grave. Despite my resolve, my steps slowed. I held his body closer and bowed my head more tightly over his. I hated that her words could bring tears to my eyes. I should kill her. Why didn't I kill her? He did mean you, did he not? Well, of course he did, though you may not know it. I doubt you know the custom of the people he came from, how they exchange names to denote the lifelong bonds they form. Did you ever call him by your name, to show him that he was as dear to you as your own life? Did you? Or were you too much of a coward to let him know? I wanted to kill her then, but I would have had to set his body down, and I would not do that. She could not make me abandon him again. I would not set him down, and I would not look back at her. I hunched my back against her pelted words and trudged away. Did you? Did you? Did you? I had expected to hear her voice fade as I walked away. Instead, she lifted it, and her tone became even angrier as she flung the hateful question at me. After a time, I knew she was following me. The words were a hoarse shriek now, the cawing of crows as they summon one another to the rich pickings of a battlefield. Did you? Did you? Did you? Even when I heard her running footsteps behind me and knew that she would attack me, I could not bring myself to drop the fool's body. I held him and turned, hunching a shoulder to her maddened onslaught. I do not think it was what she expected. Perhaps she had hoped I would face her with a drawn blade. She tried to stop, but the icy floor betrayed her. She slid into me. I kept my grip on the fool's body as I slammed against the wall and somehow managed to stay on my feet. She did not. She sprawled on her side, gasping hoarsely in her pain. I looked at her dumbly, wondering how a fall could have caused her that much agony. Then, as she tried to rise, I saw what she had concealed from me. Riddle's telling had been true. I stared at the blackened and shriveled forearms that she struggled to use. She could neither rise nor cover them again beneath the robe. I met her colourless eyes and spoke my words coldly. You are the coward. At the last minute you could not give up yourself, not even to complete your vision of what the world should be. You lacked his courage. He accepted the price fate decreed for him. He took his pain and his death, and he won. He triumphed. You failed. She made a sound between a shriek and a yelp, full of hatred and fury. It battered at my skill wall, but she could not get through. Had her strength for that magic been drawn from Kebble Rawbread? I watched her try to get to her feet. The long mantle hindered her, for she knelt on the hem of it. The black sticks that had been her arms and hands were of no use to her. From the elbow down, her arms were shrunken to bones that ended in charred and tapering ends. I could see the remains of the jewel bones in her forearms. There was no sign of her hands and fingers. Those, at least, the dragon had claimed before she had managed to drag herself free of him. I recalled how Verity had gone, and Kettle, melting into the dragon they had fashioned so lovingly for the good of their people. Then I turned and walked away from her.
"Stop!"
she commanded me. There was outrage in her voice.
"You kill me here! I have seen this 100 times in my nightmares. You kill me now. It was my certain fate if I failed. I dreaded it, but I now command it. My visions have always been true. You are fated to kill me."
I spoke over my shoulder, scarcely considering my words at all. I am the catalyst. I change things. Besides, the time we are in now is the time the fool chose. It is his future I live in. In his vision of the future, I walk away from you. You die slowly. Alone. Another dozen steps, and then she screamed. She screamed until her breath was gone, and then I heard her ragged panting. I walked on.
"You are the catalyst still!"
she shrieked after me. There was nothing but desperation and amazement in her voice now.
"If you will not kill me, then come back and use your skill to heal me. I will be subject to you in all ways. You could use me as you wished, and I could teach you all I have learned from the skill scrolls. You have the strength to wield that magic. Heal me, and I will show you the path to power. You will be the rightful king of the Six Duchies, of the Outislands, of all the cursed shores. All. I will give you all your dreams if only you come back."
My dream was dead. My dream was dead in my arms. I continued to walk. I heard her scratching the blackened stubs of her melted arms against the ice. It reminded me of an overturned beetle frantically scrabbling in a wash basin. I did not look back. I wondered briefly if she had ever foreseen this moment, if she had ever imagined the look of my back as I walked away. No, I suddenly knew. The black man had told me. I walked in the fool's world now. The future he had shaped. She could see nothing, prophesy nothing here. This time was not hers. It was the time he had chosen. I do not think I am by nature a cruel man, and yet I have never been able to feel any sort of compunction over what I did. I heard her scream once, like an animal screams from a trap, but I did not look back. I turned a corner and walked on, back the way I had come. I was unutterably weary, and cold, and hungry. Yet none of those things consumed me as much as my grief. At some point tears came to me. They fell on the fool's golden hair and misted my vision of the tunnels to a pale maze. Perhaps in my daze I missed one of my marks on the wall. I realized it, and turned back, but found myself in an unfamiliar corridor. I came to an eroded ice staircase, and attempted to go up it, but found that burdened as I was, I could not. I turned back again and trudged on, hopelessly lost. At one point, I spread my cloak out on the floor and slept for a time, my arm flung protectively across his frozen body. When I awoke, I searched through my pack and found a bit of traveller's bread, and ate it. I drank from my flask, and then wet the edge of my cloak and wiped some of the blood and filth from his contorted face. I could not wipe the pain from his brow. Then I rose and took him up and walked on, completely disoriented in the unchanging pale light. I was, perhaps, a trifle mad. I reached a place where one wall was of ice and one of stone. I should have turned back, but like a moth drawn toward light, I followed the passageway that was leading me upwards. I came to stairs cut in the stone and followed them up. The bluish light of the gleaming orbs did not waver, never brightening or dimming, so that I bore his body through a timeless maze of gentle stairs that wound ever upwards. I halted for breath on a landing. There was a wooden door there, the wood gone splintery and dry. I pushed it open, thinking of finding fuel for his burning. If I had doubted at all that once this icy realm had belonged to the elderlings, that chamber dispelled it. I had seen furniture like this before, tottering in the deserted ruins of the city by the river. I had seen a map such as this room held, though this seemed to be of a world rather than of a city in the surrounding countryside. It was on a table in the centre of the room. It was round, but it was not flat, nor drawn upon paper. Each island, each coast, each wave tip had been sculpted. Tiny mountains jutted in ranges, and the sea crinkled. Gleaming rivers meandered through grasslands to the sea. An island, most likely Aslevjal, was in the exact centre of it. Other islands dotted the sea around it. To the south and west I saw the coast of the Six Duchies, though it was subtly wrong in many places. To the north was a land I had no name for, and across a wide sea on the eastern edge of the map I saw a coastline where tradition told me there was only endless ocean. Tiny gems had been set randomly into the map, each marked with a rune. Some seemed to glow with an inner light. One glittered white on Aslevjal. 4, set in a minute square, sparkled in Buck, near the mouth of the Buck River. There were a handful of others, throughout the Six Duchies, some bright and some dull. There were more in the Mountain Kingdom, and a line of them carefully spaced along the rain-wild river, though many of those were quenched. I nodded slowly to myself. Of course. Dimly I was aware that my arms and back ached, yet it never occurred to me that I might wish to set down my burden and rest for a time. Inevitable as sunset, there was the door to another stairwell in the corner. I entered it. It was narrower than the first, and the stairs were steeper. I marched slowly up it, my feet scuffing as I found each step unseeing. The light changed slowly as I went. The bluish glow faded, slowly replaced with the murky light of true day. Then I emerged into a tower room walled with glass. One panel of it had cracked, and all of the windows were coated with frost. The ceiling spoke of a steep spire overhead, with sheltering eaves. I put my eye to the crack in the window and peered out. Snow. Blowing snow. I could see no more than that. In the centre of the room was a skill pillar. The runes carved into the sides of it were as cleanly chiselled as the day they had been cut. I walked a slow circuit around them until I came to the one that I had known would be there. I nodded to myself. I held him close to me and said softly into his blood-matted hair, "Let's go back then." I opened one hand and we walked into the skill pillar. Perhaps my recent practice of the skill had strengthened me, or perhaps this pillar worked better than others I had known. The fool in my arms, I stepped from winter to summer, from a stone tower to what remained of a market plaza. All around me a summer day hummed in the forest that had encroached to the edges of it. I took 2 more steps and then went to my knees, both in weakness and gratitude. Here, suddenly, it did not feel like blasphemy to deposit him on the clean stone and earth. I sat down flat beside him and rested. For a time, all was still, save for the calls of birds and the buzzing of busy insects. I looked down the overgrown road like a tunnel through the greenery of the forest that would, if I followed it, lead me to the stone garden where all the elderling dragons slept. I looked up at the worn pillar where once a young fool had perched, and I had seen him transformed into a white girl wearing a rooster crown. "This is a good place," I said softly. "I'm glad we came back here." I leaned back and closed my eyes. I slept. It took time for the warmth of the afternoon to seep into me. When I awoke I was too warm. The fool's frozen body was thawing and loosening in the sunlight. I peeled my winter garments from my body as if I was shedding an outworn skin until I wore only my tunic and leggings. Now that we were here, alone and together, I felt my urgency leave me. There was time here, time that belonged only to him and me, time in which I could do things properly. I fetched water from the stream where once we had drunk. I gently washed his face, wiping the blood from his lips and smoothing the hair over his torn ear. When I could do so, I peeled the sacking away from his raw flesh. What I saw dizzied me at first. Yes, she was right. I did regret that I had turned away from her instead of dealing her the agonizing death she deserved. But as I straightened as much as I could his tormented and stiffened limbs and wiped away with green leaves and clean grass the filth and clotted blood, all hatred seeped away from me. Here was my fool, and if I could not save him from death, I could send him from this life with dignity. He had curled protectively around his last treasure. He gripped the rooster crown in his lifeless hands. I pried its dull grey wood carefully from his nailless fingers. His tormentors had broken the crown, probably in the course of beating him, but he had repaired it before he died. When I saw how he had done it, how he had used his own congealing blood as a binder to hold the pieces together, I choked for a time. Its circle had a gap in it. I wondered if that had grieved him as he died. Slowly I took from my pouch the shard they had left on the floor of the throne room. It only lacked that one piece to make it complete. I dipped the edges of it into his thawing blood, and joined it to its fellows to complete the crown. Damped with blood, the wood swelled and seized and held, almost as if it had never been broken. I did not know what this treasure was exactly. Whatever it had meant to him, I would send him from this world wearing it. I set it to one side as I gathered evergreen boughs and dry fallen limbs, dead twigs and dry grasses for his funeral pyre. Evening was hovering before it was built. When it was ready, I spread my cloak over it. Overhead a deep blue sky shimmered, and summer seemed to hold its breath around us, awaiting the first stars of evening. The sparks of his burning would join them. I lifted him and placed him on the cloak. Experience told me the evergreen boughs would burn well and consume him. With a heavy heart I sat down on the stone beside his pyre, the rooster crown in my lap. It lacked but one thing to be complete. From my pack I took a bundled packet. Gently I unrolled the fabric. One at a time I set out the feathers from the other's beach. As I handled each one I marvelled anew at the intricate workmanship that had gone into their carving. Despite all the long way they had travelled with me, they were unharmed. Why someone had chosen such a lustreless wood for such fine work escaped me. It was as plain and dull as the arrow the fool had given Swift. It took some moments for me to fit each feather into its proper place. I noticed now what I never had before, that the end of each feather's shaft was notched. Each would slide only into its proper aperture in the crown. As I pushed the last one into place, it seemed to my weary eyes that a wave of colours washed over both crown and feathers. Perhaps it was only a rainbow caught for an instant in the sudden tears that brimmed my eyes. I dashed them away impatiently. Time to be done with all this. The crown whispered uncomfortably against my fingers, like a trapped fly buzzing in a fist. I wondered what I held. What potent elderling magic was trapped here, denied for all time by the fool's death? For a moment my eyes lingered on the softened carvings of roosters' heads that ringed the crown. Either the fool had never got round to painting it as we recalled it, or it had refused to hold the paint. Chips of colour still clung to the deeper corners of the carving. Tiny gems still winked in two of the carved eyes. The others were blank and empty. There were dark seams in the ring of the crown, where it had been broken and then glued back into a hole with the fool's blood. I tapped one of the seams cautiously, testing the strength of the bond. It held, and suddenly he leapt into my mind, my memory of him so poignant and whole that I felt disembowelled with sorrow. I sat down heavily on the pyre beside him. Rigour had kept his body in its defensive curl. I could do nothing about that. I wished that I could have smoothed the lines of terror and pain from his face before I sent him on his way. I pushed his golden hair back from his tawny forehead. "Oh, beloved," I said. I bent and kissed his brow in farewell, and then, grasping the rightness of that foreign tradition, I named him as myself. For when I burned him, I knew I would be ending myself as well. The man I had been would not survive this loss. Goodbye, Fitz-chivalry Farseer. I took the crown in both hands to ease it onto his brow. I felt suddenly as if all my life had been funneling me toward this moment. It seemed cruel that the strongest current of my life would propel me towards this moment of absolute end and loss. But there were no other choices left for me. Some things could not be changed. It was time to crown the king's jester, and send him on his way. I stopped. I halted my hands, and it felt as if by doing so I stood alone against fate, and defied the flow of all time. I knew what I was meant to do. I should crown my fool and then drench the pyre with the remaining oil. A spark, at most two, would be enough for the summer dry tinder. He would burn away to nothing. His smoke, rising on the summer wind of the land beyond the mountain kingdom. I would go back, through the pillar, to Aslevjal. I would collect thick and go back to the little bay and wait for a ship to come and fetch us. It was right. It was inevitable. It was the channel in which the entire world wished to flow. Life would go on without the fool because he had died. I could see it all so clearly, as if I had always known it would come to this. He was dead. Nothing could change that. But I was the changer. I stood suddenly. I lifted the humming crown high overhead in my hands and shook it at the sky. "No!" I roared. I still do not know to whom I spoke. "No! Let it be different. Not this way. Whatever you want from me, take it, but don't let it all end like this. Let him take my life and give me his death. Let him be me and I be him. I take his death. Do you hear me? I take his death for my own." I lifted the crown to the sun. Through my flowing tears it shone, iridescent, and the feathers seemed to waver gently in the summer breeze. Then, with an almost physical wrench, I tore it out of time's destined path. I clapped it firmly upon my own brow. As the world spun around me, I lay my body down on my funeral pyre, wrapped my arms around my friend, and gave myself over to whatever awaited me beyond it. Chapter 29. Feathers in a Fool's Cap. She was the richest girl in the world, for not only had she a noble father, and many silk gowns and so many necklaces and rings that not even a dozen little girls could have worn them all at once, but she had also a little grey box, carved from a dragon's womb, and inside it, ground to fine powder, were all the happy memories of the wisest princesses who had ever lived. So whenever she got the least bit sad, all she had to do was open her little box and take a tiny bit of the memory snuff, and ka-choo! She was as happy as a girl could be again. Old Jamalian Tale. I missed a step in the dark. It was like that unexpected lurch. Blood is memory. I swear someone whispered that by my ear. Blood is who we are, a young woman agreed with him. Blood recalls who we were. Blood is how we will be remembered. Work it well into the womb-wood. Someone laughed, an old woman with few teeth. Say that 6 times swiftly, she cackled. And she did. Work it well into the womb-wood, 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 work it well into the womb-wood. The others laughed, amused at her tripping tongue. Well, you try it, she challenged us. Work it well into the womb-wood, I said, obediently. But it wasn't me. There were 5 other people there inside me, looking out of my eyes, running my tongue over my teeth, scratching at my beard with my unkempt nails, breathing my breath, and rejoicing in the taste of the forest on the night air, shaking out my hair alive again. 5 poets, 5 jesters, 5 tellers of tales, 5 jumbling, tumbling minstrels, leaping and whirling in gratitude for their release, shaking out my fingers, limbering my voice, and already squabbling and vying for my attention. What is your need? A birthday anthem? I've a host of them at my beck and call, and it's no trouble at all to adapt one to your recipient's name. Hackery! Shameless hackery! This chopping and slicing of old relics! This dressing of bones anew?
Let me have your voice, and I'll sing you a song to rouse your warriors and make your maidens tremble with new-born lust."
This was a man, and he filled my lungs to bursting to roar out his words. Each set of words, each voice, came from my own throat. I was a puppet for them, a pipe to be played.
"Lust is but a wet moment, a surge and a splat," she said, disdainfully.
She was a young woman, and she remembered freckles across the bridge of her nose. Strange to hear her words pipe from my throat.
"You want a love song, don't you? Something timeless, something older than the fallen mountains, and newer than a seed unfurling in rich soil. Such is love."
"Good luck!" someone exclaimed in dismay. He tinged his words with a fop's disdain. "Listen! Fa-la-la-la-la-la! Oh, hopeless! This one has the pipes of a sailor and a body of wood. The finest song ever sung will be a crow's croaking when it comes from this throat, and I'll wager he never turned a handspring in his life. Who is this, and how came he by our treasure?" "Minstrels," I said dully. "Minstrels, tumblers, and bards. Oh, fool, this would be your treasure, a circle of jesters. There is no help for us here." I put my head down into my hands. I felt the rough wood of the crown beneath my fingers. I pushed at it, but it clung stubbornly in place. It had tightened to my brow.
"We've only just arrived," the toothless crone complained. "We've no intention of leaving already. We are a great gift, a magnificent gift only awarded to the one most pleasing to the king. We are a chorus of voices. From all ages we are a rainbow of history. Why would you refuse us? What sort of a performer are you?"
"I'm not a performer at all," I sighed heavily. For a moment I regained full awareness of my body. I stood by the funeral pyre. I didn't recall getting up from it. Night was dark around us, and chirring insects were tuning their voices. In the cooling air I smelled the rich leaf mould of the forest. The fool's degenerating body added its own note of sweet rot. All his life he had been the scentless one to Night Eyes. Now in death I smelled him. It did not sicken me. There was still wolf enough in me that how he smelled was simply how he smelled. It was the change that gave me a pang, for it was irrefutable evidence that his body was going back to the earth and the natural web of rot and rebirth all around me. I tried to pause for long enough to take some comfort in that, but the 5 within me were too impatient for stillness. They turned me in a slow circle, lifting my arms, testing the spring of my feet, filling my lungs with air. I sensed how those within me lapped eagerly at the night, the taste, the smell, the sound, and the feel of the forest air on my face. They were avid for life.
"What help do you need?"
the freckled girl asked me, and in her voice I heard sympathy and a readiness to listen. And under it, scarcely cloaked, lurked the hunger that all minstrels have for the tale of another's woe. She wanted that part of life back as well. I did not wish to share mine. "No, go away. You can't help me." And then, against my will, I told them anyway. My friend is dead. I want to bring him back to life. Can a minstrel help with that? For one respectful instant they were silent, as I gazed down on the fool's corpse. Then the freckle-nosed girl said tremulously, "He's very dead, isn't he?" "Yes, he is," the bull-throated one declared, but added, "I can make you such a song as will have him remembered 1,000 years hence. It is the only way ordinary mortals can transcend the flesh. Give me your memories of him and I'll get started." The crone spoke sense to me.
"Did we know how to undo death, would we be what we are, feathers in a fool's cap? We are lucky to have this much of life left to us. A pity that your friend did not have the favour of a dragon, or perhaps he too could share this boon."
"What are you?" I demanded.
"We are the sweet preserves of song, stored away so that in the winter of our deaths you can taste again the tang of our summers."
It was the young man, so conscious of his imagery that he ruined it for me. "Someone else," I begged, when the young man fell silent.
"We were favoured of dragons,"
a calm voice said. She was one who had not spoken before. Her voice was a deep, calm pond, huskier than the voice of most women. I heard it in my mind even as my own throat rusted her words. I lived by the river of black sand in a little town called Junket. I went one day to fetch water from the river, and there I met my dragon. She was a young thing, just at the end of her first summer, and I was in the spring of my years. Oh, she was green, 1,000 greens, with eyes like deep pots of melted gold. She stood in the river and the waters rushed by her. Then she looked at me, and my heart fell into her whirlpool eyes, never to surface again. I had to sing to her. Speaking would not have been enough. So she charmed me, and I sang to her, and charmed her in return. I was her minstrel, and her bard for all the days of my life. And when my time to end was approaching, she came to me with the gift that only a dragon may give. It was a sliver of wood from a dragon's womb. Do you know of whereof I speak? The cradles they spin for the serpents to sleep in until they emerge as dragons. Sometimes there is one who does not survive that stage, who dies in the sleep between serpent and dragon. Slow is the womb wood to erode, and the dragons forbid that humans touch any of it, save by their leave. But to me, fair Smokewing brought a sliver of it. She bid me wet it well with my own blood, and work the blood into it with my fingers, all the while thinking of a feather. I knew what such a favour meant. It was rarely granted, even to minstrels who had served their dragons well. It meant I would take a place in the crowd of minstrels, so that my songs and words and my way of thinking would go on, long after I died. The crown is the property of the ruler of all the riverlands. The ruler alone declares who may wear the crown and sing with the voices of minstrels long dead. It is a great honour, for only a dragon can select you to become a feather, and only the ruler can bestow the gift of wearing the crown. Such an honour! I remember how I clasped my feather as I died, for die I did, just like your friend. A pity that your friend was not favoured of dragons, to have been granted such a boon. I was hammered by the irony of it. He should have been. He died to waken a dragon, the last male dragon in the world, so that Icefyre might rise to partner Tintaglia, the last female, so that there might be dragons again in this world. The moment of silence told me I had impressed them.
Now here is a tale worth the telling. Give us the memories of that, and each of us will make you a song, for surely there are at least a score of songs in such an event.
It was the crone who spoke, my mouth going soft with her words. But I don't want a song about him. I want the fool as he was, alive and whole. Dead is dead, the bull-voiced man said, but he said it gently. If you wish to open your memories to us, we will weave you songs. Even with your voice they will be songs that will live, for true minstrels will hear you sing them, and wish to sing them as they should be sung. Do you want to do that?
No, please, Fitz, no. Leave it be. Let it be over.
It was a whisper against my senses, scarce a breathing of the words. I shivered to it, wild with hope and fear. Fool, I breathed, praying there would be some response. Instead there was a cacophony, the thoughts indistinguishable from one another, as the 5 feather minstrels all shouted a dozen unanswerable questions at me. At last, Bullthroat roared through them with a reply. He's here, with us, in the crown of all places. He put his blood in the crown. But from the fool there was no reply. I spoke for him. The crown was broken. He used his blood to mend it.
The crown was broken?
The crone was aghast.
It would have ended all of us. Forever.
He cannot stay in the crown. He was not chosen. Besides, the crown belongs to all of us. If he takes it, we shall not be able to speak, save through him. The young man was outraged at the fool's rash assumption of his territory. He must go, the bull-voiced man concluded. "We are very sorry, but he must go. It is not right nor fitting that he be here." "He was not chosen. He was not invited. He is not welcome." They gave me no time to express an opinion. The crown was tight to my brow, and suddenly it became tighter. I lifted my hands to it, for they seemed to have retreated from my body into the crown, to do whatever they were doing now. For the nonce, my body was my own again. I tried to tear the crown from my head, but I could not get so much as a nail between it and my skin. In a wave of horror, I realized it was melding to my flesh, melting into me like a coterie seeping into a stone dragon. "No!" I roared. I shook my head and clawed at it. It would not budge. Worse, it no longer felt like wood beneath my fingers. It felt like a band of flesh. When I queasily lifted my fingers to investigate the feathers, they flexed softly as cockerel plumes against my fingers. I felt sick. Trembling, I went back to the funeral pyre and sank down onto it beside the fool. I sensed no battle in the crown, only a concerted effort by the 5 minstrels. The fool did not resist them. He simply did not know how to do what they demanded of him. I no longer had any voice in what they did. Theirs was a quarrel heard across the market, a conflict I was aware of but had no part in. They would force him out of the crown, and then he would be truly gone, forever. I could not stop it. I took his body in my lap and held it. It had passed through stiffness now to laxness. His hand flopped to one side, and I lifted it by the wrist to fold it back into his chest. Something in the way it moved so lifelessly woke an ancient memory. I scowled after it. It was not my recall. It was Night Eye's, and he saw it through a wolf's eyes. We were in hunting light, and the colours were muted, yet I had been there, somehow, and then it came back to me. The grey one, Chade, leaning on a shovel, his breath white in the cold air. He stands some distance away so as not to frighten us. Heart of the Pack is the one who sits on the edge of my grave. His feet dangle in the hole before him, my splintered coffin at his feet. He holds my corpse in his lap. He waves the hand of it at me, beckoning the wolf in closer. His wit is strong, and Night Eyes cannot bring himself to disobey Heart of the Pack. Heart of the Pack is speaking to us, a steady stream of calm words. Come back to this. This is yours, Changer. Come back to it. Night Eyes lifts a lip and snarls. We know death when we smell it. That body is dead. It is carrion, not fit for an honest meal. Night Eyes conveys the message to Heart of the Pack. It smells bad. It is spoiled meat. We do not want it. There is better meat by the pond than that. Come closer, Burrick bids us. For that moment I perceive him as both Burrick and Heart of the Pack. I slide sideways from the wolf's perception of him into my human memory of that moment. I had long suspected that I had truly died, despite Chade's assurances that his poisons had only feigned my death. My body had been too battered to withstand any amount of poison. In the memory my wolf's nose is mercilessly truthful. That body was dead. But the wolf's keener wit-awareness tells me what I had never guessed before. Heart of the Pack does more than hold my flesh. He has prepared it for me. It is ready to begin again, if only he can coax me into it. Night Eyes is a reassuring whisper against my senses. The wit, not the skill. Burrick did it with the wit. But he was much stronger in that magic than I was, and far more wise. I stroked the fool's slackening face, willing his body to align with mine, but I could not find a way into him. He did not have the wit. Was that the difference? I did not know. But I knew that there was a way, once, a place where we had linked, he and I. Once he had dragged me from the wolf's body back into my own. I turned my own wrist up to the faltering moonlight and found there the duskiness of his fingerprints. I took his mangled hand in mine. The fingernails had been peeled from 3 of his slender, delicate fingers. I pushed away my awareness of that agony he had endured. My hand overshadowed his as I carefully set each fingertip of his to each print on my wrist. I groped for the slender skill link spun between us so many years before. And it was there. Faint as gossamer, but there. I gathered my courage, knowing well that I was going into death itself. But go I would. Had not I just said that I would take his death for him? I could feel that the crown minstrels were forcing him out, expelling him into my own flesh, but I had no time to wait and make explanations for him. I took a deep breath and trickled down the skill link, leaving my body to his awakening awareness and entering the ruin of his. For the briefest moment my perception was doubled. The fool was in my flesh, looking out of my eyes. He stared down aghast at his own lax corpse in my arms. He lifted a hand to touch my whiskered chin.
"Beloved," he groaned. "Oh, beloved, what have you done? What have you done?"
"It's all right," I assured him quietly. "It's all right. If I fail, take my life and live it. I willingly take your death." I seeped away from my body. Then, like a stone falling into muck, I sank into the fool's lifeless flesh. I was in a body that was dead, that had been dead for days. This body had no life left in it, and hence it was no longer a body, lifeless as a rock. It was separating into its components and going back to the earth. My skill did not know what to make of such a situation. I pushed aside my impulse to use it, to cry out to Thick and Chade and Dutiful. They would only have forced me back into my own body to save me. The wit is the awareness of life all around us. It is a web, a net that connects us to every living creature. Some were vital and complex, large, healthy beasts that demanded my recognition. Trees and plants were subtler, but even more essential to the continuation of life than creatures that moved. They were the warp the world is woven upon, and without them we would all snarl and fall. Even so, I had successfully ignored them for most of my life, other than a passing interest in the green shadow life of the oldest trees. But beyond and beneath it all, there flowed an even more nebulous life. It was death. Death, the knots in the net that connected us all, was not death at all. In that twisting and tightening noose, life was reformed, not destroyed. The fool's body rioted with life. It was a simmering cauldron of life, bubbling its way to rebirth. Every element that had united to make his body a living creature was still there. The question was, could I persuade it to assume its old alignment rather than the simpler forms it was now reducing itself to? Breathless, voiceless, senseless, I gave myself over to it. It was like a skill stream in its own way, for it plucked and tugged at the strings of the fool's body, carrying away bits of him that it would use elsewhere. It fascinated me, this orderly dispersal, this resorting and reordering. It was rather like watching a well-played game of stones. The bits moved in a pattern. I tried to coax one back to its old position, but it flowed away from me to join its fellows.
"It's the old game again. Still you will not see it. They are not individual hunters, but a pack. You do not set your will against the individuals. There are too many of them. You cannot stop them. So drive them. Use them. What they have made new, put back in place of the old."
It was a wolf's wisdom. As Black Rolf had told me it could be, so it was. Night Eyes was with me, not as he had been, but as we had been. It was his vision I used that night, his simple wolf's awareness that when one ate meat, one ate life as much as flesh. The elegant balance of the predator and the prey applied here as much as it did when we had hunted together. Death feeds life. What the body takes apart, it assembles again. This was not a skill healing. It was a guiding of the changes, a herding of the bits into alignment I recalled. I doubt that I was as adept as Burrick had been in my restoration. Time and again the flows I had corrected reversed themselves and had to be persuaded again to build up, not tear down. Nor was the fool completely human. That night I confronted completely his strangeness. I thought I had known him. In those hours of rebuilding I realized and accepted him as he was. That in itself was a revelation. I had always believed we were more alike than different. It simply was not true. He was human only in the same way that I was a wolf. I stayed with my work, past the moment when I felt the blood begin to once more flow within his veins, beyond the slow perception that I could once more draw breath into his lungs. Some of his body had been repaired in the act of restoring it. 2 of his ribs had been broken. Those bone ends had found their mates and began knitting themselves together. Gossamer stitches of flesh closed the worst rents in his skin, but there was little I could do about the places where the flesh or bone or nail was simply missing. Delicately, I set in motion his own healing. I dared not urge it much past its own careful reconstruction. He had already burned the reserves of his body. I closed the raw flesh of his back against the agonizing kiss of the air. I coaxed his split tongue into a hole again. 2 of his teeth were missing, and there was nothing I could do about that. When I knew I had done all I could for his body, I drew a deeper breath into his lungs. I opened his eyes. Night was fading into dawn. The weaker stars had already given way to the creeping light of day. A bird sang a dawn call. Another one challenged it. An insect hummed past my ear. I became aware of my body more slowly. Blood moved through me, and I tasted air sliding from my lungs. It was good. There was pain, a great deal of pain, but pain is the body's messenger, the warning that something is wrong and must be repaired. Pain says that you are still alive. I heeded that message and revelled in it. For a long time, it seemed enough. I blinked my eyes and shifted my gaze. Someone cradled me in his arms. His arm beneath my raw back was a scarlet welt of agony, but I lacked the strength to move away from it. I looked up into my own face. It was different from seeing myself in a mirror. I was older than I thought. He had taken off the crown, but there was a standing welt on my brow where it had scored my flesh with its grip. My eyes were closed, and tears from beneath the closed lids slid down my cheeks. I wondered why I wept. How could anyone weep on such a dawn? With great effort, I lifted one hand slowly and touched my own face. My eyes snapped open, and I stared at them in wonder. I had not known they were so dark, nor that they could be so wide. I looked down at myself, incredulously. "Fitz?" The inflection was the fool's, but the hoarse voice was mine. I smiled. "Beloved?" His arms closed around me almost convulsively. I arched away from that pain, but he seemed unaware of it. Sobs shook him. "I don't understand," he wailed to the sky. "I don't understand." He looked around, my face wild with his uncertainty and fear. "I have never seen this moment. I am out of my time, beyond where I ended. What has happened? What has become of us?" I tried to move, but I had so little strength. For a time, I had to ignore his weeping while I assessed myself. There was a lot of damage, but the body was striving to repair. I felt terribly, terribly frail. I drew a breath and told him quietly, "The skin on my back is new and tender yet." He gulped for air. Breath ragged, he protested, "But I died. I was in that body, and they sliced the skin free from my back. I died." His voice cracked on the words. "I remember it. I died." "It was your turn to die," I agreed, "and my turn to bring you back." "But how? Where are we?" "No, I know where. But when? How can we be here, alive? How can we be like this?" "Be calm." I had the fool's voice. I tried for his lilt of amusement, and almost found it. "All will be well." I found my wrist with his hand. The fingertips knew where to fall. For a moment our gazes held as we mingled in unity. One person. We had always been one person. Night Eyes had voiced it long ago. It was good to be whole again. I used our strength to pull myself up, to press his brow to mine. I did not close his eyes. Our gazes locked. I felt my frightened breath against his mouth. "Take your body back from me," I bid him quietly. And so we passed, one into the other. But for a space we had been one. The boundaries between us had melted in the mingling. "No limits," I recalled him saying, and suddenly understood. No boundaries between us. Slowly I drew back from him. I straightened my back and looked down at the fool in my arms. For an instant he gazed clear-eyed at me with only wonder in his face. Then the pain of his racked body demanded his attention. I saw him clench his eyes to it and wince away from my touch. "I'm sorry," I said softly. I eased him down onto the cloak. The evergreen boughs that had been his funeral pyre were his mattress now. "You did not have the reserves for me to perform a complete healing, perhaps in a day or two." But he already slept. I lifted a corner of the cloak and draped it over his eyes to shield them from the rising sun. I sniffed the air, and it came to me that it would be a good time to hunt. I took the whole morning for the hunt, and came back with a brace of rabbits and some greens. The fool still lay as I had left him. I cleaned the rabbits and hung the meat to bleed. I set up his tent in the shade. I found the elderling robe he had once given to me, and laid it out inside the tent. I checked on the fool. He slept on. I studied him critically. Biting insects had found him. They and the growing strength of the sun on his skin convinced me that I should move him. "Beloved," I said quietly. He made no response. I spoke to him anyway, knowing that sometimes we are aware of the things we hear when we are sleeping. "I'm going to move you. It may hurt." He made no response. I worked my arms under the cloak and lifted him as gently as I could. Still he cried out wordlessly, squirming in my arms as he tried to escape the pain. His eyes opened as I carried him across the ancient plaza to the tent in the shade of the trees. He looked at me and through me, not knowing me, not truly awake. "Please," he begged me brokenly, "please stop. Don't hurt me any more. Please." "You're safe now," I comforted him. "It's over. It's all done." "Please!" he cried out again, loudly. I had to drop to one knee to get him inside the tent. He shrieked as the fabric brushed over his raw back in passing. I set him down as gently as I could. "You'll be out of the sun and away from the insects here," I told him. I don't think he heard me. "Please! No more! Whatever you want! Anything! Just stop! Stop!" "It has stopped," I told him. "You're safe now." "Please!" His eyes fluttered closed again. He was still. He had never truly wakened. I went out of the tent. I had to be away from him. I was sick at heart for him, and wretched with my own sudden memories. I had known torture. Regal's methods had been crude, but effective. But I had had a small shield that the fool had lacked. I had known that as long as I held out against him, as long as I could refuse to give him proof that I was witted, he could not simply kill me. So I had held firm against the beatings and deprivations. I had not given Regal what he wanted. Giving him that would have allowed him to kill me, without compunction, with the sanction of the Dukes of the Six Duchies. And in the end, when I knew that I could not hold out any longer, I had snatched my death from him, taking poison, rather than allowing him to break me. But for the fool there had been nothing he could hold back. He had nothing that the pale woman wanted, except his pain. What had she made him beg for? What had she made him promise, only to laugh at his capitulation and begin again on his tormented flesh? I didn't want to know. I didn't want to know, and it shamed me that I fled his pain. By refusing to acknowledge what he had suffered, could I pretend it had not happened? Little tasks are how I have always hidden from my thoughts. I refilled my water-skin with clean, cold water from the creek. I stole fuel from the former funeral pyre and built a small cook-fire from it. When it was burning well, I set one rabbit to roast on a skewer and the other to bubbling in a pot. I gathered up my strewn winter garments, beat some of the dirt from them and hung them on bushes to air. In the course of my tasks I found the rooster crown, where the fool had apparently flung it in a peak. I brought it back and set it just inside the flap of the tent. I went to the stream and scrubbed myself clean with horsetails, and then bound my dripping hair back in a warrior's tail. I did not feel like a warrior. I wondered if I would have felt better if I'd killed her. I thought of going back and killing the pale woman and bringing her head to the fool. I did not think it would help. Or, quite likely, I would have done it. I set the rabbit soup aside to cool, and ate the roasted one. Nothing quite compares to fresh meat when one has gone a long time without it. It was bloody near the bone and succulent. I ate like a wolf, immersing myself in the moment, and in the sensation of feeding. But eventually I had to toss the last gnawed bone into the fire and contemplate the evening ahead of me. I took the kettle of soup into the tent. The fool was awake. He lay on his belly and stared at the corner of the tent. The long light of late afternoon shone through the tent's panels and dappled him with colour. I had known he was awake. The renewal of our skill bond made it impossible for me not to know. I could block most of the physical pain he felt. It was harder to block his anguish. "I brought you food," I said to him. After some silence had passed, I told him, "Beloved, you need to eat and drink. I've brought fresh water." I waited. "I could make tea for you if you like." Eventually I fetched a mug and poured the cooling broth into it. "Just drink this, and I'll stop bothering you, but only if you drink this." Crickets were chirping in the dusk. "Beloved, I mean it. I won't leave you in peace until you at least drink this." He spoke. His voice was flat, and he did not look at me. "Could you not call me that?" "Beloved?" I asked, confused. He winced to the word. "Yes, that." I sat holding the mug of cold broth in both hands. After a time I said stiffly, "If that is what you wish, fool, but I'm still not leaving until you drink this." He moved in the dimness of the tent, turning his head toward me and then reaching a hand for the mug. "She mocked me with that name," he said quietly. "Oh." He took the mug awkwardly from me, protecting his torn fingertips from contact. He levered himself up on an elbow, quivering with pain and effort. I wanted to help him. I knew better than to offer. He drank the broth in 2 long draughts, and then held the mug out to me shakily. I took it, and he sank down on his belly again. When I continued to sit there, he pointed out wearily, "I drank it." I took the kettle and the mug out into the night with me. I added more water to the kettle of soup and set it near the fire. Let it simmer until morning. I sat staring into the fire, recalling things I didn't want to think about and chewing on my thumbnail until I bit it too close to the quick and tore it. I grimaced, and then, staring out into the night, shook my head. I had been unable to retreat into being a wolf. As a wolf, I had not been humiliated and degraded. As a wolf, I'd kept my dignity and power over my life. The fool had nowhere to go. I'd had Burrick and his calm, familiar ways. I'd had isolation and peace, and the wolf. I thought of Night Eyes, and rose and went to the hunt. My first night's luck did not hold. I came back to the camp after sunrise with no meat, but a shirt full of ripe plums. The fool was gone. A kettle of tea had been left to stay warm by the fire. I resisted the urge to call out his name, and waited, almost patiently, by the fire until I saw him coming up the path from the stream. He wore the elderling robe, and his hair was slicked flat to his skull with water. He walked without grace, in a lurching limp, and his shoulders were bowed. With difficulty I restrained myself from going to him. He reached the fire at last, and "I found plums," I told him. He took one solemnly and bit into it. "They're sweet," he said, as if it surprised him. With an old man's caution he lowered himself to the ground. I saw him run his tongue around the inside of his mouth, and winced with him when he found the gap of missing teeth on one side. "Tell me what happened?" he requested quietly. So I did. I began with her guards throwing me out into the snow, and reported in as much detail as if it were Chade sitting there, nodding to my words. His face changed slowly as I began to speak about the dragons. Slowly he sat up straighter. I felt the skill link between us intensify as he reached for my heart to confirm what he was hearing, as if mere words could not be enough to convey it to him. Willingly I opened myself to him and let him share my experience of that day. When I told him that Icefyre and Tintaglia had mated in flight and then disappeared, a sob shook him. But he was tearless as he asked me incredulously, "Then we triumphed. She failed. There will be dragons in the skies of this world again." "Of course," I said, and only then realized that he could not have known that. "We walk in your future now, on the path you set for us." He choked again, audibly. He rose stiffly and paced a turn or two. He turned back to me, his heart in his eyes. "But I am blind here. I never foresaw any of this, always in every vision. If there was triumph, I bought it with my death. I always died." He cocked his head slowly and asked me, as if for confirmation, "I did die." "You did," I admitted slowly, but I could not help the grin that crept over my face. "But, as I told you in Buckkeep, I am the catalyst. I am the changer." He stood still as stone, and when comprehension seeped into him, it was like watching a stone dragon come to wakefulness. Life infused him. He began to tremble, and this time I did not fear to take his arm and help him sit down. "The rest," he demanded shakily. "Tell me the rest." And so I told him. The rest of that day as we ate plums and drank his tea, and then finished the rabbit broth from the night before. I told him what I knew of the black man, and his eyes grew wide. I spoke of searching for his body, and reluctantly told how I had found him. He looked aside from me as I spoke, and I felt our skill link fade, as if he would vanish from my sight if he could. Nonetheless I told him, and told him, too, of my encounter with the pale woman. He sat rubbing his arms while I spoke of her, and when he asked, "Then she lives still? She did not die?" his voice shook. "I did not kill her," I admitted, and— "Why?" he demanded shrilly, incredulously. "But why didn't you kill her, Fitz? Why?" That outburst shocked me, and I felt stupid and defensive as I said, "I don't know, perhaps because I thought she wanted me to." The words seemed foolish to me, but I said them anyway. First the black man, and then the pale woman said I was the catalyst for this time, the changer. I did not want to cause any change to what you had done. For a time silence held between us. He rocked back and forth, very slightly, breathing through his mouth. After a time he seemed to calm, or perhaps he only deadened. Then, with an effort he tried to conceal, he said, "I'm sure you did what was best, Fitz. I don't hold it against you." Perhaps he meant those words, but I think it was hard for either of us to believe them just then. It dimmed the glow of his triumph and made a small shadowy wall between us. Nevertheless I continued my account, and when I spoke of how we had come here through a skill pillar I'd found in the ice palace, he grew very still. "I never saw that," he admitted with a shade of wonder. "Never even guessed it." The rest was quickly told. When I came to the rooster crown and my shock that it was not some powerful magical talisman, but only 5 poets frozen in time, he lifted one shoulder as if to excuse his desiring such a frivolous item. "It wasn't for me that I wanted it," he said quietly. I sat silent for a moment, waiting for him to enlarge on that. When he did not, I let it go. Even when my tale was done and he realized how completely he had won, he seemed oddly muted. His triumph might have been years ago instead of mere days. The way he accepted it made it seem inevitable instead of a battle hard won. Evening had crept up on us. He made no effort to tell me of what had befallen him. I did not expect him to. Yet the quiet that followed and fell between us was like a telling. It spoke of humiliation and the bafflement that something done to him could make him feel shamed. I understood it too well. I understood, too, that if I had tried to tell him that, I would have sounded condescending. Our silences lasted too long. The small sentences, my telling him that I would fetch more firewood, or his observation that the cheering of the insects was actually pleasant after our silent nights on the glacier, seemed to float like isolated bubbles on the quiet that separated us. At last he said that he was going to bed. He entered the tent, and I did the small tasks one does around a camp at night. I banked the fire so that the coals would survive until the morning and tidied away our clutter. It was only when I approached the tent that I found my cloak outside it, neatly folded on the ground. I took it and made my own bed near the fire. I understood that he still struggled and that he wished to be alone. Yet still it stung, mostly because I wanted him to be more healed than he was. Night was deep, and I was sleeping soundly when the first shriek burst from the tent. I sat up, my heart pounding and my hand going immediately to the sword on the ground beside me. Before I could draw it from the sheath, the fool burst from the tent, eyes wide and hair wild. The panic of his breathing shook his entire body, and his mouth hung wide in his effort to gulp down air. "What is it?" I demanded, and he started again, flinching back from me. Then he appeared to come to himself, and to recognize my shadow by the banked fire. "It's nothing. It was a bad dream." And then he clutched his elbows and bent over his crossed arms, rocking slightly, as if some terrible pain gnawed at his vitals. After a moment he admitted, "I dreamed she came through the pillar. I woke up and thought I saw her standing over me in the tent. I don't think she knows what a skill pillar is, or how it works," I offered him. Then I heard how uncertain a reassurance that was, and wished I had said nothing. He did not reply. Instead he came shivering through the mild night to stand close to the fire. Without asking him, I leaned over and put more wood on it. He stood, hugging himself and watching as the flames woke and took hold of the fuel. Then he said apologetically, "I can't go back in there tonight. I can't." I didn't say anything, but spread my cloak wider on the ground. Cautious as a cat, he approached it. He did not speak as he lowered himself awkwardly to the ground and stretched out between me and the fire. I lay still, waiting for him to relax. The fire mumbled to itself, and despite myself my eyes grew heavy again. I was just starting the slide toward sleep when he spoke quietly. "Do you ever get over it? Did you ever get past it?" He asked me so earnestly for there to be a tomorrow that did not possess that shadow. I told the hardest truth I have ever had to utter. "No, you don't. I didn't. You won't. But you do go on. It becomes a part of you, like any scar. You will go on." That night, as we slept back to back beneath the stars on my old cloak, I felt him shudder, and then twitch and fight in his sleep. I rolled to face him. Tears slid gleaming down his cheeks, and he struggled wildly, promising the night, "Please, stop! Stop! Anything! Anything! Only please, please stop!" I touched him, and he gave a wild shriek and fought me savagely for an instant. Then he came awake, gasping. I released him, and he immediately rolled free of me. On hands and knees he scuttled away from me, over the stone of the plaza to the forest edge, where he hung his head like a sick dog and retched over and over, trying to choke up the cowardly words he had said. I did not go to him. Not then. When he came back, walking, I offered him my water-skin. He rinsed his mouth, spat, and then drank. He stood, looking away from me, staring into the night as if he could find the lost pieces of himself there. I waited. Eventually, silently, he came back and sank down onto the cloak beside me. When he finally lay down, he lay on his side, huddled in a ball, facing away from me. Shudders ran over him. I sighed. I stretched out beside him. I edged closer to him, and despite his resistance, carefully turned him to face me, and took him into my awkward embrace. He was weeping silently, and I thumbed the tears from his cheeks. Mindful of his raw back, I drew him close, tucked his head under my chin, and wrapped my arms around him. I kissed the top of his head gently. "Go to sleep, fool," I told him gruffly. "I'm here. I'll take care of you." His hands came up between us, and I feared he would push me away. Instead, he clutched the front of my shirt and clung tightly to me. All that night I cradled him in my arms, as closely as if he were my child, or my lover, as closely as if he were myself, wounded and alone. I held him while he wept, and I held him after his weeping was done. I let him take whatever comfort he could in the warmth and strength of my body. I have never felt less of a man that I did so. Chapter 30. Whole. I write this in my own pen, and plead that you excuse the mountain hand with which I ink the Six Duchies characters. A formal writ is being prepared by our esteemed scribe, Fedran, But in this scroll I desired to write to you myself, widow to widow, and woman to woman, so that you may know well that I understand that no grant of land or title can make any easier the loss that you have suffered. Your husband spent most of his life in service to the Farseer reign. Truly, he should have been rewarded years ago for all he did for his kings. His was a song which should have been sung in every hall. It was only by his risking of his life that I survived that dark night when Regal the Pretender turned upon us. In his modesty he begged that his deeds remain unsung. It seems a callous thing that only now, when he has suffered death in our service, does the Six Duchies' throne recall all that we owe to him. I was seeking to select crown lands that would amply reward Burrick's service, when a courier arrived from Lady Patience. Truly, ill news seems to fly swiftly, for she had already been informed of your husband's passing. She wrote to me that he was among the most cherished of friends to the late Prince Chivalry, and that she was certain her lord would have wished to see his estate at Withywood's pass into your family's stewardship. Title to these lands shall be immediately conveyed to you, to remain with your family forever. Letter from Queen Cotrican to Molly Chandler Barrickswiff.
I dreamed I was you.
He spoke softly to the flames of the fire. Did you?
And you were me.
How droll.
Don't do that,
he warned me. Don't do what? I asked him innocently.
Don't be me.
He shifted in the bedding beside me. Night was a canopy over us, and the wind was warm. He lifted thin fingers to push the golden hair back from his face. The dying light of the fire could almost conceal the bruises fading from his face, but his cheekbones were still too prominent. I wanted to tell him that someone had to be him, as he himself had stopped doing it so completely. Instead, I asked him, why not?
It unnerves me.
He took a deep breath and sighed it out.
How long have we been here?
It was the third time he'd awakened me that night. I'd grown accustomed to it. He did not sleep well at night. I didn't expect him to. I recalled clearly how I had chosen to sleep only by day, and when Burrick was near me, watching over me, in the days of my recovery from Regal's dungeons. There are times when it is comforting to sleep with sunlight on your eyelids, and times when quiet talk at night is better than sleep, no matter how weary you are. I tried to think how much time had passed since I'd carried his body through the pillar. It was strangely difficult. The interrupted nights and the sun-dappled days of rest seemed to multiply themselves. 5 days, if we count days, 4 nights if we count nights. Don't fret about it, you're still very weak. I don't want to try the skill pillar until you are stronger.
I don't want to try the skill pillar at all.
I made a sound of agreement. But eventually we have to. I cannot leave Thick with the Black Man forever. And I told Chade that we would be on the beach ready to greet the ship when it arrived. That should be in about 5 days, I think. I had lost track of time in the ice labyrinth. I tried to be concerned about it. I had blocked all skill contact with the coterie since our failed healing attempt. Several times I'd felt vague scratching at my door, but I'd determinedly ignored them. They were probably concerned for me. I said aloud, to convince myself, I have a life to get back to.
I don't.
The fool sounded rather satisfied about that. That encouraged me. There were still moments in the day when he halted, motionless, as if listening for futures that no longer beckoned to him. I wondered what it was like for him. For his entire life he'd endeavoured to set the track of time into the path that he perceived as best. And he had achieved that. We lived in the future that he had devised. I think he alternated between satisfaction with the future he had created and anxiety about his role in it, when he gave thought to such things. Sometimes he simply sat, his damaged hands cradled in his lap, as he looked at the soil just beyond his knees. His eyes were afar then, his breathing so slow and shallow that his chest scarce moved with it. I knew that when he sat so, he was trying to make sense of things that were inherently senseless. I did not try to talk him out of it. But I did try, as now, to be optimistic about the days to come. That's right, you don't have a life that you must return to. No burden to take up, no harness to resume. You died. See how pleasant it can be to have died. Once you've died, no one expects you to be a king or a prophet. He propped himself up on one elbow. You speak from experience. He spoke pensively, ignoring my jesting tone. I grinned. I do. He eased himself back onto my cloak beside me and stared up at the sky. He had not smiled. I followed his gaze. The stars were fading. I rolled away from him and came lightly to my feet. Time to hunt soon. Dawn is coming. Do you feel strong enough to come with me? I had to wait for his answer. Then he shook his head. In all honesty, no. I'm more tired than I've ever been in my life. What did you do to my body? I've never felt this weak and battered. You've never been tortured to death before. That did not seem a good answer to give him, so I stepped aside from it. I think it will take you time to recover, that's all. If you had a bit more flesh on your bones, we could use the skill to heal you. No, he flatly forbade it. I let it go by. In any case, I'm tired of Outlander travel rations, and we haven't much left of them anyway. Some fresh meat would do you good, which I shan't get for you by lazing here. If you want it cooked, try to wake the fire before I get back. Very well, he agreed quietly. I hunted poorly that dawn. Concern for the fool clouded my thoughts. I nearly stepped on one rabbit, and it still managed to elude my frantic spring. Luckily there were fish in the stream, fat and silver and easy to tickle. I came back in the early light, wet to the shoulders, with 4 of them. We ate them as the sun grew strong, and then I insisted we walk together to the stream to wash the smoky grease from our hands and faces. Belly full, I was ready to sleep after that, but the fool was pensive. He sat by the fire and poked at it. The 3rd time that he sighed, I rolled over onto my back and asked him, "What?" "I can't go back." "Well, you can't stay here. It's a pleasant enough place now, but take my word for it, winter here is hard." "And you speak from experience." I smiled. I was a couple of valleys away from here, but yes, again, experience. He admitted, "For the first time in my life, I don't know what to do. You have carried me forward to a place in time that is past my death. Every day when I awaken, I am shocked. I have no idea what will happen to me next. I don't know what I should be doing with my life. I feel like a boat cut loose and left to drift." "Is that so terrible? Drift for a time, rest and grow strong. Most of us long for a place in our lives to do that." He sighed again. "I don't know how. I've never felt like this before. I can't decide if it's bad or good. I've no idea what to do with this extra life you've given me. Well, you could probably stay here for the rest of the summer, if you learn to fish for yourself and hunt a bit. But you cannot hide forever from your life and friends. Eventually you must face it again." He almost smiled. This from the man who spent over a decade being dead. Perhaps I should follow your example. Find a quiet cottage and live like a hermit for a decade or 2, then come back as someone else. I chuckled. Then in a decade I could come ferret you out. Of course I'll be an old man by then. "And I shall not," he pointed out quietly. He met my eyes as he said it, and his face was solemn. It was an unsettling thought, and I was just as glad to leave it. I did not want to think too deeply on such things. There would be enough difficult things for me to face when I went back. Burrick's death, Swift, Nettle, Hap, eventually Molly, Burrick's widow, her now fatherless little boys. Complications I didn't want and had no idea how to deal with. It was far easier not to think about them. I pushed them aside and probably succeeded better than the fool at walling myself off from the world that awaited my return, for I was practised at it. For the next 2 days we lived as wolves, in the now. We had meat and water, and the weather continued fair. Rabbits were plentiful, and we still had dry travel bread in my pack, so we ate well enough. The fool continued to heal, and though he did not laugh, there were times when he seemed almost relaxed. I was accustomed to his need for privacy, but now there was a dullness to his avoidance of me that saddened me. My efforts at banter woke no like response from him. He did not scowl or ignore them. He had always been so quick to find humour in even the most dismal circumstances that I felt that even in his presence I missed him. Even so, he grew stronger and moved with less caution. I told myself that he was getting better and that there was nothing more to desire. Even so, I began to feel restless, and when he said one morning, "I am strong enough now," I did not argue with him. There was little enough to prepare for us to leave. I tried to take down his elderling tent, but he shook his head, almost wildly, and then said hoarsely, "No, leave it, leave it." That surprised me. True, he had not slept in it since the nightmare, preferring to sleep between me and the fire, but I had thought he would want it. Nonetheless, I did not argue with him. In fact, as I gave it a last glance and saw how the dragons and serpents on the fine fabric rippled in the light breeze, I found I could think only of his peeled skin on the ice. I shuddered and turned away from it. In passing, I picked up the rooster crown. It had returned to its wooden state, if indeed it had ever been otherwise, save in my imagination. The silvery grey feathers stood up in their stiff row around the circlet. It still seemed to whisper and buzz in my hand. I held it out to him and asked, "What of this? A circle of jesters. Do you want it still? Shall we leave it on top of the pillar, to remember she who once wore it?" He gave me an odd look, and then said softly, "I told you I did not want it for myself. It was for a bargain I struck long ago." He looked at me very carefully and nodded very slightly as he said, "And I think it is time that I honoured it." And so we did not go straight to the pillar, but walked again down that fading path under the overarching trees, past the creek and back to the stone garden. It was as long a hike as I recalled, and little stinging midges found us once we had entered the shade. The fool made no comment at them, but only pressed on. Birds flitted overhead, moving shadows that crossed our path. The forest teemed with life. I recalled my wonder for the first time I had glimpsed the stone dragons hidden in their sleep under the trees. I had been terrified, literally awe-stricken by them, even though I had walked amongst them several times since then, and even seen them called to life and flight to battle the red ships for us. I still found them no less astounding. I quested ahead of us with my wit sense, and found them, dark green pools of waiting life beneath the shadowing trees. This was the resting place of all the carved dragons who had awakened to defend the Six Duchies from the red ships. Here we had found them, here we had wakened them with blood, wit, and skill, and here they had returned when the year of battle was over. Dragons I had called them, and called them still, from long habit, but not all of them took that shape. Some spoke of other fancies, or of heraldic beasts of legend. Vines draped the immense figures of carved stone, and the winged boar had a cap of last year's leaves on his head. They were stone to the eye, and alive to my wit touch, gleaming with colour and detail. I could sense the life that teemed deep within the stone, but could not rouse it. I walked among them with more knowledge now than when I had first discovered them here, and even fancied I could tell which ones had been worked by elderling hands, and which were the work of Six Duchies skill coteries. The winged buck was a Six Duchies dragon, and no mistake. Those that were more dragon-like in form now I suspected were the elderlings' work. I went first, of course, to Verity as dragon. I did not torment myself with trying to rouse him from whatever stone dream held him. I did take off my shirt and dust the forest debris from his scaled brow and muscled back and folded wings. Buck blue he gleamed in the dappling sunlight after I had polished the length of him who had been my king. After all I had endured lately, the sleeping creature looked peaceful to me now. I hoped he truly was. The fool had gone, of course, to Girl on a Dragon. As I approached them, I saw that he stood quietly before her, the crown in one hand. The other hand rested lightly on the dragon's shoulder, and I noted that his skilled fingers touched the creature. His face was very still, as he looked up at the figure of the girl astride the dragon. She was breathtakingly lovely. Her hair was more golden than the fool's. It fell to her shoulders and caressed them with its loose curls. Her skin was like cream. She wore a jerkin of hunter green, but her legs and feet were bare. Her dragon was even more glorious, his scales the shining green of dark emeralds. He possessed the lax grace of a sleeping hunting cat. When last I had seen her, she had been posed in sleep upon the dragon, her rounded arms wrapped around his lithe neck. Now she sat upright on her mount. Her eyes were closed, but she lifted her face as if she could feel the errant sunbeams that touched her cheek. A very faint smile curved her lips. Crushed green plants beneath her sleeping steed indicated how recently she had flown. She had carried the fool to Aslevjal Island and then returned here to rejoin her fellows in sleep. I thought I had walked quietly, but as I approached, the fool turned his head and looked at me. "Do you recall how we attempted to free her? That night?" I bowed my head. I felt a bit ashamed still that I had ever been so young and rash. I've repented it ever since. I had touched her with the skill, thinking it might be enough to free her. Instead, it had only roused her to her torment. He nodded slowly. "But what about the second time you touched her? Do you remember that?" I sighed heavily. It had been the night I had skill-walked and seen Molly take Burrick as her man. Later that evening I had worn Verity's body, for he had borrowed mine to get himself a son. To get Dutiful upon Queen Coterie. I had not known that had been his intent. In an old man's aching body I had wandered the memory stone quarry, wandered it until Night Eyes and I had come upon the fool at his forbidden task. He had been chipping at the stone around the dragon's feet, trying to finish the dragon so it might be set free. I had felt sorry for him. So great was his empathy with the creature. I had known, too, what it truly took to quicken a dragon, not just the work of a man's hands, but the surrender of his life and his memory, his loves and his pains and his joys, and so I had set Verity's skill-silvered hands to the rocky flesh of girl on a dragon, and I had poured forth into her all the misery and pain of my short life, that she might take it, and take life with it. Into the dragon I had poured my parents' abandonment of me to the care of strangers, and all I had suffered at Galen's hands, and in Regal's dungeon. I had given those memories to the dragon to keep and to hold and to shape herself with. I had given her my loneliness as a child and every sharp-edged misery of that night, given it willingly, and felt my pain ease even as the world dulled around me and my love of it dimmed slightly. I would have given far more if the wolf had not stopped me. Night Eyes had rebuked me, saying that he had no wish to be bonded to a forged one. I had not at that time grasped what he meant. Having seen the warriors who served the Pale Woman, I thought I understood better now. I thought I understood too what the fool had in mind and why he had come here. "Don't do it," I pleaded with him. And when he looked at me in sharp surprise, I said, "I know you were thinking of putting your memories of her torture of you into the dragon. Girl on a dragon could drain them out of you and keep them forever locked away where they cannot stab you. It would work. I know that. But there is a cost to that surcease from pain, fool. When you dull pain and hide it from yourself—" My words trickled away. I did not want to sound self-pitying. "You dull your joys as well." He said it simply. He looked away from me for a time, his lips folded. I wondered if he weighed the one against the other. Would he decide to be rid of night terrors at the expense of taking fresh joy in every morning? "I saw that in you afterwards," he said. "I felt guilty. If I had not been chipping away at Girl on a Dragon, you never would have done it. I wished to undo it. Years later, when I came to see you at your cottage, I thought, surely he will be healed by now. Surely he will have recovered." He swung his gaze to meet me. "But you had not. You had just stopped. In some ways. Oh, you were older and wiser, I suppose. But you had not made any move on your own to reach out to life again. But for your wolf, I think it would have been even worse. As it was, you were living like a mouse in a wall, off the crumbs of affection that Starling tossed you." As thick-skinned as she is, even she could see it. She gave you Hap, and you took him in. But if she had not brought him to your doorstep and dumped him there, would you have sought out anyone to share your life? He leaned closer to me and said, Even after you came back to Buckkeep and your old world, you held yourself apart from it. No matter what I did or offered, my black, you couldn't even connect to a horse. I stood very still. His words stung, but they were also true. Done is done, I said at last. The best I can do now is to say, if that is what you came here to do, don't do it. It wasn't worth it. He sighed. I'll admit I thought of it. I admit I longed for it. I will even tell you that this is not the first time I have visited Girl on a Dragon since we came here. I thought of offering her my memories. I know she would take them just as she took yours, but, in a way, although I did not see this future, almost it seems as if it was meant to be. Fitz, what do you recall of her story? I took a breath. Verity told me that she was part of a coterie making a dragon. I recall her name. Salt. I discovered that the night I gave her my memories. But Salt could not give herself willingly to the dragon. She sought to remain a part of the coterie, and yet separate, to be only the girl of Girl on a Dragon. And with that she doomed them. Because she held back too much, they did not have enough life to take flight as a dragon. They nearly quickened, but then mired down in stone. Until you freed them. Until we freed them. After a long time, he said. It is like an echo of a dream to me. Salt was the leader of the coterie, and so it was called Salt's coterie. But when it came to the carving, the one willing to give heart to the dragon was Realder. So, when all believed that the dragon would be quickened, it was announced as Realder's dragon. He looked at me quietly. You saw her, crowned with the rooster crown. A rare honour, and even rarer for a foreigner. But she had come a long way to seek her catalyst, and like me she had taken on the role of performer, jester, minstrel, tumbler. He shook his head. I had only that moment of being her, just that brief dream. When I stood upon the pillar, I was, as I am, a white prophet, and I stood high above the crowd and announced the flight of Realder's dragon to the people of this elderling town, but not without regrets, for I knew that my catalyst would do that day what he had always been destined to do. He would enter a dragon, so that years hence he could work a change. He stopped and smiled a bittersweet smile, the first I had seen on his face in days. How it must have grieved her to see Realder's dragon mire and fail due to Salt's hesitation. She probably thought that she had failed too. But if Realder had not made a dragon, and if that dragon had not failed, and if we had not found them there, still in the quarry, what then, Fitz Chivalry Farseer? You looked far back that day to see a white prophet clowning on top of a skill pillar. Did you see all that? I blinked slowly. It was like awakening from a dream, or perhaps returning to one. His words seemed to wake memories I could not possibly hold. I will give Realder's dragon the rooster crown. That was the price he named for me. The first time I flew with him, he said that he wished to wear forever the crown the white prophet wore, on the day his beloved said farewell to him right before he entered this dragon. The price for what? I asked him, but he did not answer. Instead, he looped the crown over one of his wrists, and then began his cautious climb up the dragon. It saddened me to see him move so stiffly and cautiously. Almost I could feel the tightness of the new skin that pulled across his back. But I did not offer him my hand. I think that would have made it worse for both of us. Once he stood behind her on the dragon's haunches, he balanced himself. Then, taking the crown in both hands, he settled the circle on her brow. For a moment it remained as it was, silvery wood, and then colour flowed into it from the dragon. The crown gleamed gold. The rooster heads that ringed it shone red, and their jewelled eyes winked. The feathers themselves took on the gloss of real feathers, and lost all stiffness, to bow just as real cockerel plumes would have nodded. A deeper flush seemed to suffuse the girl's cheeks. She seemed to draw a breath. I was transfixed with amazement, and then her eyes opened, as green as her dragon's scales. She gave no look to me, but twisted in her seat to look up at the fool still standing on the dragon's haunches behind her. She reached back a hand to cup his jaw. Her eyes locked with his. He leaned closer to her, captured by her gaze. Then her hand moved to the back of his head, and she pulled his mouth down onto hers. She kissed him deeply. I had to witness the passion of what she shared with him, yet it did not seem like gratitude, and as she prolonged the kiss, I think the fool would have broken away if he could. He stiffened, and the muscles of his neck stood out. He never embraced her, but his hands went from wide open and forbidding to clenched fists clutched against his chest. And still she kissed him, and I feared to see him either melt into her or turn to stone in her embrace. I feared what he gave, and feared more what she took from him. Had not he heard a word of what I had said to him? Why hadn't he heeded my warning? And then, as suddenly as she had stirred to life, she released him. As if he no longer mattered, she turned away from him and once more stretched her face up to the sunlight. It seemed to me that she sighed once, deeply, and then closed her eyes. Stillness crept over her. The gleaming rooster crown had become a part of Girl on a Dragon. But the fool, released from that unwelcome intimacy, was limp and falling. In a near swoon he toppled from the dragon's back, and I was barely able to catch him and keep him from tearing loose all his newly healed hurts. Even so he cried out as I closed my arms around him. I could feel him shuddering, like a man in an ague. He turned to me, his eyes blind, and cried out piteously, "It is too much. You are too human, Fitz. I am not made for such as this. Take it from me. Take it, or I shall die of it." "Take what?" I demanded. Breathlessly he replied, "Your pain. Your life." I stood, frozen and uncomprehending, as he lifted his mouth to mine. I think he tried to be gentle. Nonetheless, it was more like a serpent's strike than a tender kiss, as his mouth fastened to mine, and the venom of pain flowed. I think that if there had not been his love mixed with the anguish he gave back to me, I would have died of it, human or not. It was a searing, scalding kiss, a flow of memories, and once they began, I could not deny them. No man in the fullness of his years should have to experience afresh all the passion that a youngster is capable of embracing. Our hearts grow brittle as we age. Mine near shattered in that onslaught. It was a storm of emotion. I had not forgotten my mother. Never forgotten. I had banished her to a part of my heart and refused to open the door to it, but she was there, her long gold hair smelling of marigolds, and I remembered my grandmother, also of mountain stock. But my grandfather had been no more than a common guardsman, posted too long at Moonseye and taking on the mountain ways. All that I knew in a flash, and recalled how my mother had summoned me in from the pastures where, even at 5, I had a share of the shepherding. "Kepit! Kepit!" her clear voice would ring out, and I would run to her barefoot over wet grass. And Molly, how had I ever banished the smell and taste of her, honey and herbs, and the way her laugh rang like chimes when I had chased down the beach after her, her red skirts whipping wildly around her bare calves as she ran, or the feel of her hair in my hands, the heavy strands of it tangling and snagging on the rough skin of my palms. Her eyes were dark, but they'd held the light of the candles when I'd looked down on them below me as I made love to her in her servant's room in the upper reaches of Buckkeep Castle. I had thought that light seen there would always belong only to me. And Burrick. He'd been father to me in every way he could, and friend to me when I'd been tall enough to stand at his side. A part of me understood how he had fallen in love with Molly when he thought I was dead, but a part of me was outraged and hurt beyond common sense or rationality that he could have taken to wife the mother of my daughter. In ignorance and passion he had stolen from me both woman and child. Blow after blow rained on me. I was pounded iron on an anvil of memory. I languished again in Regal's dungeons. I smelled the rotting straw on the floor and felt the cold of the stone against my smashed mouth and pulped cheek as I lay there, trying to die so he could not hurt me any more. It was a sharp echo of the beating Galen had given me years before on the stone tower top we had called the Queen's Garden. He had assaulted me physically and with a skill, and to finish the task he had crippled my magic, putting it firmly in my mind that I had no ability and would do better to kill myself than live on in shame to my family. He had given me forever the memory of teetering on the brink of taking my own life. It was new. It all happened to me afresh, flaying my soul and leaving me bared to a salty wind. I came back to summer and the sun's slackening strength. The shadows were darker under the trees. I sprawled on the forest humus, my face hidden in my hands beyond tears. The fool sat next to me in the leaves and grass, patting my back as if I were an infant, and singing some gentle, silly song in his old tongue. Slowly it caught my attention, and my shuddering breaths calmed. When at last I was still, he spoke to me quietly. "It's all right now, Fitz. You're whole again. This time when we go back, you'll go all the way back to your old life, all of it." After a time, I found I could breathe deeply again. Gradually I got to my feet. I moved so cautiously that the fool came to take my arm, but it was not weakness but wonder that slowed my steps. I was like a man given back his sight. The edges of every leaf stood out when I glanced at it, and there the veins and a lacy heart where insects had fed. Birds called overhead and answered, and my wit of them was so keen that I could not focus on the soft questions the fool kept asking me. Light broke in streams through the canopy of leaves overhead, sending shafts of gold arrowing through the forest. Floating pollen sparked briefly in those beams. We came to the stream, and I knelt to drink its cold, sweet water. But as I bent over it, the rippling of the water over the stones suddenly captured me and drew me into the clear, darkling world beneath the moving water. Silt was layered in patterns over the smooth pebbles, and water plants moved gently in the current. A silver fingerling angled through the plants to disappear beneath a trapped brown leaf. I poked at it with a finger, and had to laugh aloud at how he darted away from me. I looked up at the fool to see if he had also seen it, and found him looking down on me fondly but solemnly. He set his hand to my head as if he were a father blessing a child, and said, "If I think of all that befell me as a linked chain that brings me finally to this place with you kneeling by the water, alive and whole, then the price was not too high. To see you whole again heals me." He was right. I was whole again. We did not leave the forest plaza that evening. Instead, I built a new fire and stared into it for most of the night. As if I was sorting scrolls or storing herbs for Chade, I went through all the years since I had given half my life away and reordered my experience of them. Half-passions, relationships in which I had invested nothing and received it in return. Retreats and evasions, withdrawal. The fool lay between the fire and me, pretending to sleep. I knew he kept vigil with me. Towards dawn he asked me, "Did I do you a wrong?" "No," I said quietly. "I did myself a wrong long ago. You've put me on the path to righting it. I did not know how I would do it, but I knew I would." In the morning I scattered the ashes of our fire on the plaza. We left the elderling tent billowing in the wind and fled a promised summer squall. We shared out my winter clothing between us, and then, his fingers pressed to my wrist and skill-linked, we entered the pillar. We stepped out into the pillar room of the pale woman's ice castle. The fool gasped and went to his knees after 2 staggering steps into the room. The trip through the pillar did not affect me as badly, though I knew a moment's vertigo. Almost immediately the chill of the place seized me. I helped the fool to his feet. He stared around himself in wonder, hugging himself against the cold. I gave him some time to recover, and time to explore the frost-rimmed window panes, the snowy view, and the skill pillar that dominated the room, and then told him quietly, "Come on." We went down the stairs and halted again in the map room. He looked down at the world portrayed there. His long fingers wandered over the rippling sea, and then returned to hover over Buck. Without touching them, he indicated the 4 jewels set near Buckkeep. These gems, they indicate skill pillars. I think so, I replied, and those would be the witness stones. He touched, a wistful caress, the coast of a land far to the south and east of Buckkeep. No gem winked there. He shook his head. No one who knew me lives there any more. Silly even to think of it. It's never silly to think of going home, I assured him. If I asked Cotrican, she— No, he said quietly. It was but a passing fancy, Fitz. I cannot go back there. When he had finished gazing at the map, we went down the stairs, deeper into the pale blue light of the labyrinth. I felt as if we descended back into old nightmare. As we went, I saw his trepidation grow. He grew paler, not just from the cold. The half-healed bruises on his face stood out like shadows of the pale woman's power over us. I tried to stay to the stone passages and find some egress from there, without success. As we wandered from room to room, the beauty of the place touched me, even as I worried about the fool's growing silence and weariness. Perhaps we had misjudged, and he was not yet ready to confront the place where he had been so tormented. Many of the chambers on this stone level seemed untouched by the vandalism and degradation I had seen elsewhere in the ice fortress. Themes of forest and flowers or fish and birds were lovingly chiselled into the stone lintels and were echoed in the friezes within the chambers. The friezes seemed exotic and foreign, the colours either too pastel or too smoky for my Six Duchies taste. The figures of the humans were elongated, with fancifully coloured eyes and strange markings on their faces. They called to mind Selden, the Bingtown trader, with his unnatural growth and scaled face. I said as much to the fool, and he nodded. Sometime later, as we walked down yet another stone passageway, he asked me, "Have you ever seen a white rose that has grown for years in proximity to a red?" "Probably," I said, thinking of the gardens of Buckkeep. "Why?" His mouth quirked to one side. "I think you have looked at them without truly seeing them. After years of such closeness there is an exchange. It shows most plainly in the white roses, for they may take on a rosy blush, or exhibit faint tendrils of red in what used to be snowy white blossoms. It happens because there has been an exchange of the very stuff of their beings." I gave him a curious look, wondering if his mind was wandering and I should be concerned. He shook his head at me. "Be patient. Let me explain. Dragons and humans can live side by side. But when they do so for a long period, they influence one another. Elderlings show the effect of having been exposed to dragons for generations." He shook his head, a bit sadly, and added, "It is not always a graceful transformation. Sometimes there is too much exposure, and the children do not survive much past birth or suffer a shortened lifespan. For a few, life may be extended at the expense of fertility. The elderlings were a long-lived race, but they were not fecund. Children were rare and treasured. And we are responsible for bringing dragons back into the world, so they may wreak this change upon us again?" I asked him. "Yes, we are." He seemed quite calm about it. "Humanity will learn the cost of living in proximity to dragons. Some will pay it gladly. Elderlings will return." We walked for a time in silence, and another question came to me. But what of dragons? Do they take no effect from their exposure to us? He was silent for a longer time. Then he said, "I suspect they do. But they find it shameful and banish such beings. You have been to Others' Island." That boggled my thoughts. I could think of nothing to say. Again we came to a junction of corridors, one of ice and two of stone. I chose one of the stone ones at random. As we paced along it, I tried to reconcile the fool's notion of elderlings with what I had experienced of them. "I thought elderlings were close to gods," I said at last. "Far loftier than humans in both spirit and mind. So they have seemed when I've encountered them, fool." He gave me a quizzical look. "In the skill current, bodiless beings of great power of mind." He threw up his head suddenly, and I halted beside him, listening. He turned to look at me, his eyes huge. My hand went to my sword. For a time we stood frozen. I heard nothing. "It's all right," I told him. "Air moves in these old passages. It sounds like someone whispering in the distance." He nodded, but it took several minutes for his breath to slow. Then he said, "I suspect that the skill is what remains to you from an older time, that it is the trailing end of a talent that developed between dragons and humans as a way to communicate. I do not understand what you speak of when you talk of the skill current, but perhaps the ability can allow one to transcend the need for a physical body. You have already shown me that it is a far more powerful magic than I ever suspected. Perhaps it was a result of living alongside the dragons, and perhaps it lingered, so that even after dragons were gone, the descendants of the Elderlings kept that ability and passed it down to their children. Some inherited little of it. In others—" He gave me a sideways glance. "The Elderling blood ran stronger." When I was silent for a time, he asked almost mockingly, "You can't quite admit it aloud, can you? Not even to me?" "I think you are wrong. Would not I know such things if they were true? Would not I feel them? You seem to be saying that I am descended somehow from the Elderlings, and that would mean that in a sense I am part dragon myself?" He gave a snort of laughter. It was so welcome a sound from him that I treasured it, even at my expense. "Only you would put it that way, Fitz. No, not that you are part dragon, but rather that somewhere the stuff of dragons entered your family line. Some ancestor of yours may have breathed the dragon's breath, as the old tales say, and it has come down to you." We walked on, our feet scuffing on stone. The passages echoed oddly, and several times the fool glanced back over his shoulder. "Like a long-tailed kitten born from a long line of stump-tails?" I asked him. "I suppose you could think of it that way." I nodded slowly to myself. That would account for the skill cropping up in odd places, even in the Outislanders, it would seem. "What's this?" His eyes had always been sharper than mine. His long fingers touched a mark scratched on the wall. Incredulous, I stepped closer to peer at it. It was one of mine. "It's the way home," I told him. Chapter 31. Dragon's Head. And dark Oeter, mother to them all, lifted her eyes and shook her head. "It cannot be," she said with grave resolve. "We are not bound by what mere men have said. My eldest must remain here to reign after me. Woman to woman is our power past. You would take our Narcheska to be your queen. Of all our treasure she would be the last that we would forfeit, no matter what your deed. Show me in fact how you have fulfilled the letter of your promise. In blood you wrote your vow that you'd do as she had willed. O Farseer prince, recall now the boast that you did say. On these hearthstones of our mother's house, Icefyre's head you'd lay. The dragon's head." Cockle Longspur. We followed my marks backward through the Elderling maze, and emerged eventually from the crack in the icy wall into a bright day. The wind was brisk, and blowing ice crystals filled the air, peppering our skins and making the steep path treacherous underfoot. The clear light of true day made my eyes tear. The fool went before me down the steep path. Here, exposed to the wind and cold, his weakness showed plain, and I muttered at my own stupidity. This had overtaxed him. The second time he slipped, I took a firm grip on the back of his collar and kept him upright on his feet until we reached the black man's door. "Knock," I told him, but when he only stared back at me, bleary-eyed with exhaustion, I reached past him to thud my fist against the wood. The door was opened so swiftly that I had to believe he had been waiting for us. Even then the fool stood frozen, staring at the smiling black man who confronted us. "He's cold and very weary," I excused him, and then thrust him into the room in front of me. Once inside, I pushed the door firmly shut behind us, and then turned back gratefully to the cosy room. I blinked, letting my eyes adjust to the dimness after the brightness of full daylight. I saw the small hearth fire first, and then I found the black man staring at the fool in mutual incredulity.
"He was dead,"
the black man told me firmly.
"He died."
His eyes were very wide. Yes, he was. I confirmed it for him. But I am the catalyst. I change things. And then Thick sprang up from the hearth and grasped me in a short-limbed hug. He danced like a little bear as he shouted, "You're back! You're back! I thought you would never come back. Chade said the ship is coming, and I said, but he's not here, and I won't get on a ship. Then he said, it's coming anyway, and it did. But no one was there, and it went back because I said, no, I am not walking back all alone, and I don't want to get on a ship anyway." He halted his dance, and then told me with a satisfied grin, "Either you are dead, or Chade is so angry at you that you'll wish you were." That was what he said. Dutiful. Oh, and the dragon head. I forgot to tell the dragon head part. Nettle did it. She sent the dragon head to the mother's house, and it was a big surprise for everyone, except me. She told me she could do it, could talk to Tintaglia and make her sorry if she didn't. So she did, and everything is good again now. The last he said so confidently that it was difficult to look down into the cheerful, round-eyed face and say, "I don't think I understood half of what you just told me, and I think I've been away longer than I thought, but I'm glad to be back." I extricated myself from his hug. A strange silence had fallen in the other half of the room. The black man and the fool regarded one another, not with animosity but disbelief. Looking at the two of them together, I could see a kinship, but it was one of ancient lineage rather than a close family resemblance. The black man was the first to speak. "Welcome," he said faintly. "I never saw you," the fool said wonderingly. "In all the futures I glimpsed, in all that might be, I never saw you." He abruptly began to tremble, and I knew he was at the end of his strength. The black man seemed to sense this also, for he pushed a cushion closer to the fire and motioned hastily that the fool should be seated. The fool more collapsed than sat down. I took my cloak from around him, telling him, "The warmth will reach you faster if you let it in." "I don't think I'm that cold," he said faintly. I'm outside my time, Fitz. I'm a fish in the air or a bird beneath the sea. I'm past my life, and I grope forward through each day, wondering what I am meant to do with myself. It's hard. It's very hard for me." His voice dwindled as he said the words. He looked up at the black man as if begging for help. His head wavered on his neck. I did not know what to say to him. Did he resent that I had sought more life for him? It hurt to think so, but I held my tongue. I watched the black man grope for words. "This I can teach." The black man's voice slowly faded away. A smile slow as sunrise came to his face. He cocked his head at the fool and said something in another tongue. The fool opened to him as a flower turns to light. A tremulous smile lit his face, and he replied hesitantly in the same language. The black man whooped aloud in delight to hear him. He gestured at himself and said something rapidly, and then, as if remembering his manners, took up the kettle and a cup, and with a graceful flourish poured tea for the fool and set it before him. The fool thanked him extravagantly. Their language seemed to take many words to say simple things. Not one syllable of it resembled any tongue I had ever heard before. The fool's voice grew fainter. He took a breath and then finished what he was saying. I felt an adolescent pang of exclusion. Almost as if the fool sensed it, he turned slowly to me. He pushed his hair back from his face with fingers that shook. "I have not heard the language of my childhood since I left home. It is like balm to hear it again." Chade and Dutiful must have known through thick that I had returned, for I felt then such a battering against my skill walls as might have been a siege. I decided reluctantly that it was time to let them in. I took the cup of tea the black man had just poured for me and sat down by his fire, and then, seeing the fool well occupied with our host, I surrendered and lowered my skill walls. Chade's blast of fury, fear, and frustration preceded all thought, shaking and cuffing me as if I were an errant serving boy. When he was finished, I think it annoyed him even more that I laughed at his onslaught, even as my reaction cheered Dutiful. "Not much can be wrong with you if you can laugh like that. I've never felt such a carelessness of spirit from you." I caught the boy's sense of amazement and wonder. An instant later, Chade echoed it. "What has come over you? Are you drunk?" "No. I am whole and well healed. And so is the fool. But my tale will keep. Does all go well with you? Has our prince well and truly won his bride? Thick has told me a wild bit of tale about a dragon's head on the mother's house hearth. Is it true? Who killed Icefyre?" "No one killed the dragon. It was just his head he placed there. But yes, it seems to be done and settled," Chade replied with grim satisfaction. "Now that we know you are safe, we can sail tomorrow. That is, if Dutiful can find the courage to tell his bride she must come home with him." "I but allow her time to be sure it is her will that she follows in this," Dutiful replied sternly. "I do not understand. Would someone start at the beginning and tell the tale?" And then it was that I heard in full from both Chade and Dutiful, with excited asides from Thick, of how Nettle had bedevilled and nagged Tintaglia, troubling her dreams and her waking hours, importuning her to pay back the puny humans who had suffered so much, so that Icefyre could fly free. Tintaglia, in her turn, had driven Icefyre, much as a pigeon drives his mate to the nest, back to Zillig, where the dragons presented themselves to the Hetgird still convened there, and then on to Mail Island and Weaslington. There the dragons had landed before Eliania's mother's house. I gathered that there had been some structural damage in the process, but nonetheless the immense Icefyre had forced his way into the mother's house, where he ungraciously placed his head, very briefly, upon the hearthstones, so that Dutiful's promise to Eliania might be completely carried out. I thought that Eliania had professed herself satisfied that Dutiful had fulfilled his promise and proven himself worthy of her when he aided in the rescue of her mother and sister. I was a bit confused as to why all this had been necessary. "Oh, she has shown herself well satisfied for some days now," Chade replied acidly, and I suspected that perhaps Dutiful's virtue had not been proof against the girl's importuning. "It is her mother who has proven difficult, much to Piottr's woe. Oetta told us before we were even docked in Zillig that she did not regard any agreement that men had brokered concerning her daughter as binding. She finds it unthinkable that Eliania would leave her home, even to be queen of all the Six Duchies. She has raised 1,000 faults with the arrangement, saying that as she herself was still alive, and therefore the true Narcheska, all of this was agreed to without the proper consent. She objects to the idea of Lestra inheriting the title of Narcheska. She finds the girl unfit to rule after her, and she is horrified at the thought that Eliania's and Dutiful's children would remain in the Six Duchies. "Except for our sons," Dutiful interjected. "True," Chade conceded. "She has been more than willing to allow Dutiful and Eliania that is, to become, to have—" He could not find a delicate way to verbalize the thought. Dutiful was more prosaic. "Her mother was willing to allow me to share Eliania's bed. She seemed affronted that anyone might think to thwart her daughter in who she wishes to bed, and the Narcheska Oetta had offered that any male children so conceived would be given to the Six Duchies, at the age of 7. There was a mutual silence as they allowed me to digest that idea. It was untenable. None of his dukes would accept an heir thus created. And now? Now that Icefyre has fulfilled completely Eliania's challenge to Dutiful? Narcheska Oetta was impressed. It is hard not to be impressed when a creature of that size lumbers through your home and places his head on your hearthstones, especially when some of the framework of your door is still around his neck. I could easily excuse Dutiful's youthful satisfaction at this vindication. I think her objections are at an end, and even if she still has reservations, there were enough members of the Hetgird here to witness it that they will not stand. They now see it as honor that Eliania will come to my hearth. To found a new mother's house is how they phrase it. As if she were conquering all the Six Duchies by becoming Dutiful's queen, Chade complained. Yet I could hear the relief in his voice. I foresaw there would be difficulties in future days as the customs of her land clashed with ours. If she bore a son first, would her relatives be scandalized to see him inherit before her daughters? I set the thought from my mind. There would be enough time to worry about that when it happened. And how was that brought about? Ask Thick. He and Nettle seem to have concocted that. The smile faded from my face. I had to know. Does Nettle know about Burrick's death? Yes. Chade's reply was short and grim. I would not wish such news to be withheld from me, Dutiful pointed out severely. I knew he was justifying his action to Chade as much as to me. And so I did as I thought best. Besides, my mother deserved that news as well, that she can see to the needs of the family of the man who served us so well and so long. Besides, when I stand before my cousin in the flesh, I do not wish to do so with a bag of dirty secrets behind my back. That seemed harsh, and I sensed that I trod on the edges of a quarrel between Dutiful and Chade. It did not seem a good time to advance my own opinion. Moreover, it was too late to change what had been done. So I tried to change the subject instead. So, the wedding will now proceed with no further objections. Now it can. Dutiful had insisted we remain here until we heard from you, or until we decided you were dead, and sent a rescue party back for Thick. Not that he was fond of the idea of being rescued and brought home, but now that you are there, we shall send a boat for both of you immediately. As soon as you arrive here, we can proceed home.
No boats,
Thick insisted. The prince ignored him. Our wait for Fitz has not been wasted time, Dutiful contradicted Chade. It would not have been appropriate to immediately snatch the Narcheska from her family. Eliania has been too long separated from her mother and sister. I have enjoyed seeing them together. And when she looks from her sister to me, Fitz, she thinks I am a hero. The Outylander bards are making songs of this. Very long songs, Chade added. We've had to listen to them smiling nearly every night. We simmered into satisfied silence. My prince had won his bride. There would be peace between the Six Duchies and the Outislands. Then Dutiful added solemnly, "And I was glad that you were allowed some time to deal with your loss. I am sorry, Fitz." Chade asked quietly, "You were able to recover the fool's body?" It was my moment for triumph. "I recovered the fool." "I thought he was dead." Dutiful's gravity dissolved in amazement. "So did I replied, and abruptly decided to leave that as my full explanation. It was easy enough to divert them from any more questions regarding the fool. I simply added, "I am sorry to have missed the ship you sent for us, but you need not bother with another. Thick and I have an easier way back to Buckkeep, one that does not require him to set foot on a deck again." Their astonishment at my revelation of the working skill pillar could not match Thick's delight at the news he could go home without sailing. He suddenly clutched me about the middle, tugged me to my feet, and capered so wildly about me that I could not hold the focus necessary to skill. I seized him by his shoulders and braced my feet to stop our dance, and then looked up to find the black man regarding us with alarmed amusement. The fool looked too tired to show any surprise. "He just realized that we could go home through the skill pillars," I explained to them. "Thick hates boats, and he is delighted to know that our journey may be a matter of moments instead of days." The black man looked at me without comprehension. Then the fool said something to him in his own tongue, and the man made a long "ah" of understanding, and nodded sagely. The fool's explanation seemed to bring to his mind some other incident, for the black man launched into a long monologue intended for the fool. Thick skidded to a sudden halt, and cocked his head as if listening.
"Skill scrolls. Chade says, bring the skill scrolls."
He paused, frowning as he paid attention to Chade's skilling.
"But not yet. Don't go home yet. Not until he has a good way to explain it. But soon. Nettle is getting tired of all the messages. You could do it better."
I had given Chade much to think about, and to my relief he excused himself from our skilling to do just that. Dutiful attempted to explain to me how Nettle had persuaded Icefyre to present his head to the Narcheska, but Thick was too excited to permit our conversation, and I sensed restlessness from the prince that told me that he had better ways to pass his time than lingering with me. I sent him off with a stern warning to be circumspect, which I am sure he ignored. I came back to full awareness to find the fool nodding wearily to the black man's long explanation of something. It was the most foreign babbling I had ever heard, with not a single word that I recognized. Thick insisted on reporting how he had spent his time with the black man, with many descriptions of food, of Chade being angry and upset, and of a wonderful sliding place he had discovered not far away. I looked at his round face, beaming with contentment. He was a wonderful man. He accepted with equanimity that I had returned, that the fool was no longer dead, and that soon we would be back home without going on a boat. His joy at sliding on snow was equal to his joy at my return. I envied his easy acquiescence to change and the future. As he prattled, I tried to decipher what the future held for me. We would go back to Buckkeep, and I'd have the task of transporting the skill library there. Already I dreaded how many trips through the pillars that would entail. Yet that task became simple when I thought of what would follow. I had to introduce myself to Nettle, and reveal to Molly that I lived. Such a wave of longing swept through me at that thought that it near took my breath away. In restoring the full range of my memories of her, the fool had swept my heart back in time to that moment when I first knew I had lost her. The anguish was fresh, and my love for her as strong. I dreaded the thought of our first meeting, and all the explaining I must do. I dreaded facing her grief for her husband, but I knew I must. Burrick had cared for my daughter when I had died. Could I do less for his little sons? And yet it was not going to be easy. None of it was going to be easy. Yet with an odd sideways tilt of my heart, I realized I was anticipating it, that I believed that beyond the sorrow we would share at Burrick's death, there might eventually be something else. I felt shallow and greedy, even as I thought of it, but nonetheless it was there. It seemed years since I had looked ahead and seen opportunities and possibilities. I suddenly knew that I wanted change and life, and the dangers of attempting to win Molly's love again. Thick shook me by the shoulder.
So?
He asked me delightedly.
So you want to go now?
Yes, I found myself saying, and then discovered that I had been smiling and nodding so to his descriptions of sliding on the snow. I had volunteered to go sliding with him. His delight was too great for me to crush it, and it suddenly came to me that I truly had nothing better to do at the moment. The fool could do with rest, and he seemed to be enjoying his talk with the black man. So we bundled up and went outside again. I had planned to slide with him once or twice, just enough to content him, but the slope he had found was as long and sweeping as an otter slide, and just as inviting. Thick's use of it over the last few days had polished it smooth. We slid on our bellies, and then together, on top of my cloak, whooping like children, heedless of how wet and cold we got. It was play, pure and simple, play that I'd had no time for, that I had dismissed as unnecessary, and an interruption to all the practical tasks of a well-ordered life. When had I lost sight of taking simple pleasure for the sake of pleasure? I forgot myself in it, and came back to the world with a start when I heard my name being called. I had just come to the end of the slide, and as I turned to the fool's voice, Thick crashed into me from behind. I went flying and landed, mostly unhurt, with Thick on top of me. We floundered to our feet to find the fool watching us with amusement and fondness that was hard to look upon. Regret and wistfulness were there also. "You should try it," I told him, half embarrassed, to be caught cavorting like a boy in the first snow of the year. I stood and helped Thick to his feet. He was grinning despite his tumble. "My back," the fool said quietly, and I nodded, feeling suddenly subdued. I knew it was more than his newly healed back, more than the stiffness of half-healed hurts. His experience had scarred and stiffened more than his body. I wondered how long it would be before his spirit regained its flexibility. "You'll heal," I assured us both as I walked up to him. I wished I had been more certain. "Prilkop has made food for us," he told me. "I've come to tell you it's ready. We shouted from the door, but you didn't hear us." He paused. "The walk down looked easy. It wasn't. Now I dread the walk up again." "It's steep," I agreed as we started back. At the mention of food, Thick had broken into a trot and preceded us. "Prilkop? The black man's name." The fool trudged along beside me as we headed back to the steep cliffside trail. He was breathless. It took him a moment or two to recall it. It has been long since he had anyone to speak with, and longer still since he has spoken our native tongue. "You both seem to be enjoying it," I said, and hoped I did not sound jealous. "Yes," he agreed. He almost smiled. It has been so long since he was home that when I told him my childhood memories, he could only marvel at how many things had changed. We both wonder what things are like there now. Well, I suppose he could go home now if he wished. I mean, he has no vision to keep him here any more, does he? No. We walked a bit in silence, and then the fool said quietly, Fitz, home is people, not a place. If you go back there after the people are gone, then all you can see is what is not there any more. He set his hand on my arm, and I halted. Let me breathe, he begged, and then defeated our pause by speaking. You are the only one who should go home, he told me earnestly, while you still can, while there are people there who will know you and rejoice in your return, not just Buckkeep, Molly, and Patience. I know. I intend to. I looked at him, puzzled, surprised that he had thought I would not. His face went almost blank with astonishment. You will? You are? Of course. You mean it, don't you? His eyes searched my face. Almost I saw a shadow of disappointment there. But then he seized one of my hands in both of his and said, I am glad for you, Fitz. Truly glad. You had said you would, but you seemed hesitant. I thought perhaps you would change your mind. What else would I do? He hesitated a moment, as if he would say something. Then he seemed to change his mind. He gave a small snort. Go find a cave to live in alone for the next decade or so? Why would I do that? Retreat from life, and there is no opportunity for anything to get better. Oh. And then I was rewarded by the slow spread of his old smile across his face. Help me up the path, he said, and I was glad to do so. He leaned more heavily on my arm than I had expected him to. When we reached Prilkop's cavern, I made him sit down. Spirits? Brandy? I asked of Prilkop, and when the fool had weakly translated my words, the black man shook his head. He came closer to the fool and bent down to look into his face. He touched the fool's forehead and then shook his head. I will make a tea. For this, a helpful tea. We ate together and passed the evening telling stories. The fool and Prilkop seemed to have slaked some of their thirst for conversing in their own tongue. I made up a pallet for the fool and insisted he lie down near the fire. I tried to tell Prilkop the full tale of how we had come to Aslevjal. He listened intently, nodding, his brow furrowed. From time to time the fool would offer a brief explanation to Prilkop of some part of our tale that he did not understand. Mostly he lay still, eyes closed, listening. When he did break into my telling, it was strange to hear how the fool pieced out our life tale for him, for he made it seem as if always the goal had been to awaken and restore true dragons to the world. I suppose that for him it had been, but it was peculiar to see my own life in that light. It became very late, and Thick had dozed off long ago before Prilkop bade us good night. I knew an odd moment of awkwardness when I spread my blankets separately from the fool's. There was plenty of bedding here, no need to share any more. But I had slept beside him for so many nights that I wondered if he would want the comfort of me close by to guard him from his night terrors, but I could not find a way to ask him. Instead, I propped my head on my arm and watched him sleep. His face was slack with exhaustion, yet pain still furrowed his brow. I knew that after all he had been through, he would need time apart from me, time alone with himself to discover once again who he was. Yet selfishly I did not want him to grow apart from me again. Not only my love for Molly, but my boyish fondness and closeness to the fool had been rejuvenated as well. To be the best of friends again, making nothing of one another's differences, to enjoy the days and face hardships optimistically. He represented all that to me, and I vowed I would not let that carelessly slip from my grip again. He and Molly would round out my life to what it should have been. And Patience, I thought with wonder. I would reclaim her too, and never heed the cost. Perhaps it was that Thick slept close by me, or perhaps it was that for the first time since I'd ventured into the Pale Woman's realm, I slept deeply enough to dream my own dreams. In either case, Nettle found me, or perhaps I found her. I found myself in an evening place. It was a place I almost remembered, yet it had changed so much that I was not certain of it. Banks of flowers glowed luminously in the dimness. Somewhere a fountain played, a muted splashing. The evening fragrances of blossoms wafted and blended on the night breeze. Nettle was sitting on a stone bench, alone. She leaned her head against the wall behind her and stared up at the night sky. I winced when I saw her. Her beautiful hair had been shorn down to her scalp. It was the oldest sign of mourning in the Six Duchies, and not often practised among women. I came and sat on the paving stones in front of her in my wolf guise. She stirred and looked down at me. You know that my father is dead? Yes, I am sorry. Her fingers toyed with a fold of her dark skirt. Were you there? She asked at last. When he died, no. When he took the injury that would kill him, yes. A little silence spun out between us. Why do I feel so awkward asking this? As if it is improper for me to be curious. I know that the prince thinks it more appropriate to speak all around it and say only that my father was a hero and fought well. But that is not enough for me. I want to know how he died, was hurt. I need to know every detail, because they dumped his body in the sea and I will never see him again, dead or alive. Do you know how that feels? Just to be told that your father is dead and that is all. I know exactly how it feels, I said. So it was done to me also. But eventually they told you? They told me the lie that they told everyone. No, I was never told how he truly died. I am sorry, she said, and meant it. She turned her head and looked at me curiously. You've changed, Shadow Wolf. You ring. You are like a bell when it is struck. What is the word? Resonate, I suggested, and she nodded. I feel you more clearly, almost as if you were real. I am real. I mean, real here. I wish that I were. How much of it do you want to know? I asked her. She lifted her chin. Oh, everything. He was my father. That he was. I was forced to agree. I steeled myself. It was time. Then another thought came to me, and I asked her, Where are you now, when you are awake? She sighed. As you see, in the Queen's garden at Buckkeep Castle, she said forlornly. The Queen allowed me to go home for 3 days. She apologized to me and to my mother, but said it was as much time as she could spare me now for my mourning. Ever since I learned to dream true, not even my nights have belonged to me. Always I am at the call of the Farseer throne, expected to give my entire life to it. I phrased it carefully. In that, you are your father's child. She blazed up at me suddenly, lighting the garden with her wrath. He gave his life for them. And what did he get in return? Nothing. Well, some estate, now that he is dead, some Withywood's place I've never heard of. What do I care for land and a title? Lady Nettle, they call me now, as if I were a noble's daughter, and Lady Thornbush, they call me, behind my back, simply because I speak my mind in honest words. I care nothing for what they think of me. As soon as I can, I will leave this court and go home, to my real home. The house my father built, and his barns and pastures. They can take Withywood's and tear it stone from stone for all I care. I'd rather have my father. So would I. But all the same, you have more right to Withywood's than anyone else. Your father served Prince Chivalry, and that estate was one of his favourites. It is almost as if you are Chivalry's heir, that you receive it. And I was sure that was what Patience had intended. She could count the months and years on her fingers and know that Molly's child was mine. The old woman had done her best to see something of her grandfather's lands passed on to Nettle. It warmed my heart that she had done so. I suddenly knew why Patience had waited until after Burrick's death to see the land go to Nettle. It was because she had respected his claim to Nettle's paternity, and would do nothing to make anyone else question it. Now the lands would appear a thing that Burrick had earned for his family, rather than an inheritance passed on to a grandchild. The subtleties of my eccentric stepmother would always delight me. I would still rather have my father. She sniffed, and turned her face from me. She spoke to the darkness, hoarsely. Are you going to tell me what happened to him? Yes, I am. But I am trying to decide where to begin that tale. I weighed the caution against courage, and then suddenly realized my decisions should not rest on my feelings at all. How much should a young woman, alone and in grief, suddenly be confronted with? Now was not the time to change her perception of who she was. She was facing enough changes. Let her grieve, unfettered by questions such as my revelations could raise for her. Your father took his death wound in service to the Farseer monarchy, it is true. But when by sheer will alone he dropped a dragon to his knees, it was not for his prince. It was because the stone dragon had threatened his beloved son. She was incredulous. Swift? Of course. Swift was why he came here, to get his son and take him safely home. He did not think there would be a real dragon to face. There is so much I don't understand. You call the dragon that they faced a stone dragon. What is that? She deserved to know, and so I told her a hero's tale full of the pale woman's dark magic and of a man who had come half-blind and alone to face down a dragon for the sake of his wayward son. I told her too of how Swift had stood before the dragon's charge and sped the arrow that slew him. And then I spoke of Swift's loyalty to her father as he lay dying. I even explained the earring that Swift would be wearing when he returned home to them. She wept as I spoke, black tears that vanished as they fell. Her garden faded around us and the icy glacier wind blew past us, and I realized the strength of my telling was such that she saw it, much as I had. Only when my words had faded did the garden ease back into existence around us. The fragrances were sharper, as if a recent rain had watered them. A moth fluttered by. "But when will Swift come home?" she demanded anxiously. "It is hard enough for my mother to know her husband is dead. She should not have to worry whether her son will return safely. Why do they linger so long there when their task is done?" "Swift serves his prince. He will come back when Dutiful returns," I assured her. "They are still negotiating the marriage that will bind our countries in friendship. These things take time." "What is wrong with that girl?" Nettle demanded angrily. "Is she without a mind, or has she no honour? She should live up to the word she gave. She got a dragon's head on the hearthstones. I saw to that." "So I have heard," I told her wryly. "I was so angry with him," she told me confidentially. "It was the only thing I could think of to do." "You were angry with Icefyre?" "No, with Prince Dutiful. Dither, dither, dither. Does she like me? Does she love me? I won't force her to keep a bargain made under duress. I am so very noble. Why does not he tell that fickle Outsilander girl, I paid the toll and I'll cross the bridge? I'm sure I would have." Then her blaze of indignation suddenly damped, as she said, "You don't think I'm traitorous to speak so of him, do you? I mean no disrespect. I am as loyal a subject to our illustrious prince as anyone. It's just that when you speak with someone mind to mind, it is hard to remember that he is a prince and far above me. There are times when he seems as thick-witted as one of my brothers, and I just want to shake him." Despite her earlier protestation of loyalty to her monarch, she suddenly sounded like a girl very exasperated with foolish boys. "So what did you do?" "Well, at that time those Outsilander people were making much fuss over him not having put the dragon's head on the hearthstone of her mother's house. As if rescuing her mother and sister were not worth the weight of a bloody dead animal head stinking in front of your fireplace." I could feel the effort it took her to restrain herself. "Mind you, I only know of these things as I relay them to the Queen. I am the one who must stand before her each morning and pass on such tidings as they send through me. Does he think that is pleasant? But it occurred to me one dawn, after leaving my queen solemn and heavy of heart because the marriage might not happen at all, that perhaps there was something I could do. Despite her bluster and threats, I know Tintaglia well. Perhaps because of those things I know her well. So, as she had pestered me, disturbing my dreams whenever I slept, so I began to do to her. For in all her comings and goings from my sleep, she had worn a sort of path that I could follow back to her. If that makes sense to you." "It does. But I still marvel that anyone would dare pester such a creature." "Oh, in the dream world we are well matched, as I think you might remember. I doubt she would fly all the way here just to trample a mere human, and unlike me she prefers to sleep heavily after she has eaten or mated. So, those were precisely the times I chose to bother her." "And you asked her to ask Icefyre to return to Mail Isle and put his head down on the Narcheska's hearth?" "Asked her? No, I demanded it. And when she said she would not, I said it was because she could not, that despite all humans had done to rescue him, Icefyre was too petty to acknowledge the debt, and that she durst not make him do it, for though she claims to be a queen, she allowed him to master and drive her. I said that her mating must have addled her brains.
That put her in a froth, I can tell you. But how did you know it would? I didn't. I just got angry and said what first came to me. I felt her sigh. It's a fault I have, one that has not made me popular in this court. I'm too swift of tongue. But I think it is the best way to speak to a dragon. I told her that if she could not make Icefyre do what was right, then she needn't flaunt about so high and mighty. I hate it when people lord over you when you know that given a good scratch they're no better than you are. She paused, then added, or dragons. In all the legends, they are wise, or incredibly powerful, or... They are incredibly powerful, I interrupted her. I assure you of that. Perhaps. But Tintaglia, in some ways she's like... me. Sting her pride a bit, and she has to prove she can do whatever you've told her she can't. She's a nag, or worse, a bully when she thinks she can get away with it. And just because she lives so long and was born remembering so much, she acts as if we are moths or ants with no lives worth honouring. It sounds as if you've had more than one conversation with her in this regard. She paused a trifle. Tintaglia is an interesting creature. I don't think I'd ever dare call her my friend. She thinks she is. Or more accurately, I think she believes I owe her loyalty and duty or worship simply because she is a dragon. But it is hard to call someone your friend when you know that your death would mean no more to her than a moth flying into a candle means to me. Oh, it's gone. Too bad. As if I were just an animal. She snatched a flower from a nearby bed, as if to tear it apart. I winced. She sensed it. No, I meant like an insect or a fish. Not like a wolf. Then, as if the thought had only just come to her, you aren't as I see you in my mind. I know that now. I know you aren't a wolf. I mean, I don't think of you as just an animal. Did I hurt your feelings? Hastily she restored the flower to its broken stem. She had, but I didn't think I could explain it to myself, let alone her. It's fine. I know what you meant. And when you come back with the others, I'll finally get to meet you and see you as you are. When I come back, it's very likely we'll meet. But how will I know you? I'll tell you it's me. Good. Hesitantly she added, I missed you while you were gone. I wanted to talk to you when they told me my father was dead, but I couldn't find you. Where did you go? Someone very important to me was in trouble. I went to help him, but now that's all settled, and we'll be coming home soon. Someone important to you? Will I meet him? Of course. I think you'll like him. Who are you? I wasn't expecting the question just then. It took me off balance. I didn't want to tell her that I was Fitz Chivalry or Tom Badgerlock. I found myself saying, unplanned, I'm someone who used to know your mother, before she met Burrick and married him. Her reaction was not what I expected. You're that old? She was shocked. And I think I just got older, I told her, laughing. But she did not laugh with me. Her reply was stiff. Then I suppose that when you return you are more like to be my mother's friend than mine. There was a complication I had not counted on. Jealousy rang green in her thoughts. I tried to stem it. Nettle, I have long cared about both of you, and will continue to do so. Even colder, she asked, Will you try to take my father's place with her? I felt a blundering fool. I groped for an answer, and then forced myself to face a truth I'd been avoiding. Nettle, they were together for, 16 years? They shared 7 children. Do you think anyone could take his place with her? Just so you understand that, she replied, somewhat mollified, and then she dismissed me with, Now I must clear my dreams of you in case the prince wishes to find me. Almost every night he or Lord Chade has words I must bear to the Queen. I get little time to make my own dreams any more. Good night, Shadow Wolf. And then her fragrant garden and gentle twilight world faded away from me, and I was left in the darkness. It took a short time for me to realize I was not asleep at all, but was lying on the floor of the black man's cave, staring into shadows dimly lit by the embers in his fireplace. I thought over what I had told Nettle and decided that I had been foolish to let her know that I had once loved Molly. And how could I not have foreseen that Molly's children, including Nettle, might see me as an interloper in their household? I felt discouragement wash over me, and considered a total retreat from all of it. But in the wake of that, I found iron resolution. No, I would not flee from the chaos I had made of my life. I loved Molly still, and I thought it possible that she might still have some feelings for me. Even if she didn't, I had told Burrick that I would see to the well-being of his younger children. I would be needed there, even if I were not welcomed at first. I might fail. Molly might even drive me off, but I would not surrender before I had tried. I was going home. Chapter 32. Through Stones. The witness stones have stood time out of mind, through storm and earthquake, on Witness Hill near Buckkeep Castle. There is no record of who raised them. Some say that they are as old as the foundations of Buckkeep Castle itself. Others say they are older still. A number of traditions have grown up around them. It is a popular place for couples to pledge their wedding vows, for it is said that if someone speaks falsely before the stones, the gods themselves will punish them. It is also said that if men meet there to decide the truth by contest, the stones will look down and see that the victory goes to the honourable man. There are similar standing stones throughout the Six Duchies and beyond. All seem to be carved of the same black stone. All seem to have been sturdily set to withstand all elements. Some are decorated with runes, others seem to be plain, but a closer inspection usually reveals that runes once graced them, and have either worn away or been chiselled off them. Although we have not been able to find mention of them in the skill scrolls we have, they were almost certainly used by the elderlings as a method for swift transit from one place to another. Herewith I have set out a map of the known skill pillars, as I shall call them. On this map I have clearly marked a legend that shows which runes apply to which locations. Although some of the skill pillars shown may appear to be unmarked, an experienced skill user can still use them for transit. It is not suggested that younger users of the skill be allowed to travel through the stones alone. Indeed, they should always be accompanied by an experienced user, and should only use the stones for travel as an absolute necessity. It can be a taxing experience for the novice user, leading to exhaustion, or, in the case of forced overuse, madness. Chade 4 stars, on skill pillars. The fool's fragile recovery collapsed in the early hours. I awoke in darkness to the sounds of him tossing and struggling in his sleep. When I tried to wake him, his face was warm, and I could not break him from his nightmares. I sat beside him, holding his hand and talking to him softly, easing him into quieter dreams. I was uncomfortably aware that the black man had awakened. He lay on his bed and silently watched me with the fool. I could not see his eyes, but I felt them on me. He measured us, and I did not know why. Towards dawn I felt Chade's press against my mind. Reluctantly I admitted him. "You can go home now. This will be your tale. The prince and I sent you home early with Thick on a trading vessel, as Thick was miserable here, and we wished you to bear tidings to the Queen immediately. I think that will be believable. Just avoid giving any details. I shall be so glad to have you in place there. Nettle is a fine girl, but we have had to be very circumspect in our reports through her, and very careful not to task her beyond her abilities. It is imperative I have someone in place who can be privy to the sort of information that must be conveyed to the Queen. I cannot go now, Chade. The fool has fallen ill. He cannot travel." Chade was silent for a few moments, then, "But from what you said, you would not have to carry him far, just to the skill pillar, and then whisk him home, to healers and warmth and safety." "I wish it were that simple. The path to the pillar is very treacherous and cold, and the journey through the skill pillar is tasking for him. I dare not risk him. He has already been through too much." "I see." I felt Chade weighing my words. Then, "Do you think he will be better a day from now? I could give you another day." I made my thoughts firm. "I do not know, but I will take as many days as he needs, Chade. I will not risk him." "Very well." The thought oozed annoyance, but also acceptance. "If you must." "Indeed, I must," I replied firmly. "We will travel when the fool is stronger, not before." Dawn found me hollow with worry. Well I knew that many men who died from battle wounds died days after the battle from fevers and flux and infection. The journey here had strained his healing and undone many days of rest. The fool slept heavily, far past midday, and then woke, gummy-eyed and haggard, to drink cup after cup of water. Prilkop insisted that we move him from the floor to his bed. The fool made the short, staggering walk between us, then folded onto the black man's bed as if he were exhausted, and almost immediately sank down into sleep. His skin was warm beneath my touch. Perhaps it's just one of his changing times, I told Prilkop. So I hope. It would be better than infection. He will be feverish and weak for several days, and then shed a layer of skin, as if he'd been burned. Underneath, his new skin will be darker. If that is what this is, there's little we can do for him now except keep him comfortable and wait. Prilkop touched both his cheeks with a gesture, and then smiled at me, saying, "These I suspected. To some of us it happens. The discomfort passes." Then, looking down at the fool, he added, "If that is all of it." He shook his head. "The injuries to him were many." A question came to me, and I asked it without pausing to wonder if it were impolite. "Why did you change? Why is the fool changing?" The pale woman remained white. He lifted his hands, expressing bafflement. "On this I have thought many times. Perhaps as we cause change, we change. Other prophets who remain white often speak much, but do little. He and I, in our youths, much change we foretold. Then out we went and made changes. And perhaps we also changed ourselves." But the pale woman also did things to try to make changes. He smiled, grimly satisfied. "She tried. She failed. We prevailed. We changed." Then he tilted his head to one side. "Perhaps so this old man thinks." Prilkop glanced over at the sleeping fool and nodded to himself. "Rest is what he needs. Sleep and good food and quiet. You and Thick go fishing. Fresh fish would be good for him." I shook my head. I don't want to leave him when he's like this. Prilkop put a gentle hand on my shoulder. "You make him restless. He feels your worry. To let him rest, you away go." Thick spoke up from his corner by the hearth. "We should go home. I want to go home." The fool startled me when he croaked my name. "Fitz." I was instantly at his side with water. He did not want to drink it, but I was insistent. When he turned his face from the cup, I took it away. Was there something else he wanted? His eyes were unnaturally bright with fever. "Yes, I want you to go home." "He doesn't know what he's saying," I told Prilkop. "I couldn't take him like this." The fool drew a deep breath. He spoke with an effort. "Yes, I do know what I'm saying. Take Thick. Go home. Leave me here." He coughed, and then motioned for more water. He drank it in sips, and then pulled in another deep breath. I let him lie back in his blankets. "I won't leave you like this," I promised him. "I'll take as much time as we need here. Don't worry about anything. I'll be right here." "No." He seemed irritable, in that weary way the sick do. "Listen to me. I need to stay here for a time with Prilkop. I need to understand when I am, where I am. I need to... Fitz, he can help me. You know I will not die of this. It is only my changing time. But what I need to learn, I must learn alone. Be alone for a time. I need to think alone. You understand. I know you do. I was you." He lifted thinning fingers to rub at his face and cheeks. The dry skin rippled and rolled under his fingers, flaking away from newer, darker skin beneath. He rolled his eyes to Prilkop. "He should go," he said, as if Prilkop could force me. "He is needed at home, and he needs to be home." I sat down on the floor by the bed. I did understand.
I remembered the long days of my recovery, after my time in Regal's dungeon. I recalled the uncertainty I had felt. Torture shames a man. To break and scream, to beg, to make promises, unless a man has endured that, perhaps he cannot forgive it in another. The fool needed time alone to reassess how he saw himself. I had not wanted Burrick to ask 1,000 questions of me. I had not even wanted him to be solicitous and kind. On some instinctive level he had known that, and had allowed me my days of sitting and staring, unspeaking, over the meadows and hills. It had been difficult to admit I was a human and not a wolf. It had been harder to admit I was still myself. The fool extended a thin hand from under his blankets. He patted my shoulder awkwardly, and then ran his fingers down my bearded cheek. "Go home, and shave while you're there." He managed a faint smile, then, "Let me rest, Fitz. Just let me rest." Very well. I tried not to feel that he dismissed me. I turned to Thick. "I'll take you home then. Dress warmly, but you needn't pack anything. Before the night is over, we'll be in Buckkeep."
"And warm again,"
Thick pressed me.
"and with good things to eat. Fresh bread and butter, milk and apples, sweet cakes and raisins, cheese and bacon. Tonight."
"I'll do my best. You get ready, and tell Chade for me that we're going home tonight. I'll tell the guard at the gate that we came home early, on the first boat, because you were cold."
"I am cold," he agreed heartily. "But no boats, you promised."
I hadn't, but I nodded anyway. "No boats. Get ready, Thick." I turned back to the fool. He had closed his eyes again. I spoke softly. "So, you get your way, as you always seem to. I'll take Thick home. I will be gone for a day, at most 2 days, but then I'll come back, and I'll bring back food and wine with me. What would you like? What could you eat?" "Have you any apricots?" the fool asked me in a wavering voice. Plainly he had not grasped the whole of what I had told him. "I'll try to bring you some," I said, doubting I could, but loath to tell him so. I smoothed his hair back from his warm face. His hair felt stiff and dry. I looked at Prilkop. He nodded slowly to my silent plea. Before I left, I tucked the blankets up over his shoulders. Then I stooped, and despite his closed eyes, I pressed my brow to his. "I'm coming back soon," I vowed. He made no response, and perhaps already slept. I left him there. Prilkop too made his farewells to us within the cave. "Take care of him," I told the black man. "I'll be back tomorrow. Make sure he eats." He shook his head to my words.
"Not that soon," he cautioned me. "Already you have used the portals too many times. Too close together."
He made a motion as if he dragged something out of his chest.
"It takes from you, and if you do not have enough left for yourself, it can keep you."
He peered into my eyes, as if trying to be sure I had understood him. I hadn't, but I nodded and assured him, "I'll be careful."
"Farewell, thick man. Farewell, fool's changer."
Then, with a tip of his head toward the fool, he added quietly,
"I will watch over him. More than that, none of us can do."
And then, as if embarrassed to ask, he said,
"The small man said cheese?"
"Cheese. Yes, I will bring you cheese, and tea, and spices, and fruit, as much as I can carry."
"When it is safe for you to come again. That would be nice."
He was beaming as we thanked him again for all he had done for us, and then left. The wind had come up and the night was chill. Thick had stubbornly refused to abandon his pack, clinging to every single possession in it. So he came laden behind me as we edged up the steep and narrow path to the crack in the rock face. The trickle of moisture had iced it narrow again, and again I had to draw my sword and clash ice away in the darkness. Thick whimpered at the dark and the wind and kept insisting that he wanted to go home, not seeming to connect that I must first open the way so we could. I was finally able to squeeze through. I pulled Thick after me, though he wedged there for a moment. He followed me in, going slower and slower the closer we came to the unnatural light.
"I don't like this, he warned me. I don't think this is the way home. This is going in a rock. We should go back. No, Thick, it's all right. It's just an old magic. We'll be fine. Just follow me. You had better be right, he warned me. He followed me, looking all around himself at every step. The deeper we went, the more cautious he became. When we reached the first elderling carvings, he gasped and stepped back. The dragon dreams! Those were in the dragon dreams, he exclaimed. Then abruptly, as if I had been tricking him, Oh, I have been here before. Now I know. But why is it so cold? It didn't used to be so cold. Because we are under ice. That makes it cold. Come on now, stop walking so slowly. Not this cold, he replied cryptically, and followed me again, but no faster than he had before. I thought I had fixed the path in my mind. Despite that, I turned wrong twice. Each time I had to retrace my steps. Thick became more doubtful of me. But eventually, despite his laggard steps and my faulty memory, we reached the map room. Don't touch anything, I warned him. I studied the map and the rune by the 4 tiny gems near Buckkeep. Those gems, I was convinced, represented the witness stones. For generations they had been regarded as a place of power and truth, a gateway to the gods. Now I suspected I knew the origin of that legend. I fixed the rune carefully in my mind. Come, Thick, I told him. It's time to go home. He made no reply, and even when I touched his shoulder, he looked up at me slowly. He had sunk down to sit on the floor. With one hand he had rubbed the dusty tiles clean to reveal a piece of a pastoral scene. His face had an almost dazed expression. They liked it here, he said softly. They played a lot of music. Put up your walls, Thick, I bade him, but did not feel that he obeyed me. I took his hand and held it firmly in mine. I wasn't sure he was listening, but as I led him up the stairs to the pillar room, I explained to him several times that we would hold tight to each other and walk through the pillar and be home. His breathing had become deep, and even as if he slept heavily. Uneasily I wondered if the city itself were affecting him. I did not give myself time to wonder if the ancient and worn witness stones would still function as skill pillars. The fool had used one, hadn't he? And his skill was much less than mine. I drew a deep breath, gave Thick's hand a small shake in an attempt to win his attention, and then stepped determinedly into the pillar, drawing him behind me. Again there was that breathlessly long pause in my being, almost familiar now. There seemed to pass a star-speckled blackness of indeterminate length, and then I stepped out onto the grassy sward of the hillside near Buckkeep. Thick was still with me. I felt a moment's giddiness, and Thick stumbled past me and sat down flat on the turf. The warmth of summer touched our skins, and the smells of a summer night filled my nostrils. I stood still, letting my eyes adjust. The 4 witness stones loomed behind me, pointing at the night sky. I drew a deep breath of the warm air. I smelled sheep pastured nearby, and the more distant smell of the sea. We were home. I went to Thick and put a hand on his shoulder. You're all right, I told him. We're home, I told you, just like stepping through a door. Then a wave of dizziness swept through me, and I pitched forward onto my face. For a little time I lay there, trying not to retch. We are all right? Thick asked me miserably. In a moment or two, I assured him breathlessly. In a moment or two we'll be fine. That was as bad as the boat, he said accusingly. But much shorter, I told him. Much shorter a time. Despite my reassurances, it was some while before we recovered and got to our feet. It was a goodly hike from the witness stones to the gates of Buckkeep Castle, and Thick was puffing and complaining long before we got there. The frozen elderling city and the trip through the pillars seemed to have disoriented him and wearied him. I felt cruel as I hurried him along, tempting him with promises of wonderful food, cold ale, and a warm, soft bed. The rising sun lent light to us to avoid most tumbles. Before he had gone far, I was carrying Thick's pack, and then his cloak and hat. He would have shed more clothing if I had let him. By the time we reached the gates, we were sweating in our winter clothes on a fair morning. I think the guards recognized Thick before they did me. I was unshaven and unkempt. I told them that we'd been sent home early on a filthy Outislander coastal trader, and that it had been a miserable trip and we were glad to be home. Thick was only too glad to enlarge on my poor opinion of boats. The guards at the gates were full of questions, but I told them that we'd been sent home some time ago, and that it had taken us far too long to get here, and that I'd been ordered to report to the Queen before I shared any gossip. They let us through. It was mostly serving folk and guards up and about at that hour. I got Thick no further than the kitchens. The men in the guardroom had learned to tolerate the prince's pet. They would jest with him roughly and listen to his tales and measure them by their own. Any brag he made of dragons or magic pillars or black men would be taken with a large grain of salt there. I knew I had to leave him, and it was perhaps the safest place in the keep for him. Besides, I suspected that his mouth would be too full for much talk. I left him there with a hot meal and the admonition that as soon as he was finished eating, he should either go to bed in his room or seek out Sada, bathe, and let her know emphatically that no one on our voyage had died of seasickness. I took a roll of fresh bread with me and devoured it on my way to the barracks. The warm summer air seemed laden with scent after my long weeks in the cold. Our guard section of the long, low barrack house was dusty and deserted. I rid myself of my heavy woolen clothes. I longed to stop to wash and shave, but instead simply pulled on a fresh guard's uniform. I longed even more to fall face down on my bed there, but I knew that I needed to see the Queen as soon as possible. I knew, too, that she would not be expecting me yet. I found my way to the hall that led to the larders and storage rooms for the kitchen. When no one else was in sight, I entered the storage room that had the cupboard with the false back in it. It was also where the hams and smoked sausages were stored, and I helped myself to a sausage before I closed the false door behind me and began my weary ascent of the dark stairs. I went by touch, feeling my way, for the steps were pitch black. I had finished my sausage by the time I reached the entry to Chade's tower room. I opened the door and stepped in. Darkness and a musty smell greeted me. I encountered a work table with my hip, cursed the bruise, and then groped my way to the hearth. I found the tinderbox on the end of the mantel. When I finally had a tiny flame going in the neglected hearth, I quickly lit the half-burnt candles from the mantel candelabrum to give me some light. I fed up the fire, more for light than warmth. The room was dismal, dusty, and dank after weeks with no fire in the hearth. The flames would freshen the air. I was aware of Gilly an instant before he burst into the room from one of his own hiding places, full of enthusiasm at the thought that the sausage-bringers had finally returned. When he discovered that I had only the smell and a lick or two of grease on my fingers, he gave me a nip of rebuke and tried to climb up my leg. "Not now, friend. I'll bring you treats later. First, I must see the Queen." I hastily smoothed my hair back into a short warrior's tail. I wished there was time to do better, but I knew Cotrican would tolerate my unkempt appearance more than she would my dawdling to change it. I entered the secret corridors and made my way to the door that gave onto the Queen's privy room and thence to her private sitting room. I paused to listen carefully at the door before I opened it, not wishing to walk in on her if she had any company. I nearly fell when Cotrican jerked the door open. "I heard your footstep. I've been waiting for you. Oh, it seems like the entire day. I am so glad you are home, Fitz. So glad to see someone to whom I may speak freely." Cotrican was not the calm and rational Queen I knew. She looked haggard and anxious. The usually serene room was almost disorderly. The wicks of the white candles that burned on her low table needed trimming, and a forgotten wine-glass, still a quarter full, idled on the table. There was a pot of tea on the table and cups for us, with a crumble of tea herbs spilled beside it. 2 scrolls relating to the Outislands and their customs were on the corner of the table. Later, I would discover that it was not just the sporadic and cryptic reports that Chade and Dutiful had sent her through Nettle that had frayed her, but a civil uprising between old blood and piebalds that had erupted in the Six Duchies in our absence. For the last 3 weeks, she had dealt with murders and retaliations, followed by more slaughter. Although there had been no killings reported in the last 6 days, she still dreaded a knock at her chamber door and a messenger's baton presented to her. It was ironic that she had forced a measure of tolerance for the witted on her nobles, only to have the witted turn on one another. But that was not discussed that morning. She begged a full report of me so that she might have a better foundation for the decisions Dutiful and Chade were demanding from her. I obediently began it, only to have her interrupt with questions of how my first encounter with the Hetgird related to what was happening now, and whether I thought Eliania's people would resent our taking of her to be our queen, and whether Eliania herself came willingly to Dutiful's side. After the fifth such interruption she caught herself. "I am sorry." She had seated herself on a low bench beside the table. I could see her frustration that I had not been a witness to the party's return to Aslevjal and Eliania's mother's house. I could not give her my view of the Outlander reactions to the dragon, for I had not seen them. She started to ask another question. I held up a hand. "Why not let me contact Prince Dutiful or Lord Chade? That is why I came home. Let us have them answer your immediate questions, and then, if need be, I will report in full all that I saw and did." She smiled. "You take this magic for granted now. It still surprises me. Nettle has done her best for us, and she is a fine young woman. But Chade is so secretive, and Dutiful's messages seemed awkward. If you would reach for my son, please." There followed for me the most wearying morning of skilling that I had ever endured. I had built stamina for the magic, but for the first time in my life I came to understand just how earlier coteries had served their rulers. Knowing it was closest to her heart, I reached first for Dutiful, who was delighted to find me safely home. There followed from him an outpouring to his mother that I could scarcely keep up with. At first it was awkward, for he spoke to her as son to mother, with a familiarity that was proper to such a relationship, but difficult for me. As he conveyed his thoughts on the events, it was also taxing for me to refrain from correcting him, for it was inevitable that his views did not perfectly coincide with mine. He revealed that he had offered to release Eliania from their mutual bond. It was after they had come close to quarrelling. She saw no reason why they could not be married and yet allow her to remain as Narcheska of the Narwhals, with Dutiful coming and going as the other husbands and lovers did. It had, he confided to his mother through me, deeply hurt her when he said he could not give up his throne to be her husband. She asked me why not. Was not that what I was asking of her, that she forsake home, family, and title, to become my wife in a strange place? And, moreover, to rob her clan of the children that should be rightfully theirs? It was difficult, mother. She made me see it all in a different light. Even now, when I think of it, I wonder if what we do is right. But she would be queen here. Do not they recognize what honor and power would go with such a title? And when I had passed Cotricken's words to her son, I felt his regret as he said, "She will not be Narwhal clan any more." When at first her mother would not release her, she became angry. She threatened to leave her clan without her mother's permission. It was a very ugly moment. Pyotr stood by her, but almost all the women of the clan opposed Eliania. Her mother said that if she left, she would be forsaking them, to become a... Well, they have a word for it. It is not an honourable one to call a woman. It is one who has stolen from her own people to give to strangers. Many of their rules, including their ones for hospitality, insist that family must be provided for first. This, then, is a grave insult. I relayed Cotricken's concern. But it has been resolved now. She leaves her people with her honour intact. I think it has. Her mother and the Great Mother have consented. Still, you know how a thing may be said in words but not meant in the heart. It is like how some of our nobles tolerate the old blood, to the letter of the law, but with no heart to be fair to them. I know well what you mean. It has been difficult here, Dutiful, while you were gone. I have done my best, but I look forward to Webb's return. The bloodshed has been appalling, and many of my lesser nobles are muttering that it is as they said, that the witted are little better than the animals they mate with, and that freed of the curb of punishment, they are happy to slaughter one another. The old blood's zeal to eliminate the piebalds has blackened the reputation of the witted rather than cleared it. And so their talk wandered, from one thing to another. After a time it was almost as if they forgot I was there. I grew hoarse, repeating to Cotricken all that Dutiful wished to say to her. I sensed his relief that neither Chade nor Nettle were a party to the conversation. He confided many doubts, and yet also the small, sweet triumphs of his courtship of his bride. There was a particular shade of green that she liked, and he took great pains in describing it, for he hoped that the personal chambers that welcomed her to Buckkeep could incorporate it. He had many minor complaints over how Chade had handled the most recent round of negotiations, and many areas in which he wanted the Queen to rein in her chief counsellor. Here Coterie and Dutiful did not precisely agree, and I was again hard put to serve only as go-between without injecting any of my own thoughts. And gradually, as they employed my magic for the best interests of the Farseer throne, I began to be aware of the skill current. It pulled me in a new way, not the impulsive dive into it and be lost forever temptation I knew only too well, but like music heard in another chamber. Lovely music that draws the attention away from what one is supposed to be doing until one becomes immersed in only it. At first it was distant, like the thunder of rapids heard while one drifts in the calm part of the river. It drew me, but not strongly. I thought I was ignoring it. The prince's words to the Queen and her replies flowed through me, and I scarce had to pay attention to what I said or the thoughts I sent to Dutiful. It began to seem that the skill itself was flowing through me, as if I were the river, and I was only jolted from it when the Queen leaned forward and shook me hard. "Fitz!" she cried out, and "Fitz!" I dutifully relayed to Dutiful. Then, "Wake him, however you must. Throw water in his face. Pinch him. I fear if I retreat now, he will go under all the way." And even as I spoke Dutiful's words to the Queen, she took up her cup of cooling tea and dashed it in my face. I spluttered, coughed, and was once more fully aware of my surroundings. "I'm sorry," I said, wiping my sleeve over my face. "That has never happened to me before. At least, not in this fashion." The Queen offered me a kerchief. "We've had some minor difficulties of this type with Nettle. It was one reason Chade wanted you to be here as soon as possible." He said something of the kind. I wish he had been more specific. I would have found a way to come sooner. "She will need instruction in the skill, Fitz. It should begin soon. Actually, it should have begun long ago." "I know that now," I admitted humbly. "A lot of things should have begun long ago. I'm home now, and I intend to begin them soon." "How about now?" Coterie asked me levelly. "I could summon my maid and send for Nettle. You could meet her now." A wave of dread washed through me. "Not yet." And then I amended it to, "Not like this, my lady, please. Let me be clean and shaven and rested." I took a breath. "And fed," I added, trying not to make it sound like a remonstrance. "Oh, Fitz, I am sorry. I have let my own needs and desires run rampant over yours. A selfish act. I apologize." "A necessary act," I assured her. Then, "Shall I find Dutiful again? Or Chade? I know there is still much you need to know." "Not just now. I judge it best that you refrain from skilling for a time." I nodded. Left alone in my own mind, I felt almost empty, as if I could no longer string together a thought of my own. It must have showed, for she leaned forward to set her hand on mine. "Some brandy, Lord Fitzchivalry?" "Please," I replied, and my Queen rose to get it for us. Some time later I twitched my eyes open. A shawl had been put around me, and my chin rested on my chest. My brandy waited on the table before me. Coterie was sitting quietly at the table, looking at her folded hands. I knew she meditated and did not wish to disturb her, yet she seemed aware that I had awakened almost as soon as I opened my eyes. She gave me a weary smile. "My Queen, I offer my humblest apologies." "You have been long without rest." She muffled a small yawn of her own, and said, "I sent for breakfast, and let my maid know I am famished. She will wish to tidy this room before she sets it out for me here. Conceal yourself until you hear me knock." And so I spent some short time sitting on the steps in the darkness behind the concealed panel. I closed my eyes, but did not sleep. Yet it was not the burdens of the Six Duchies' throne that waited on my thoughts. I was but a tool to be used in that sorting. I would eat with the Queen, visit the steams and shave, sleep for a short time, and then find a way to slip out of the castle and go back to the witness stones. I would raid the storeroom first, I decided, and take with me cheese and fruit and wine for the fool and the black man. Perhaps they would enjoy some fresh bread. I smiled to myself, thinking how they would welcome the change in food. Perhaps the fool would be better and able to travel. If he was, I could bring them both to Buckkeep, where I would know the fool was safe. And finally I would be free to go to Molly and heal the rift of years. I heard the Queen's tap on the wall. She had taken advantage of the time to smooth her hair and don a fresh gown. A meal, ample for several people, was set out on the low table. Tea steamed from a flowered pot, and I smelled fresh bread and butter melting on hot porridge beside a pot of thick yellow cream. "Come and eat," she welcomed me, "and if you have a word left in you, tell me of what you have been through, and how it is that you and Thick have discovered such a swift way to travel." I realized then the depth of the Queen's faith in me. So much had not been relayed through Nettle for the sake of keeping Chade's secrets. Only by subtle hints had she known to expect me, and yet she had believed we would arrive. And so, as we ate, I found myself reporting to her yet again. She had always been a good listener, and over the years had been my confidant more than once. Perhaps that was why I found myself telling her far more of the truth than I had confided to anyone else. I told her of my search through the city for the fool's body, and tears ran down her cheeks unchecked when I told her where and how I had found him. Her pale eyes brimmed with wonder as I told her how we had returned to the abandoned plaza. To her alone did I confide my venture into death. To her alone did I give a full accounting of our visit to the dragons themselves and the restoration of the rooster crown. Only once did she interrupt. I had told her of brushing the dust and leaves off Verity Asdragon. She instantly reached across the table to seize my hand in a cool, hard grip. "With these pillars, if you held my hand, could you take me to him? Even just once? I know, all that would not be there for me, yet even to touch the stone that holds him. Oh, Fitz, you have no idea what that would mean to me." To take an unskilled person through a pillar, I do not know the full toll it might take on your mind. It could be arduous and dangerous, my queen. I was reluctant, and yet even more reluctant to disappoint her. "And Dutiful?" she said, as if she had not heard my warning at all. "Dutiful should stand at least once by the dragon of his father. It would make real his father's sacrifice to him, and he might perceive his own in a kindlier light then." Dutiful's sacrifice. Did you not hear what he could not say? That as a man he could have stayed there with Eliania and been her husband and welcomed by her family. As a prince, he cannot. It is not a small sacrifice, Fitz chivalry. Eliania will follow him here, that is true, but ever it will be a little wall between them. You yourself have known how sharp that can be, to disappoint the woman you love, out of the duty you must yield to your people. I spoke without considering the wisdom of it. I will be going back for her now. The time for that sacrifice is at an end. Burrick is gone and no longer stands between us. I will take Molly again for my own. A silence followed my words, and I realized I had shocked her. Then she said gently, "I am glad that at last you have found that resolve. I speak now as a woman and your friend. Do not go to Molly too soon. Let her son come home to her first. Let her family heal around the terrible wound. Then approach her, but as yourself, not as a man coming to take Burrick's place." I knew her words were wise as soon as I heard them, but my heart howled to rush to Molly as soon as I could, to begin as soon as possible to make up the years we had lost. I wanted to comfort her in her grief. I bowed my head, realizing the selfishness of that impulse. Hard as it would be for me to stand to one side and wait, it was what I should do, for the sake of Burrick's sons. "And the same for Nettle," Cotrican went on implacably. "She will soon know that something has changed when I do not call on her to pass messages to Dutiful for me, yet if you will listen to me, do not rush to her. Above all, do not try to replace her father, for such Burrick was to her. Fitz, through no fault of your own, such he will always be. You will have to find another role in her life, and be content with it." They were bitter words for me to hear, and more bitter still was it for me to admit. I know. I sighed. I will teach her the skill. That time I will have with her. I resumed my tale for the Queen, and by the time I reached the end of it the pot of tea was gone. I was a bit abashed to see that I had cleared the table of food. I suspected that Cotrican had eaten little of it. I blinked my sandy eyes and tried to stifle a huge yawn. She smiled at me wearily. "Go and sleep, Fitz." "Thank you. I shall." Then, well aware I was not supposed to know her identity, I asked the Queen, "If you would speak to Chade's new apprentice, it would be of great help to me. The third storeroom in the East Hall is where he used to have supplies left for Thick to bring up to his tower room. As soon as a fool can travel, I plan to bring him back to Buckkeep. The tower room might be the best place for him to stay, until he can shed his identity as Lord Golden. Chade's apprentice could stock the room if she—" And there I bit my tongue, knowing I'd betrayed myself in my weariness. Queen Cotrican gave me a tolerant smile. "I'll tell Lady Rosemary to make the arrangements. And if I need you?" I pondered briefly, then realized the obvious. "Ask Nettle to contact Thick." She shook her head. "I plan to send Nettle home to her family for a time. They need her. It is not fair that they be apart at this time." I nodded. "Thick will be about. You could keep him at your side. It might be a good way to occupy him and keep him from telling too many tales of how he came home." She nodded gravely. I bowed, suddenly horribly weary. "Go, Fitz, and take my thanks with you." "Oh!" The sharpness of her intake of breath warned me. "What?" "Lady Patience is expected. She sent me word of her visit at the same time that she told me she wished to convey Withywoods on Lady Nettle. She also warned me that she wished to consult me on serious matters concerning certain inheritances that should be provided for now." There was little point in mincing words. I am sure she knows that Nettle is my daughter. Ada help the poor child if Patience has decided to take over her education. I smiled ruefully at my remembrance of Patience's instruction of me. Queen Cotrican nodded to that. Solemnly she asked, "What is the saying, 'All your chickens have come home to roost'?" "I think that's it. But strangely enough, my Lady Queen, I welcome them." "I am glad to hear you say so." She nodded to me that I was excused. I left the room, and the climb back up to Chade's tower seemed endless. When I got there, I lay down on the bed. I closed my eyes and tried to sleep. But it suddenly seemed the skill current was very near. Perhaps it was because of my long exercise with it that morning. I opened my eyes and became aware I could smell myself. I heaved a sigh and decided that getting cleaned up before I slept would not be a bad idea. Once more, I wound my way through the immense old castle, avoiding the guard-room and the inevitable barrage of questions. I found the steams relatively deserted at that time of day. The two guardsmen there did not know me, and while they greeted me affably enough, they asked no questions. I was as much relieved at that as I was to scrape the whiskers from my face. I gave myself a most thorough scrubbing, and then, feeling as if I had been parboiled, emerged clean and ready to sleep. Nettle was waiting for me outside the steams. Chapter 33. Family. So I shall have to travel to Buckkeep in the heat of summer, because I dare not trust either the tidings I bring or the items that must be transferred to a courier. My old Lacey has declared she will make the journey with me, despite a weakness of her breath that has taken her lately. I beg that, for her sake, you will find us quarters that do not require the climbing of too many stairs. I will require a private audience with you, for the time has come when I should reveal a secret I have concealed for many years. As you are not a stupid woman, I suspect you have guessed part of it already, but I should still like to sit down and discuss with you what had best be done for the good of the young woman involved. Missive from Lady Patience to Queen Cotrican. I knew her at once by her close-cropped head, but there her resemblance to my dream image of her stopped. The travelling dress she wore was green, cut for riding, and she carried a cloak of sensible brown homespun. Plainly she saw herself as looking like her mother, for thus she had appeared in my dreams. To my eyes, she more strongly resembled Molly's father, but with some Farseer elements thrown into the mix. It was a Farseer gaze that she fixed on me as I emerged, at once dashing my hope that I might walk past her unrecognized. I halted where I stood. I froze and waited dumbly for what might come. She continued to regard me levelly. After a moment she said quietly, "Do you think that if you stand very still, I can't see you, Shadow Wolf?" I smiled foolishly. Her voice was low-pitched, deeper than one might expect in a girl, like Molly's at that age. No. Of course not. I know you can see me. But how did you know me? She came 2 steps closer. I looked around us, and then I walked away from the steams, well aware that for a young noblewoman of the Buckkeep court to be seen casually chatting with an older guardsman might excite gossip. She walked beside me, following me unquestioningly as I led her toward a secluded bench in the woman's garden. "Oh, it was very easy. You had promised you'd reveal yourself to me, did you not? I knew you were coming home. Dutiful said as much when we spoke last night, that soon I would be freed of these duties for a time. So when the Queen summoned me and told me I might return home to comfort my mother for a time, I knew what it meant. That you were here. Then," and she smiled, a genuine smile of pleasure, "I encountered Thick on his way up to the Queen as I was leaving her. I knew him by his music as well as by his name. And he knew me at first glance. Such a hug he gave me. It shocked Lady Siddle, but she will recover. I asked Thick where his travelling companion was. He shut his eyes for a moment and told me, 'In the steams.' So I came, and I waited there." I wished that Thick had warned me. "And you knew me when you saw me?" She gave a small humph. "I recognized the dismay on your face at being found out. None of the other men who have come out gawked at me that way." She gave me a sideways glance, well pleased with herself, but there were little sparks in her eyes. I wondered if mine looked like that when I was angry. She spoke calmly and competently, just as Molly sometimes used to do when she was storing up fuel for a rage. After a moment's reflection, I decided she had the right to be annoyed with me. I had promised to make myself known to her when I returned, and I had intended to evade that promise. "Well, you found me," I said lamely, and instantly knew it was exactly the wrong thing to say to her. "Small thanks to you." She seated herself solidly on the bench. I stood, well aware of the disparity in our apparent ranks. She had to look up at me, but it did not seem that way when she demanded, "What is your name, sir?" So I had to give her the name by which I was known when I wore the blue of a Buckkeep guard. "Tom Badgerlock, my lady, of the Prince's Guard." She suddenly looked like a cat with a mouse between her paws. "That's convenient for me. The Queen said she would have a guardsman accompany me on my journey home. I'll take you." It was a challenge flung down. "I am not free to go, my lady." It sounded like an excuse, and I hastily added, "I take over your duties, as you have guessed. I act as go-between for Lord Chade, Prince Dutiful, and our gracious Queen." "Surely Thick could do that." "His magic is strong, but he has his limits, my lady." "My lady," she muttered disdainfully. "And what shall I call you, then? Lord Wolf?" She shook her head, exasperated with me. "I know you were telling me the truth. Worse luck for me." Her shoulders slumped suddenly, and her youth and grief were more apparent. "It is not an easy tale I bring home to my mother and brothers, but they deserve to know the manner of our father's death, and that Swift did not abandon him." Without thinking, she lifted her hands and ran them through her shortened hair until it stood up in spires and peaks all over her head. "This magic of the skill has not been an easy burden for me. It has snatched me from my home and kept me here when my mother needs me most." Turning to me accusingly, she demanded, "Why did you choose me, of all people, to give this magic to?" It shocked me. I didn't choose you. You had it. You were born with the magic, and for some reason we connected. I didn't even realize you were there, watching my life for a very long time. "There were times when that was obvious," she observed. But before I wondered what I had unwittingly shown her of myself, she added, "And now I have it, like some disease, and it means that I am ever in service to my Queen, and to King Dutiful when he succeeds her. I don't suppose you can even imagine what a burden like that could be to me." "I have some inkling of it," I replied quietly. Then, when she continued to sit unmoving before me, I asked her, "Should not you be on your way? Daylight is the best time for travel." "We have just met, and you were so anxious for us to be parted." She looked down at the ground beneath her feet. Suddenly she was nettled from our dreams as she shook her head and said, "This is not at all how I imagined our first meeting would be. I thought you would be happy to see me, and we would laugh and be friends." She gave a small cough, and then admitted shyly, "A long time ago, when I first had dreams about you and the wolf, I used to imagine that we would really meet some day. I pretended you would be my age, and handsome, and find me pretty. That was silly, wasn't it?" "I'm sorry to have disappointed you," I said carefully. "I definitely find you pretty, however." She gave me a look that said that such compliments from an aging guardsman made her uncomfortable. Her illusions about me had made a barrier I had not expected. I came closer to her and then crouched down beside her to look up into her eyes. "Could we, perhaps, begin this again?" I put out a hand to her and said, "My name is Shadow Wolf, and Nettle, you cannot imagine how many years I have longed to meet you." Without warning, my throat closed tight. I hoped I would not get teary. My daughter hesitated, and then set her hand in mine. It was slender, like a lady's hand should be, but brown from the sun, and her palm against mine was calloused. The touch strengthened our skill bond, and it was as if she squeezed my heart rather than my fingers. Even if I had wanted to hide what I felt from her, I could not have done so. I think it breached some wall she had held. She looked up into my face, on a level with hers now. Our eyes met, and suddenly her lower lip trembled like a baby's. "My papa is dead," she stammered out. "My papa is dead, and I don't know what to do. How can we go on? Chivalry is such a boy still, and Mamma knows nothing of the horses. Already she speaks of selling them off and moving to a town, saying she cannot abide to be where my father so emphatically is not." She choked, and then gasped. "It's all going to fall apart. I'm going to fall apart. I can't be as strong as everyone expects me to be. But I have to." She drew herself up, straight, and faced me. "I have to be strong," she repeated, as if that would turn her bones to iron. It seemed to work. No tears. Hers was a desperate courage. I caught her in my arms and held her tight, for the first time in her life or mine. I held my daughter. Her cropped hair was bristly against my chin, and all I could think was how much I loved her. I opened myself to her and let it flood from me into her. I felt her shock, both at the depth of my feeling and that a relative stranger would touch her so. I tried to explain. "I will look after you," I told her. "I'll look after all of you, I promised. I promised your papa I would do that. Look after you and your little brothers. And I will." "I don't think you can," she said. "Not as he did." But, trying to gentle her words, she added, "I do believe you will try. But there is no one like my papa in the world. No one." For a moment longer she let me hold her. Then, gently, she disentangled herself from me. Subdued, she said, "My horse will be saddled and waiting, and the guardsman the Queen assigned me will be there also." She took a huge breath, held it, then slowly let it out. "I have to go. There will be a lot to do at home. Mamma cannot manage the babies as well as she used to with Papa gone. I'm needed there." She found her kerchief and dabbed unshed tears from her eyes. "Yes, I'm sure you are." I hesitated and then said, "There was a message from your father. You may think it odd or frivolous, but it was important to him." She looked at me quizzically. "When Malta comes into season, Ruddy is to stud her." She lifted a hand to her mouth and gave a strangled little laugh. When she caught her breath, she said, "Ever since the mayor came to us, he and Chivalry have argued about that. I'll tell him." She took 2 steps away from me and repeated, "I'll tell him." Then she whirled and was gone. I stood for a moment, feeling bereft. Then a sad smile spread over my face. I sat down on the bench and looked out over the woman's garden. It was summer, and the air was rich with the fragrance of both herbs and blossoms, and yet the scent of my daughter's hair was still in my nostrils, and I savoured it. I stared into the distance over the top of the lilac tree and wondered. It was going to take me longer to get to know my daughter than I had thought. Perhaps there would never be a good time to tell her that I was her father. That piece of information did not seem as important as it once had. Instead, it seemed more important that I find a way to come into their lives without causing pain or discord. It wasn't going to be easy, but I would do it, somehow. I must have fallen asleep there. When I awoke, it was late afternoon. For a moment I could not recall where I was, only that I was happy. That was such a rare sensation for me that I lay there, looking up at blue sky through green leaves. Then I became aware that my back was stiff from sleeping on a stone bench, and in the following instant that I had planned to take food and wine back to the Fool today. Well, it was not too late for that, I told myself. I rose and stretched and rolled the kinks out of my neck and shoulders. The pathway back to the kitchen led through the herb gardens. At that time of year, lavender and dill and fennel grow tall, and this year they seemed even taller than usual. I heard one woman say querulously to another, "Just see how they've let the gardens go! Disgraceful! Pull up that weed, if you can reach it." Then, as I stepped into view, I recognized Lacey's voice as she said, "I don't think that's a weed, dear heart. I think it's a marigold. Well, it's too late now. Whatever it was, you've got it up, roots and all. Give it to me, and I'll throw it in the bushes where no one will find it." And there they were, two dear old ladies. Patience in a summer gown and hat that had probably last seen the light of day when my father was king-in-waiting. Lacey, as ever, was dressed in the simple robe of a serving-woman. Patience carried her slippers in one hand and the torn-out marigold in the other. She looked at me near-sightedly. Perhaps she saw no more than the blue of a guard's uniform as she declared to me sternly, "Well, it didn't belong there." She shook the offending plant at me. "That's what a weed is, young man. A plant growing in the wrong place. So you needn't stare at me so. Didn't your mother teach you any manners?" "Oh, dear Ada of the fields," Lacey exclaimed. I thought I might still be able to retreat, but then Lacey, stolid, solid Lacey, turned slowly and fainted dead away into the lavender. "Whatever are you doing, dear? Did you lose something?" Patience exclaimed, peering at her. And then, when she perceived Lacey was supine and unmoving, she turned on me, asking in outrage, "See what you've done now? Frightened the poor old woman to death, you have. Well, don't stand there, you simpleton. Pluck her out of the lavender before she crushes it completely." "Yes, ma'am," I said, and stooping, I lifted her. Lacey had always been a hearty woman, and age had not dwindled her. Nonetheless, I managed to raise her, and even carried her to a shady spot before I set her down on the grass there. Patience had followed us, muttering and shaking her head over how clumsy I was. "Faints with the drop of a hat, she does now. Poor old dear. Do you feel better now?" She eased herself down beside her companion and patted her hand. Lacey's eyes fluttered. "I'll fetch some water, shall I?" "Yes, and hurry. And don't even think of running off, young man. This is all your doing, you know." I ran to the kitchens for a cup and filled it at the well on my way back. By the time I got there, Lacey was sitting up and Lady Patience was fanning her old servant, alternately scolding and sympathizing. "And you know as well as I do how the eyes play tricks on us at our age. Why, only last week I tried to shoo my wrap off the table, thinking it was the cat. It was the way it was curled, you know." "My lady, no. Look well. It is him, or his ghost. He looks just as his father looked at that age. Look at him, do." I kept my eyes down as I knelt by her and offered her the cup. "A bit of water, ma'am, and I'm sure you'll feel better. It was most likely the heat." Then, as Lacey took the cup from me, Patience reached across her to seize my chin in her hand. "Look at me, young man. Look at me, I said." And then, as she leaned closer and closer to me, she exclaimed, "My chivalry never had a nose like that." But his eyes do remind me. Oh, "Oh, my son! My son! It cannot be! It cannot be!" She let go of me and sat back. Lacey offered her the cup of water, and Patience took it absently. She drank from it, and turning to Lacey, said calmly, "He wouldn't dare. He wouldn't have." Lacey still stared at me. "You heard the rumours, same as me, my lady, and that witted minstrel sang us the song about the dragons and how the witted bastard rose from the grave to serve his king."
"He wouldn't," Patience repeated. She stared at me, and my tongue was frozen to the roof of my mouth. Then, "Help me up, young man. And Lacey, too, she has the fainting spells these days. Eating too much fish is what I think brings them on, and river fish at that. Makes her wobbly, so you'll just see us back to our chambers, won't you?" "Yes, ma'am. I'll be happy to." "I dare say you'll be happy to. Until we get you behind closed doors. Take her arm, now, and help her along." But that was easier said than done, for Patience clung to my other arm as if a river might sweep her away if she let go. Lacey was in truth swaying as she walked, and I felt very bad indeed to have given her such a shock. Neither one of them said another word to me, though twice Patience pointed out caterpillars on the roses and said they were never tolerated in the old days. Once inside, we still had a long walk through the great hall, and then up the wide stairs. I was grateful that it was only one flight, for Patience muttered nasty words as she mastered each riser, and Lacey's knees cracked alarmingly. We went down the hall, and Patience waved at a door for me. It was one of the best chambers in Buckkeep, and it pleased me more than I could say that Queen Cotrican had accorded her this respect. Lady Patience's travelling trunk was already open in the middle of the room, and a hat was already perched on the mantel. Cotrican had even recalled that Lady Patience preferred to dine in her chambers, for a small table and 2 chairs had been placed in the fall of sunlight from the deep-set window. I saw each of them to a chair, and when they were seated asked them if there was anything else I could bring them. 16 years, Patience snapped. "You can fetch me 16 years. Shut that door. I don't suppose it would be wise for this to be gossip all over Buckkeep. 16 years, and not a peep, not a hint. Tom, whatever were you thinking?" "More likely not thinking at all," Lacey suggested, looking at me with martyred eyes. That stung, for always when I had been a boy and in trouble with Patience, Lacey had taken my part. She seemed to have recovered well from her faint. There were spots of colour on her cheeks. She ponderously rose from her chair and went into the adjoining room. In a few moments she returned with 3 teacups and a bottle of brandy on a little tray. She set it down on the small table between them, and I winced at the sight of her lumpy knuckles and gnarled fingers. Age had crippled those nimble hands that once had tatted lace by the hour. "I suppose we could all do with a bit of this. Not that you deserve any," she said coldly. "That was quite a fright you gave me in the garden. Not to mention years of grief." 16 years, Patience clarified, in case I had managed to forget in the last few moments. Then, turning to Lacey, she said, "I told you he wasn't dead. When we prepared his body to bury him, even then, washing his cold legs, I told you he couldn't be dead. I don't know how I knew it, but I knew it. And I was right." "He was dead," Lacey insisted. "My lady, he had not breath to fog a bit of glass, nor a single thump of his heart. He was dead." She pointed a finger at me. It shook slightly. "And now you are not. You had best have a good explanation for this young man." "It was Burrick's idea," I began, and before I could say another word, Patience threw up her hands in the air, crying, "Oh, I should have guessed that man would be at the bottom of this. That's your girl he has been raising all these years, isn't it? 3 years after we'd buried you, we heard a rumour. That tinker, Cottlesby, that sells such nice needles, he told us he had seen Molly in, some town, with a little girl at her side. I thought to myself then, how old? For I said to Lacey, when Molly left my service so abruptly, that she puked and slept like a woman with child. Then she was gone before I could even offer to help her with the babe. Your daughter. My grandchild.
Then, later, I heard that Burrick had gone with her, and when I asked about, he was claiming all the children as his own. Well, I might have known. I might have known. I had not been prepared for Patience to be quite so well informed. I should have been. In the days after my death she had run Buckkeep Castle, and developed a substantial network of folk who reported to her. "I think I could do with some brandy," I said quietly. I reached for the decanter, but Patience slapped my hand away. "I'll do it," she exclaimed crossly. "Do you think you can pretend to be dead and vanish from my life for 16 years and then walk in and pour yourself some of my good brandy? Insolence!" She got it open, but when she tried to pour, her hand shook so wildly that she threatened to deluge the table. I took it from her as she began to gasp and poured some into our cups. By the time I set the bottle down, she was sobbing. Her hair, never tidy for long, had half fallen down. When had so much grey come into it? I knelt down before her and forced myself to look up into her faded eyes. She covered her face with her hands and sobbed harder. Cautiously, I reached up and tugged her hands from her face. "Please, believe me. It was never by choice, Mother. If I could have come back to you without putting the people I loved at risk, I would have. You know that. And the way you prepared my body for burial may have saved my life. Thank you." "A fine time to call me Mother after all these years," she sniffed, then added, "And what would Burrick have known about anything unless it had 4 legs and hooves?" But she put her tear-wet hands on my cheeks and drew me forward to kiss me on the brow. She sat back and looked down at me severely. The tip of her nose was very pink. "I'll have to forgive you now. Ada knows I may drop dead tomorrow, and angry as I am with you, I still would not wish you to walk about the rest of your life regretting that I had died before I forgave you. But that does not mean I'm going to stop being angry with you, nor that Lacey has to stop being angry with you. You deserve it." She sniffed loudly. Lacey passed her a handkerchief. The old serving woman's face rebuked me as she took her seat at the table. More clearly than ever, I saw how the years together had erased the lines between lady and maid. "Yes, I do." "Well, get up. I've no desire to get a crick in my neck staring at you down there. Why on earth are you dressed as a guardsman? And why have you been so foolish as to come back to Buckkeep Castle? Don't you know there are still people who would love to see you dead? You are not safe here, Tom. When I return to Tradeford, you shall come with me. Perhaps I can pass you off as a gardener, or a wayward cousin's son. Not that I shall allow you to touch my plants. You know nothing about gardens and flowers." I came to my feet slowly, and could not resist saying, "I could help with the weeding. I know what a marigold looks like, even when it isn't in flower." "There! You see, Lacey, I forgive him, and the next word out of his mouth is to mock me." Then she covered her mouth suddenly, as if to suppress another sob. The tendons and blue veins stood out on the back of her hand. Behind it she drew a sharp breath, and then said, "I think I'll have my brandy now." She lifted her cup and sipped from it. She glanced at me over the brim, and more tears suddenly spilled. She set the cup down hastily, shaking her head. "You're here, and alive. I don't know what I've got to weep about, except 16 years and a grandchild lost to me forever. How could you, you wretch? Account for them. Account for yourself and what you've been doing that was so very important you couldn't come home to us." And suddenly all the very good reasons I'd had for not going to her seemed trivial. I could have found a way. I heard myself say aloud, "If I hadn't given my pain to the stone dragon, I think I would have found a way, however risky. Maybe you have to keep your pain and loss to know that you can survive whatever life deals you. Perhaps without putting your pain in its place in your life, you become something of a coward." She slapped the table in front of her, then exclaimed, in pain at her stinging fingers, "I didn't want a moral lecture. I wanted an accounting, with no excuses." "I've never forgotten the apples you threw to me through the bars of my cell. You and Lacey were incredibly brave to come to me in the dungeons, and to take my part when few others dared to." "Stop it!" she hissed indignantly, as her eyes filled with tears again. "Is this how you get your pleasure these days? Making old ladies weep over you? I don't mean to.
Then tell me what happened to you, from the last time I saw you.
My lady, I would love to, and I will, I promise, but when I encountered you, I was on a pressing errand of my own, one that I should complete before I lose the daylight. Let me go, and I promise that I'll be back tomorrow and give a full accounting.
No, of course not. What errand?
You recall my friend, the fool. He has fallen ill. I need to take him some herbs to ease him, and food and wine.
That pasty-faced lad? He was never a healthy child. Ate too much fish, if you ask me. That will do that to you.
I'll tell him, but I need to go see him.
When did you last see him?
Yesterday.
Well, it has been 16 long years since you've seen me. He can wait his turn.
But he is not well. She clashed her teacup as she set it down on the saucer.
Neither am I,
she exclaimed, and fresh tears began to well. Lacey came to pat her shoulders. Over Patience's head, she said to me,
She is not always rational, especially when she is tired. We only arrived this morning. I told her that she should rest, but she wanted a bit of air in the gardens. And what, pray, is irrational about that?
Patience demanded. Nothing, I said hastily. Nothing at all. Come, I've an idea. Lie down on your bed, and I shall sit beside you where you are comfortable, and begin my tale. And if you drowse off, I shall quietly take my leave and come back to continue it tomorrow. For 16 years cannot be told in an hour, or even in a day.
It will take 16 years to tell 16 years, Patience told me sternly. Help me up, then. I'm stiff from travelling, you know.
I gave her my arm, and she leaned on it as I escorted her to her bed. She groaned as she sat down on it, and as the feather bed gave beneath her, she muttered,
Much too soft. I'll never be able to sleep on this. Do they think I'm a hen setting in a nest?
Then, as she lay back and I helped her lift her feet onto the bed, she said,
You've quite ruined my surprise, you know. Here I was, all set to summon a grandchild to me and reveal to her that she was well born of noble blood and pass on to her keepsakes of her fathers. Oh, help me take my shoes off. When did my feet get so far away from my hands?
You don't have your shoes on. I think you left your slippers in the garden.
And whose fault is that, startling us that way? It's a wonder I didn't forget my head down there.
I nodded, noting but not commenting that her stockings didn't match. Patience had never cared much for detail. What sort of keepsakes? I asked.
It scarcely matters now. As you are alive, I intend to keep them.
What were they? I asked, intensely curious.
Oh, a painting you gave me, don't you know? And when you were dead, I took a lock of your hair. I've worn it in a locket ever since.
While I was speechless, she leaned up on an elbow.
Lacey, come have a lie down for a bit. You know I don't like you to be too far away if I need you. Your hearing isn't what it used to be.
To me, she confided.
They've given her a narrow little bed in a closet of a room. Fine if your maid is a slip of a girl, but hardly appropriate for a mature woman. Lacey? I'm right here, dearie. You needn't shout.
The old serving woman came round to the other side of the bed. She looked a bit uncomfortable at the prospect of lying down in front of me, as if I might think it improper that she should share a lady's bed. It made perfect sense to me.
I am tired,
she admitted as she sat down. She had brought a shawl, and she spread it over Patience's legs. I brought a chair to the edge of the bed and sat down backwards on it. Where should I begin? I asked her.
Begin by sitting on that chair properly.
And after I had corrected that, she said,
Don't tell me what that vile pretender did to you to kill you. I saw enough of it on your body, and I could not bear it then. Tell me instead how you survived.
I thought briefly, considering. You know I am witted.
I thought you might be,
she conceded. She yawned.
And
so I launched into my tale. I told her of seeking refuge in my wolf and how Burrick and Chade had called me back to my body. I told her of my slow recovery and of Chade's visit. I thought she had drowsed off then, but when I tried to rise, her eyes flew open.
Sit down,
she commanded me, and when I had done so, she took my hand as if to keep me from creeping away. I'm listening. Go on. I told her of Burrick leaving and of the forged ones. I explained to her how Burrick had come to believe I had died there, and returned to Molly to protect her and the child she carried. I told her of my long journey from Buck to Tradeford, and of Regal's King's Circle there. She opened one eye. It's all a garden now. I've plants and trees and flowers from all over the Six Duchies and beyond. Monkey-tail vine from Jamalia, and blue-needle bush from the Spice Isles, and a lovely herb knot in the very middle of where it used to be. You'd like it, Tom. You will like it, when you come to live with me. I'm sure I'll like it, I said, scrupulously avoiding the topic of where I might or might not live. Shall I go on, or do you want to nap now? A gentle snore buzzed from Lacey's side of the bed. Go on. I'm not the least bit sleepy. Go on. But in the midst of my telling her how I had attempted to kill Regal, she dozed off. I sat still a time longer, waiting until her grip slacked on my hand and I could slip clear of her. I walked silently to the door. As I lifted the latch, Lacey raised up on one elbow. There was nothing wrong with her hearing, and I suspected that despite her crooked fingers, one could still find a blade up her sleeve. So I nodded to her, and left Patience sleeping as I slipped from the room. I went down to the guard's room and ate heartily. There is nothing like a steady diet of saltfish to make one appreciate bread and butter and cold roast fowl. My enjoyment of the meal was somewhat dampened by the knowledge that evening was drawing on. Guardsmen seemed always hungry, and no one made any comment when I carried off half a loaf of bread and a goodly wedge of cheese with me. From my meal I went immediately to a storeroom, where I helped myself to a carry basket and 2 sausages. I added the loaf and cheese to the basket. I took my trove up to Chade's tower room. Thick had been there. He had done a cursory dusting of the table and mantel and set out a bowl of fruit. A little fire burned on the hearth. There was a small supply of firewood in the hod, a bundle of tapers on the table, and water in the barrel. I shook my head in wonder at the man. After all he had been through, he was home for one day and still remembered his old duties. I put 6 yellow and purple plums into my carry basket and nestled a bottle of Chade's wine between the bread and cheese. I was folding feverfew and dried willow bark into a twist of paper when I felt Chade nudge at my mind. What? I need to speak to the Queen, Fitz. Cannot you use Thick instead? I was just on my way to the skill pillars. This will not take long. I will have to find a way to arrange quiet time with Queen Cotrican. I have already contacted her through Thick. The message she sent back was, yes, immediately. If you go to her private sitting room, she will come to you shortly. Very well. You seem cross. I am worried about the fool. I have some things here I'd like to take back to him, fresh fruit and herbs for fever. I understand, Fitz, but this should not take long. Then you can sleep the night through, and go in the morning. Very well. I released our contact. Very well. And what else could I have said? He was right. Many of the thoughts Dutiful had conveyed to his mother would have been difficult for Thick to grasp, let alone pass on. I tried not to resent the time it stole from me. The fool would be fine, I told myself. He had been through the changes before, and who better than the Black Man to tend him? He had even told me that he needed time apart from me, time to think without watching the face of someone who had witnessed what had befallen you. Besides, it was better that I serve this duty than Nettle, I told myself sternly. She needed to be home with her family, and doubtless her family needed her there. I found a clean piece of cloth and covered the bread. I went down the long, dim stairs to wait upon the Queen. It did not take a short time. Chade and Dutiful were quarrelling, and Chade had attempted to steal a march upon the prince by contacting the Queen first. He and the prince were to board the ship to sail home tomorrow afternoon. The Narcheska was to have come with them, but earlier in the day she had gone to Dutiful and begged that she might have 3 more months in the company of her family before she left them to come to Buckkeep. The prince had granted it to her, privately, without consulting Chade. Very privately, Chade seethed, and I wondered if he intended that I pass on to the Queen that the asking of the boon and the granting of it had occurred in a setting of an intimacy of which the counsellor did not approve. Very discreetly was this matter discussed between the prince and the Narcheska, was what I told her. I see, she replied, and I wondered if she did. As of yet there has been no public announcement. It is not too late for us to retract this permission. I fear it will throw all our plans awry if the girl is allowed to stay here. For one thing, it will mean that when she arrives, if she keeps her promise to arrive at all, it will be in the storms of winter rather than in time for the nuptials to be celebrated with the autumn harvest. The prince will be returning to his nobles without a bride, indeed with nothing visible to show for the time and expense of this expedition. If, as we have hoped, you planned to press for the dukes to declare him king-in-waiting, this will be a lacklustre event to base it on. Tales of dragons rescued and dragon heads on hearthstones will mean little to nobles who have seen not so much as a scale of a dragon, let alone the bride and alliance won by such valour. And I fear the longer the Narcheska lingers among her women here, the harder they will make it for her to depart from them. Their reluctance to give her up has grown hourly. They mourn her as one going to her death, as vanishing from their world forever. When these thoughts had been delivered to the queen, she suggested to Chade, "Perhaps then it would be wiser to give her more time to bid her people farewell. Please add many assurances that visitors will always be welcome, and that she will periodically return to visit there as well. Have you extended welcome to any of her clan who wish to accompany her? Not just to witness the wedding, but to stay on, that she need not feel so alone here." As I passed her words on to Chade, I was reminded starkly of how alone Cotrican had been when she journeyed from the mountains, without so much as a personal maid to accompany her. Did she recall her early days of being alone in a foreign court where no one spoke her mother tongue or recognized her customs? It is a part of the difficulty. As I understand it, a woman's bond to her land is sacred. The women in line to rule their mothers' houses seldom leave their homeland at all. They live on it, die on it, and go back into it. All that goes into a woman or comes forth from her is expected to stay on her own lands. So no woman of power will travel with her when she comes to Buckkeep. Peotta will accompany her, and perhaps a couple of her male cousins. Archon Bloodblade will come, and a goodly number of leaders from other clans will come, to confirm the trade alliances they have formed with our visiting nobles. But she will not have an entourage of servants and ladies. "I see," Cotrican replied slowly. We were alone in her sitting-room. She had poured wine for us, and the glasses rested neglected on the low table. The room had been restored since last I saw it. As ever, Cotrican sought her peace in simplicity. A single flower floated in a low pottery dish, and the candles were shielded to a gentle glow. The candles released a calming perfume into the air, but Cotrican was tense as a treed cat. She saw me looking at her hands clenched on the edge of the table, and carefully relaxed them. "Does Chade hear all that I say to you?" she asked me softly. "No, he is not with me that way, not riding with me as Verity used to do. That takes a great deal of concentration, and demands a total loss of privacy of thought. I have not invited him to that, so he hears only what you tell me to say to him." Her shoulders lowered a trifle as she relaxed. "Sometimes my counselor and I are at odds. When we spoke through Nettle, well, it was difficult, for Chade and I were both being so circumspect, taking care not to involve her in matters far beyond her ability or need to understand. But now you are here." She lifted her head slightly, almost she smiled. "I take strength from you, Fitz-chivalry. In an odd way, when you skill for me, you serve me as a queen's man." She drew herself up straight. "Tell Chade that in this matter the prince's word to his affianced one will not be compromised. If he feels winter is not an auspicious time for this wedding, then let us offer to postpone it until spring, when the crossing will doubtless be safer and more pleasant for the Narcheska. In the matter of the prince being hailed as king-in-waiting, well, that has always been up to his dukes. If he must bring home a woman as trophy for them to find him worthy of the title, then the title means little to me. He will, eventually, reign over them. It is my opinion that his kindness and consideration to his future bride may well strengthen this alliance, rather than be seen as a weakness." She paused, as if thinking, pinching her lips firmly together. Then, "Tell him that, please." She took up her wine-glass and sipped from it. "This is not wise, Fitz. Cannot you reason with her? The prince is besotted with Eliania. He must be made to see that it is more important to both their futures that he now gratifies the wishes of his dukes, rather than his bride's mother. The sooner this marriage is a reality, the sooner they will see him as a man approaching kingship, rather than a boy prince. He is far too impetuous, following the impulse of his heart when the good of the Six Duchies demands that only his head makes his decisions. Make her understand, Fitz, that we have spent the summer doing the Narcheska's will, and now it is time for his dukes to see that they still have his heart, and that their regard is more important to him than the well-wishes of the Outislands. I pondered his words for a moment, and then opened my eyes to the Queen's anxious gaze. "This is what Chade thinks," I said, and relayed the gist of the message. The subtlety was not lost on Cotrican. "And what do you think, Fitz Chivalry?" I bowed my head to her. "I think you are the Queen, and that Prince Dutiful will some day be king." "Then you counsel me to ignore my counselor's advice and give support to my son?" "My Lady Queen, I am very glad that I do not have to give you advice in this area." She almost smiled. "You do if I ask you for it." I was silent for quite a time, thinking furiously. "Is your chair uncomfortable?" she asked solicitously. "You shift, as if it is full of fire ants." I settled back into it resolutely. I would find a way between, my lady. It would please his dukes if the prince were wed and an heir produced, but he is still very young, not even of an age to be a king-in-waiting. The nuptials and the title can perhaps wait. Let the Narcheska have her time with her mother and sister. I have been there and seen how power is wielded. Although Oetter is Narcheska still, for she is alive, for Eliania to depart will be as profound an abdication as when my father passed the crown to Verity. Some will dispute who should next inherit the title. While she is a presence there, she can make firm her younger sister's claim, and I think it would be in the Six Duchies' best interest to see that her line of the family remains securely in power. Our dukes can be placated in other ways. Trade is what will enrich their coffers, and the Narwhal and Boar clans are not the only ones interested in what we have to offer them. Throw wide the gates, invite their emperors, their warrior leaders, men all, they will not scruple to leave their mothers' houses, if by doing so they can gain a trade advantage. Let that be what we celebrate this autumn harvest. Begin now to plan a harvest fest that will display for them the riches of our Six Duchies. Encourage the dukes to attend, with their families and nobles of their duchies. Celebrate the trade alliances now, and let the wedding be the capstone when it occurs. Cotrican leaned back in her chair and regarded me carefully. "And when did you learn to be so sagacious, Fitz Chivalry?" A wise old man taught me that diplomacy is the velvet glove that cloaks the fist of power. Persuasion, not force, works best and lasts longest. Make this alliance in the Duke's best interest, and they will be eager to welcome and honour the Narcheska when she arrives. I did not add that he had taught me that when he had been content to move behind the walls of Buckkeep and manipulate the throne unseen. Would that he still recalled that. "Tell him your thoughts, but phrase them as if they were mine." I longed not to be a party to Chade's haggling with the Queen, but there was no way to avoid it. I witnessed more clearly than I wished the subtle way in which they wrestled for the power of the Farseer throne. Age and experience of the Six Duchies were on Chade's side. I winced as several times he insisted that it was her mountain upbringing that blinded Cotrican to the political necessity of showing the Outislands a strong will. I had known that Chade had amassed power to himself. I do not think he meant any ill. I believe that he genuinely felt that he fought for the best interests of the Six Duchies. Had I manipulated the power of the throne for that long, doubtless I too would have felt a proprietary right to it. At that time I saw too clearly that if Cotrican did not stand firm, Dutiful could inherit a hollow crown. And so, against my will, I began to make suggestions to Cotrican that would outflank Chade, and to throw my strength toward her side. It was not long before Chade was aware of it, I am sure, and yet the wily old badger only seemed to relish the game more as he heaped objections and possibilities ever higher. Night deepened and then ventured toward dawn. The old man seemed tireless in his arguments, but I was not. And I watched my queen's pallor grow. Finally, during a pause in a very convoluted argument in which Chade had been sorting dukes and Outislander emperors into sets and predicting where each group would side, my weariness got the better of me. "Just tell him no," I suggested. "Tell him the prince has given his word to his fiancée, and it will not be abrogated by you or by Chade. Tell him that if it is an error, it is the prince's error, and learning the consequences of errors is one of the best tutors that any young ruler can have. My throat was hoarse, and my mouth dry with talking. My head seemed too big and heavy for my neck, and my eyeballs to have been rolled in sand. I reached for the wine bottle to pour us each a little more, but as I extended my hand, Cotrican seized it in both of her own. I lifted my eyes to hers, startled. Her blue gaze burned, as I had never seen it blaze before. It made her eyes seem dark and a little wild. "You tell him, Sacrifice. Do not say it comes from me. I wish you to tell him it is your decision. That as the rightful, if uncrowned king, this is what you decree." I blinked and stared. I cannot. Why not? The answer did not make me feel brave. If once I take that stance, I cannot step aside from it. If once I declare myself so to Chade, then I must ever guard that right, the right of final say from him. Until Dutiful puts on his full crown? Yes. My life would never be my own again. This is the life that has always waited for you. This is your life, your own life, which you have never taken up. Take it up now. Have you discussed this with Dutiful? He knows that I regard you as Sacrifice. When I told him that, he did not dispute it. My queen, I pressed the heels of my hands to my throbbing temples. I wanted to say I had never even considered such a role, but I had. I had come 2 breaths from it on the night King Shrewd died. I had been ready to step up and seize the power of the throne, not for myself, but to guard it for the queen until Verity returned. I teetered on accepting the shadow crown she offered. Was it truly hers to give? Chade pushed into my thoughts. "It is late, and I am an old man. Enough of this. Tell her no." It was not hers to give. It was mine to take. "No, Chade. Our prince has given his word, and it will not be abrogated by any of us. If it is an error, it is the prince's error, and learning the consequences of errors is one of the best tutors that any young ruler can have." Those are not the Queen's words. No. They are mine. A long absence of thought followed my words. I could feel Chade there. I could almost sense his steady breathing as he stacked up my words and considered them from every angle. When next he touched minds with me, I could feel his smile, and strangely the welling of his pride. "Well, after 15 years do we finally have a true Farseer on the throne again?" I held my stillness, waiting for mockery or challenge or defiance. "I shall tell the prince that his decision has been confirmed, and extend our gracious invitation to all the Out-Islander Emperors. As you will, King Fitz." Chapter 34. Commitments. Our loss is great, and all for the foolishness of a wager between novices no wiser than children. By order of Skillmaster Trilogy, all markings will be removed from the witness stones. By order of Master Trilogy, it is forbidden for any skill candidates or novices to go to the witness stones unless the Skillmaster accompanies them. By order of Skillmaster Trilogy, all knowledge of the use of the witness stones is hereafter restricted to those who are candidates for master status. Recovered skill scroll. When I climbed the hidden stairs back up to Chade's tower room that dawn, I was beyond weariness. I could not seem to find a coherent thought of my own. Chade and Prince Dutiful would be on their way home by this afternoon. The invitation to the Harvest Fest would have been passed to every Emperor of every clan. Cotrican would have to set in motion the preparations for the grandest celebration that had ever been held in Buckkeep Castle. The invitations to the dukes and their nobles, the food, the guest-housing, the minstrels and jugglers and puppeteers to be hired. It made my head spin, and I longed to lie down and sleep. Instead, once in my room, I added a few sticks of dry wood to the failing embers in the hearth. I filled a ewer with water from the barrel, and then poured it into the old wash-basin and plunged my face into it.
I came up, rubbed at my eyes until they felt less sandy, and then wiped my face dry. I looked into the small glass Chade had always kept there, and wondered who it was looking back at me. I suddenly understood what the fool had said to me earlier. I had journeyed to a place and time I had never foreseen, one past my death. Futures I had never imagined loomed before me, and I had no idea which one I should aspire to. I had taken a step toward claiming a throne, in essence, if not in view. I wondered if that meant that I had pushed any life with Molly out of the possible futures I might claim. Chivalry's sword rested where I had left it, above the hearth. I took it down. It fitted my hand as if made for it. I flourished it aloft and then asked the empty chamber, "And what would you think of your bastard now, King Chivalry?" But I forget, you never wore the crown either. No one ever called you King Chivalry. I lowered the point of the sword to the floor, conceding to fate. Nor will anyone ever bow the knee to me. All the same, I think I will leave some sign of my passage. A strange trembling passed through me, leaving calm in its wake. Hastily I restored the sword to its place and then wiped my sweaty palms down my shirt front. A fine king, I thought, wiping sweat down his guard's uniform. I needed some sleep, but not yet. King Fitz, the bastard monarch. I made a decision and refused to think any more on it. I added a bottle of good brandy to my basket, covered it with a napkin, took up a heavy cloak and fled. I left the secret corridors behind me and departed by the guard's entrance. I had to pass the kitchens, and almost I stopped to eat. Instead I helped myself to a little loaf of sweet morning bread from the guard's mess, and ate it as I walked. I passed out of the gate with no more than a sleepy nod from the lad on watch there. I thought how I might change that, and then pushed the thought aside. I strode on, diverted from the main road down to Buckkeep town, onto the trodden trail that went first through the woods and then across the gentle roll of a hill. In the early light of day the witness stones stood stark against the blue sky, awaiting me. Sheep cropped the grass around them. As I approached, they regarded me with that lack of curiosity that is sometimes confused with stupidity. They moved away slowly. I reached the witness stones and walked a slow circle around them. 4 stones, 4 sides to each stone, 16 possible destinations. How often had they been used over the years? I stood on the hilltop and looked out around me. Grass and trees, and there, if one looked for it, the indentation of an ancient road. If there had ever been the rubble of houses here, it had long ago been swallowed by the earth, or more likely carted off to rise again as a hut elsewhere. Hands behind my back, I studied the stone faces. I decided the runes had been deliberately effaced, long ago. I wondered why, and suspected I would never know. And that was almost a comfort. The basket on my arm was growing heavy, and the sun was warming me too well. I slung the heavy cloak around my shoulders. It would be cold where I was going. I stepped up to the face of the pillar I had emerged from on my last journey, set my hand to it, and passed through. I stumbled a bit as I emerged into the pillar room. Then dizziness took me, and I sat down flat on the dusty tiles until it passed. Not enough sleep, and using the stones twice in too short a period of time. Not good, I told myself firmly. Not wise. I tried to stand up, and then decided to sit down again until the tower stopped spinning. It took several moments of sitting there before I realized something obvious. The floor was no longer cold. I put both hands flat against it, as if to prove it to myself. It was not exactly warm, it was more neutral, neither warm nor cold. I stood and noticed that the windows were losing their haze of thick frost. I thought I heard whispering behind me, and turned quickly. No one was there. Perhaps it was an errant summer wind, a warm wind from the south sweeping the island. Very peculiar. I had no time to dwell on it. I left the pillar room, and, basket on my arm, tried to hasten through the icy labyrinth. My head pounded. I had not imagined the change in temperature. In one corridor, water slipped over the stones of the floor in a shallow, running flow. The gentle warming of the chambers and halls lessened and then ceased as I approached the juncture where stone walls met ice. Little black spots danced before my eyes. I stopped and leaned my brow against the icy wall and rested. The spots receded, and slowly I felt more myself. The coolness seemed to help. By the time I emerged from the crack in the ice wall onto the narrow path down to the black man's cavern, I had my cloak wrapped well about my basket and me. I made my way down the steep path and knocked again at the black man's door. No one answered. I knocked again, hesitated for a time, and then tried the string latch. The door swung open, and I entered. It took a moment for my eyes to adjust to the dim room. The fire had burned low. The fool was sleeping heavily on a pallet made up near the hearth. There was no sign of Prilkop. I shut the door quietly, put my basket on Prilkop's low table, and took off my cloak. Silently I moved to the fool's side, and crouching down, peered into his sleeping face. The darkening of his skin was already apparent. I wanted to wake him and ask him how he was. Sternly I resisted that impulse. Instead, I unloaded the basket, finding a wooden platter for the bread and cheese and a basket for the fruit. Prilkop's water barrel was nearly empty. I put water on to heat for tea, and then took his buckets out and down to the place where the trickle down the rock face came to a slight overhang and fell free. I waited while they filled and then hauled them up again. By that time the water was hot, and I made fragrant spiced tea. I think the aroma of the tea was what woke the fool. He opened his eyes and lay still, staring at the awakened fire for a time. He did not move until I said, "Fool, are you any better?" Then he gave a small start and turned his head sharply toward me as he jerked his body into a protective ball. I was sorry to have frightened him, and well understood that reflex. I made no comment on it, only saying, "I've come back and brought food with me. Are you hungry?" He pushed his blankets back a little and half sat up, and then sagged back down into his bedding. "I'm getting better. The tea smells good." "No apricots, but I brought you plums." "Apricots?" "I thought your mind was wandering a bit when you asked me to fetch you apricots. The fever, you know. Still, if there had been any to hand, I'd have filched some for you." "Thank you," he said, then staring at me. "You look different, more than just being clean." "I feel different, but the clean helps too. I wish I could have brought the Buckkeep steams with me for you. I think they do you good. But as soon as you can walk at all, I'll get you home. I've told Cotrican that we'll be putting you up in Chade's old tower room for a time, until you've completely recovered and decided who you'd like to become next." "Who I'd like to become?" He made a small sound of amusement. I could not find the right sort of knife for cutting the bread, so I contented myself with tearing off the end of the loaf for him. I took him bread and cheese and a plum, and when the tea had finished steeping, poured him a cup. "Where's Prilkop?" I asked, as he sipped at his tea. I was a bit annoyed that he had left the fool here alone. "Oh, out and about. He has been investigating the Elderling stronghold to see what damage has been done to it. We've had more time for talk while you were gone, in the moments when I was awake. There were not many, I think. He told me tales of the old city. They seem interwoven with my dreams. I suspect that is where he is now. He spoke of seeing what damage she had done and what he could put right. I suspect he did things to make the city less hospitable in hopes of driving her out. Now he plans to undo them. I asked him, for whom? And he said, perhaps just for the sake of putting it right. He lived there alone for many years after all the others died. For generations, perhaps. He did not tally the passing years, but I am convinced he has been here a very long time. He welcomed the Pale Woman when she first arrived, for he thought she had come with her catalyst to fulfil Prilkop's goals. He drew breath and sipped at the tea. "Eat first and then tell stories," I suggested to him. "Tell me yours while I eat. Something momentous has happened to you. It's in your bearing and eyes." And so I spoke to him, as I could have to no other, divulging all that had befallen me. He smiled, but it seemed weighted with sadness, and nodded to himself as if I were but confirming things that he already knew. When I had finished, he tossed his plum pit into the fire and said quietly, "Well, it is nice to know that my last vision and prophecy was a true one. So, I'll live happily ever after, as the minstrels sing." He twisted his mouth at me and shook his head. "You'll live among people who love you and have expectations of you. That will make your life horribly complicated, and they will worry you sick half the time, and the other half annoy you, and delight you." He turned away from me and took his cup and looked into it, like a hedge witch reading tea leaves. "Fate has given up on you, Fitz-chivalry Farseer. You've won. In the future that you now have found, it's almost likely that you'll live to a ripe old age, rather than that fate will try to sweep you from the playing board at every opportunity." I tried to lighten his words.
I was getting a bit tired of being hauled back from death's door and beyond every time I turned around. It's nasty. I know how nasty now. You've shown me that. He almost had his old smile as he asked me, "Let's leave it at this and call it even, shall we? One time pays for all?" I nodded. Then, as if he had to say it swiftly before I interrupted, "Prilkop and I have been talking about what should happen next." I smiled. "A new plan to save the world, one that doesn't involve me dying quite so often? One that doesn't involve you at all," he said quietly. "You could say that we are going home, after a fashion. Back to the place that shaped us. You said no one there would remember you, that there was little point to going back there." I was starting to feel alarm. "Not to the home that birthed me. I am sure I am no longer recalled there. But to the place that prepared both of us to face our destinies. It was a sort of school, you might say. I know I've spoken of it to you, and told you, too, that I ran away from it when they refused to recognize the truth of what I told them. There I will be well remembered, and Prilkop also. Every white prophet who has ever passed through there is well remembered. So let them remember you there. It seems to me they did not treat you well. Why go back? To see that it never happens to any child again, to do what has never been done before, to return and interpret for them the old prophecies in light of what we now know, to expunge from their libraries all that the pale woman planted there, or at least to cast it in a different light, to bring back our experiences of the world to them." I was silent for a long time. "How will you get there?" "Prilkop says he can use the pillars. Together we could travel quite a way south before we needed to find another way to travel. We'll get there, eventually. He can use the pillars?" I was stunned. Why did he remain here in cold and privation all those years? The fool looked at me as if it were obvious. "I think he can use them, but he dreads them. Even in our language there are elderling concepts he has difficulty in explaining to me. The magic that makes the pillars work takes something from you each time you use it. Not even the elderlings use them casually. A courier of an important item might use 1 or even 2 pillars to travel, but then the task was passed on to another. But that is not the whole of why he stayed. He stayed to protect the dragon, and to await the coming of the White Prophet and the Catalyst, the ones he had seen who could, perhaps, finish his task. That was, after all, the focus of his life. I cannot imagine such devotion. Cannot you? I think I can." I heard the scrape of the door and Prilkop entered. He looked startled to see me there, as well he might, but then exclaimed something to the fool. The fool translated, "He is amazed to see you return here so soon, and asks what pressing business had led you to brave the pillars again." I made a dismissive gesture and spoke to Prilkop. "I wished to bring food for you. See, here is bread and cheese as you wished, and wine and plums. I had hoped to find you both ready to travel to my home with me, but the fool still seems weak."
"Travel to your home with you?"
he asked me, and I nodded, smiling. He turned to the fool and spoke softly to him at length in their tongue. The fool replied more briefly. Then he turned and spoke reluctantly to me. "Fitz, my friend, please, come and sit with me by the fire. I need to talk to you." He got up stiffly, draped a blanket loosely around his shoulders, and moved slowly to a grass cushion by the hearth. He eased himself down onto it, and I took one beside him. Prilkop was investigating the food. He broke off a piece of cheese, put it into his mouth, and then closed his eyes in sheer pleasure. When he opened them again, he bowed his head in thanks to me. I nodded back, pleased to have pleased him. When I turned back to the fool, he took a deep breath and spoke. "Prilkop does not intend to go back to Buckkeep with you, and neither do I." I stared at him, running his words through my mind over and over. They made no sense. But why? His task here is finished, as is yours. Why remain in such a harsh place? It's cold, and this is summer. Life is hard here, and barren. When winter comes, I cannot even imagine wintering here. There is no reason for you to stay here, none at all, and every reason in the world for you to come back to Buckkeep. Why would you want to stay here? I know you wish to return to your school, but surely you could come to Buckkeep first, rest and recover for a time, and then take ship from there." He looked down at his long hands held loosely in his lap. "I have discussed this at length with Prilkop. There is so much that neither of us knows about this situation, this living beyond our time as white prophets. He has experienced it longer than I have. He stayed here because it was the last place he had a vision of himself. He stayed in the hopes that his final view of another prophet and catalyst coming to finish his task was true, and it was. His last vision was true." He looked into the fire and then leaned over to push the end of a piece of driftwood deeper into it. "I had a final vision, too, of what would be after my death." I waited. "I saw you, Fitz. I saw you in the midst of what you are currently becoming. It did not seem to me that you were always happy, but I thought you were more complete than before. What has that got to do with it? It has to do with what I did not see. I was, of course, to be dead. I had seen clearly that my death was a part of your future. No, that sounds cruel. As if my death were a thing you had planned. Rather say that my death was a landmark on the journey to where you had gone. You had passed my death and gone on to that life. I did pass your death, but as you have told me so often, I am a catalyst. I brought you back. Yes, you did. I had never foreseen such a thing. Neither had Prilkop. And in all the records we studied and memorized when we were in training, there is nothing that either of us can recall that foreshadows such a thing." He almost smiled. "I should have foreseen that only you could work such a change that may have carried us outside of any future that any white prophet has ever foreseen." "But," I began, and he lifted that long, cautioning forefinger to halt me. "Prilkop and I have discussed this. Neither of us thinks I should risk being around you too much. I could make a serious mistake. There is far less chance of my making a mistake if I do not go back with you." "I don't understand. A mistake? What mistake? You're feverish still and not making sense." I was worried and irritated at the same time. I shifted angrily, and he reached out a hand and set it on my arm. His touch was almost cool. He was still weak from his changing time, but he did not speak from fever. His voice was almost stern, as if he were an old man and I were a willful youngster. "Yes, you do. You understand. You don't want to look at it, but you know it. You are still the changer, still the catalyst. Even in the short time you were at Buckkeep, you've proved that. Change is swirling around you like a whirlpool. Restored, you no longer flee it, but seem to attract it, and I am blind now when it comes to seeing what vast changes my influence upon you can cause. So," he was silent for a time. I waited him out. "I will not be coming with you. No, wait, don't speak. Let me talk for a time." But instead of speaking, he immediately fell silent. I sat and looked at him and thought how he had changed. The pale moon-faced boy, the lithe and narrow youth, was now visibly a young man. Recent privation had sharpened the angles of his face, and the bruises around his eyes from his torment were still fading. But that was only his body. His glance had darkened, and his solemnity did not seem a temporary mood, but a new gravity of spirit. I let him take his time as he mentally sorted his words. I suspected he was working on a decision, and that however resolute he might claim to be, his heart still teetered on a choice. "Fitz, I faced my death. Not bravely, perhaps, but determinedly, because I had seen what might come after it and judged it worth the cost. I decided to come to this island and set in motion the events that would end with the dragon rising. I knew I would die, horribly, in pain and cold. But I also saw the chance for the world to know dragons again, a chance for there to be creatures as arrogant and lovely as humans, so that they might balance one another.
I dreamed of a world in which men could not dominate all nature and impose their order upon it. It will not be a peaceful world, and it may be that men will curse me for my role in what happened here, but it will be a world in which both men and dragons are so busy with one another that they cannot subvert all nature to themselves. That was what I saw, in the greater scheme of things. Fine. I was weary of his talk of dragons, and uneasy still about what we had loosed on the world. So now there will be dragons, lots of them from what I saw happening over the battlefield. But why can't you come back to— Hush! He rebuked me sternly. Do you think this is easy for me? Do you think that lofty reason is my only one? Do you think it is easy for me to part my ways from yours? No. There is a more personal element that divides my path from yours. It is because of what I glimpsed on a far smaller scale. I saw you, after my death, taking satisfaction in the things and people you had so long denied yourself. Living the life you were meant to have after my death. You gave me another piece of life. Shall I use it to rob you of yours? More slowly he added, I can love you, Fitz, but I cannot allow that love to destroy you and what you are. He rubbed at his face wearily, and then exclaimed in annoyance at the skin that peeled away beneath his fingers. He shook the bits from his fingertips, rubbed his face all over vigorously, and then folded his hands into his lap and looked into the fire. I glowered at him, baffled and waiting. Behind us, Prilkop moved quietly around the room. I heard a clicking sound and glanced behind me. He had opened the neck of a little sack and was taking small blocks of stone out of it. I recognized it at once. Memory stone, cut into uniform cubes like the ones I had glimpsed in the Elderling chamber. I watched as he held one briefly against his temple, then smiled and set it aside. He repeated the process, and again. It was soon apparent to me he was sorting the blocks into different stacks. He looked up, realizing the fool and I were watching him. He smiled and held up a cube of stone.
Music.
Another cube.
Some poetry.
Another cube.
History. Music again.
He proffered one to me, but I waved it aside, uneasy. The fool, however, reached out to touch it lightly with one skilled fingertip. He recoiled from it as quickly as if he had been burned, but then smiled at me. Music indeed, like a rushing flood of it. You should try it, Fitz. We were talking, I reminded him quietly, about you coming back to Buckkeep with me. No. We were talking about me not coming back. He tried a smile that failed. I just looked at him. A short time later he said something, a request to Prilkop. At almost the same moment I felt Chade target my thoughts. I would speak to the Queen. I can't right now. Try thick. You know all the reasons why that will not work. Please, Fitz, it will not take long. That is what you said last time. Besides, I am nowhere near the Queen. I went through the pillar. I'm with the fool. What? Without warning any of us or consulting with us at all? I believe my life is still my own. No. It was a flat denial from Chade. No, it is not, sir. Last night you drew a line with me, and I sensed you did it with the Queen's approval. You cannot claim that authority one moment, and then shoulder aside from it the next. Crowns cannot be doffed so lightly. I am not truly the king, and you know it. Too late to take that stance, Fitz. Chade sounded angry. Too late. The Queen offered you the authority, and you accepted it. I did not capitulate. I could not decide if I agreed with him or not. Give me some time. By now you must be at sea. What can be of such immediate importance now that you have sailed? It will keep for a time, that is true. But after this, Fitz, you must not absent yourself without warning all of us. Am I a servant, that my time is never my own? Worse, you are a king, and sacrifice to all. He broke his mind free of mine before I could reply to that at all. I blinked and realized that I had just heard the door close. Prilkop had left. The fool was looking at me, somehow aware I had been skilling, and waiting for my attention to come back to him. I am sorry. Chade, in a rush as always, demanding that he needed contact with the Queen. He claims that if she has recognized me once, even for a moment, as sacrifice, that I now have all the duties and responsibilities of a crowned king. It's ridiculous. Is it? You know it is. My defence seemed to release a torrent of words from him, as if while he waited the words had mounted up inside him like water behind a dam. Fitz, go back to that life you were meant to have, and love it without reserve. That was what I saw you doing. He gave a laugh that had a hysteria at the edge of it. It even sustained me while I was dying. To know that you would go on to that life after I was dead. When the pain was worst, I fixed my thoughts on what I had seen for you, and I let it move through me. But she said you called out for me when she tormented you. I said the words, and then wished I could call them back. He suddenly looked sick and old. Probably I did, he admitted. I have never claimed to be brave. But the fact that she could wring that from me changes nothing, my friend, nothing. He looked into the fire, as if he had lost something there, and I was ashamed that I had taken him back to his torture. No man should be reminded that he has screamed in front of people who delighted in it. It should probably serve to teach me that, in many ways, I am not as strong as I wish I were. And I should not put myself in a position in which my weakness could damage both of us. He suddenly took my hand. It startled me, and when I looked at him, our eyes locked. Fitz, please, do not tempt me to follow you and interfere in the future I saw for you. Do not tempt me to step out of my time and try to take something that was never meant for me. He shivered suddenly, as if a chill had taken him. He let go of my hand and leaned closer to the fire, holding his hands out to them. The nails had just started to regrow. He rubbed his hands together, loosening a layer of skin like white ash. The new skin exposed beneath reminded me of polished wood. Very softly he asked me, "Could you have been content to live with Night Eyes among the wolves?" "I would have been willing to try," I said stubbornly. "Even if his mate could never completely accept you?" "Could you, for once, just say simply whatever it is you were trying to say?" He looked at me and rubbed his chin as if he were truly considering it. Then he smiled, sadly. "No, I can't. Not without damaging something precious to me." As if he were not changing the subject at all, he asked, "Will you ever tell Dutiful that your body fathered his?" I did not like him to speak that aloud, even when it was just we two. My strong skill bond with Dutiful made him seem ever close. "No," I said shortly. "He would see too many things differently. It would hurt him, to no good end. It would damage his image of his father, his feelings toward his mother, even his feelings toward me. What purpose could it serve?" "Exactly. So you will always love him as a son, but treat him as your prince. One step away from where you long to be, because even if you told him you could never be his father." I was starting to get angry again. "You are not my father." "No." He stared at the fire. "And I'm not your lover, either." I felt suddenly weary and sour. "Is that what this is about? Bedding with me? You won't return to Buckkeep because I won't bed with you?" "No!" He did not shout the word, but something in the way he said it stunned me to silence. His voice was low, almost harsh as he spoke. "Always you bring it back to that, as if that is the only possible culmination of love." He sighed, and abruptly settled back in his chair. He looked at me speculatively, and then asked, "Tell me, did you love Night Eyes?" "Of course. Without reserve?" "Yes." "Then by your logic you wished to couple with him?" "I wished... No." "Ah, but that was only because he, too, was male. It had nothing to do with your other differences." I gaped at him.
A moment longer he managed to keep his face straight in honest inquiry. Then he laughed at me, more freely than I had heard him laugh in a long time. I wanted to be offended, but it was such a relief to hear him laugh, even at my expense, that I could not. He caught his breath and said, "There it is, plainly, Fitz. I told you I set no limits on my love for you. I don't. Yet I never expected you to offer me your body. It was the whole of your heart, all for myself, that I sought, even though I've never had a right to it, for you gave it away ere ever you saw me." He shook his head. "Long ago you told me that Molly would never be able to tolerate your bond with the wolf, that she would force you to decide between them. Do you still believe that?" "I think it likely," I had to reply softly. "And how do you think she would react to me?" He paused for a heartbeat. "Who would you choose, and what would you lose either way by being forced to make such a choice? Those are the questions I've had to ponder, and if I come back with you and make that choice a part of your future, what else will my catalyst change in the process of choosing? If you left the Six Duchies with me, what future would we have set in motion, all unknowing?" I shook my head and looked away from him, but the flow of his words was relentless, and my ears heard them. Night Eyes chose. He chose between the pack of wolves that would have accepted him and his bond with you. I do not know if you ever discussed with him what that decision cost him. I doubt it. The little I knew of him makes me think he chose and went forward from there. I do not mean to shame you. But is it not true that Night Eyes paid a higher toll for your bond, for the love that you shared, than you did? What did it cost Night Eyes to be bonded to you? Answer honestly." I had to look aside, for I was ashamed. It cost him living with a pack, and being a wolf in full. It cost him having a mate and cubs, just as Rolf later warned us, because we set no limits on our bond. You knew the exhilaration of sharing his wolfness with him, of being as close to becoming a wolf as a man can get. Yet, forgive me, I do not think he ever sought the human within himself as ardently as you pursued being a wolf. No. He took my hand again and held it in both of his. He turned it over and looked down at the shadows of his fingerprints that I had worn on my wrist for so many years. "Fitz, I have thought long on this. I will not take your mate and cubs from you. My years will be long. By comparison, you have not that many left. I will not take from you and Molly whatever years may remain to you, for I am sure that you will be together again. You know what I am. You have been within this body, and I in yours, and I have felt, oh, gods, help me against that memory, I have felt what it is to be human, fully human in the moments that I held your love and pain and loss within me. You have allowed me to be as human as it is possible for me to be. What my teachers took away from me, you restored tenfold. With you, I was a child. With you, I grew to manhood. With you, just as Night Eyes allowed you to be the wolf." His voice ran down, and we were left sitting in silence, as if he had run out of words. He did not release my hand. The touch sharpened my awareness of the skill bond between us. Dutiful nudged at my skills, seeking my attention. I ignored him. This was more important. I tried to grasp exactly what the fool feared. "You think that it would hurt me if you came back to Buckkeep? That it would keep me from a life you had seen?" "Yes." "You dread that I would grow old and die, and you would not?" "Yes." "What if I didn't care about those things? About the cost?" "I still would." I asked my last question, my heart squeezed with hurt, dreading however he might answer it. "And if I said I would follow you then? Leave my other life behind and go with you?" I think that question stunned him. He drew breath twice before he answered it in a hoarse whisper. "I would not allow it. I could not allow it." We sat a long time in silence after that. The fire consumed itself. And then I asked the final, awful question. "After I leave you here, will I ever see you again?" "Probably not. It would not be wise."
He lifted my hand and tenderly kissed the sword-calloused palm of it, and then held it in both of his. It was farewell, and I knew it. And I knew I could do nothing to stop it. I sat still, feeling as if I grew hollow and cold, as if Night Eyes were dying all over again. I was losing him. He was withdrawing from my life, and I felt as though I were bleeding to death, my life trickling out of me. I suddenly realized how close to true that was. "Stop!" I cried, but it was too late. He released my hand before I could snatch it back. My wrist was clean and bare. His fingertips were gone. Somehow he had taken them back, and our skill thread dangled, broken. "I have to let you go," he said, in a cracked whisper. "While I can, leave me that, Fitz, that I broke the bond, that I did not take what was not mine." I groped for him. I could see him, but I could not feel him. No wit, no skill, no scent. No fool. The companion of my childhood, the friend of my youth, was gone. He had turned that facet of himself away from me. A brown-skinned man with hazel eyes looked at me sympathetically. "You cannot do this to me," I said. "It is done," he pointed out. Done. His strength seemed to go out of him with the word. He turned his head away from me, as if by doing that he could keep me from knowing that he wept. I sat, feeling numbed in the way that one does after a terrible injury. "I am just tired," he said, in a small, quavering voice. "Just tired, still, that is all. I think I will lie down again." "Fitz, the Queen wants you," Thick pushed effortlessly into my mind. Shortly, "I am with the fool right now." "It's about old blood. Soon, please, she says." "Soon," I replied dully. And no sooner was Thick cleared from my mind than Chade was tapping at my shoulder. I gave him my heed, and, "As long as you are there, think to bring back at least some of the skill scrolls you found there. We'll be in need of them, I think. Chade, I will. Please. A time to myself, please." "Very well." His reply was surly. Then he softened, asking more gently, "What is the problem? Is he that ill?" "Actually, he seems improved. But I need a time for my own thoughts." "Very well." I turned back to the fool, but he had either sunk into a true sleep or was pretending one so convincingly that I could not find it in me to try to wake him. I needed a time to think. I thought there must be some way to get him to change his mind. If only I could think of it. "I'll be back," I told him, and then slung my cloak over my shoulders and went out. I thought I might as well make a trip through the Elderling maze to retrieve some of the skill scrolls. It would keep me busy while I thought. I have never done my best pondering while sitting still. I climbed the steep path and found I did not have to squeeze quite as much to get into the crack. My comings and goings were wearing it open, I thought to myself. Yet I had not gone far under the false light of the Elderling globes before I saw someone coming toward me. It startled me for the instant before I recognized the black man. He had a haunch of smoked meat on one shoulder, and as we drew near to one another, he nodded to me, and then slung it carefully to the ground.
"Her supplies. I stole. Many times. Not like this. A little bit here, and a little bit there. Now, what I want, I take."
He cocked his head at me.
"And you?"
"Somewhat the same. Years ago, scrolls, special writings, were taken from my king. She has them, here, in a room near her bedchamber. I am to bring them home again."
"Ah, those. I saw them long ago."
"Yes."
"I will help."
I was not sure I wanted help, but there seemed no courteous way to refuse him. I nodded my thanks, and we walked companionably through the halls. He shook his head at the desecration of the carvings and the missing art from the empty niches. He spoke to me of the folk who had lived here, in the times he had known. Thick had been right. Once the stone hallways had been warmed, Elderlings had come and gone from this place, enjoying the wonders of the ice and snow that never reached their warmer lands. I tried to imagine taking pleasure in coming to a cold place, but the idea was foreign to me. He had somehow unharnessed the magic that gave warmth to the stone. He had sought, too, to deprive the pale woman of the elderling light, but had failed at that. Yet even without warmth, she had stayed. She had driven Prilkop into hiding and shown her disdain for him and the dragon-partnered elderlings by her encouragement of the destruction of their art. Yet she left the map room alone, I pointed out to him.
She did not know of it, perhaps. Or, not knowing the use, did not care. Of the travel portals she knew nothing. Once, only once, to flee her, I used one.
He shook his head at the memory.
Oh, so weak, so sick, so...
He put his fists to his temples and made pounding motions.
I could not come back for many days. When I did,
he shrugged.
She had made my city hers. But now, I take it back.
He knew his city well. He took me by a different path, through narrower ways that had perhaps been for servants or tradesmen. In less time than I had thought possible, we turned down a hallway that led us past her bedchamber. I glanced in. Someone had been there since I last glimpsed it. I halted and stared. Every item in the room that could have been pushed over or dragged about had been. A cask of jewellery had spilled a stream of pearls and silver chains and glittering white stones across the floor. Some had settled in slow melt into the floor of the chamber. Prilkop saw me staring and calmly entered into the room.
"These will work,"
he told me, and pulled a silk coverlet from her bed. As I watched, he knotted the corners to form a very large carry-sack. Catching the sense of what he did, I found another and copied him. Then, our makeshift sacks slung across our backs, we went on to the scroll room. I was not prepared for the sight that met me there. The racks had been deliberately pushed toward the centre of the room, so that, as they fell, their shelved contents spilled in a messy pile. A broken pitcher lay near them, and oil drenched a number of the scrolls. The pale woman lay on the floor near them. She was very dead. Her blackened stick arms reminded me of insect legs. Freezing and death had darkened her countenance. She had thrown back her head and died, mouth open like a snarling cat. An elderling light globe, pried loose from its setting, lay near the oil-soaked manuscripts. It looked battered, as if it had been kicked and beaten. For a time, Prilkop and I stared in silence. She tried to make a fire to warm herself? I hazarded my guess. She thought something in the light globe might catch the scrolls on fire. He shook his head in disgust.
"No. To destroy. Her whole desire, that was. Dragons to destroy. Other prophets to destroy. Beauty. Knowledge."
He nudged one of the oily scrolls that was close to her body.
"What she could not control or possess, she destroys."
He met my eyes and added,
"She could not control your fool."
He set to work alongside me. The unruined scrolls we loaded into one sack, taking as much care as we could, for some were very old and fragile. Those that had taken the oil I placed separately from the others. I noticed that we both avoided the pale woman. When I had to move her body to get at the scrolls beneath her, Prilkop backed away and looked aside. When every single scroll had been rescued, I looked at her lying there. "Do you want me to do something with her body?" I asked him quietly. He stared at me, as if uncomprehending. Then he slowly nodded. So it was that I bundled her into one of the sumptuous fur spreads from her bed and dragged her down the hall behind me. He showed me a door, quite small, that I would not have noticed on my own. It opened onto a chute and the distant rush of waves. He had me push her into this. She vanished from sight, and that seemed to give Prilkop much satisfaction. We returned to the scroll room for our trove. We walked through the halls, dragging the sacks more than carrying them. Scrolls are surprisingly heavy. I winced at every bump as we took them up the stairs, imagining how Chade would scold me for treating them like this. Well, He would not know what condition they were in when I first found them. With Prilkop's help, I got both the sacks up to the pillar room. There we paused to catch our breath. For all his years, the old man seemed as spry as a youngster. For the first time I pondered how old the fool might live to be. Then the even more strange thought came to me, to wonder where he was in his life. Was he still a youngster? Did that have any meaning to him? Once he had told me that he was older than Night Eyes, and I pushed the thought aside uncomfortably. I did not want to consider how different we were, how different we had always been. Our friendship had crossed that line and made us one. Just as my bond with Night Eyes had made us one. And yet I sighed as I followed the black man down the steps to the map room. And yet it had not made us the same. I was a man, with a man's concerns, with this world, unable to live fully in the now as Night Eyes did, nor to stretch his years beyond their span. Was that how the fool saw me? I made a small sound in my throat. Prilkop glanced back at me, but said nothing. When we reached the map room, he paused by the image. He rubbed his hands together as he considered it. Then, with a raised eyebrow, he gestured at it. I touched the grouped gems near Buckkeep. Buckkeep, I told him. My home. He nodded sagely. Then, as the fool had before, he touched a land far to the south. Home, he said. Then he touched an inlet on the coast of that land and said, Cleris. Your school, I guessed. Where you wish to return. He paused, head cocked, then nodded. Yes, our school. He gave me a sad look. Where we must return. That what we have learned may be recorded. For others yet to come, very important this is. I understand. The black man looked at me kindly. No, you don't. He studied the map again, and then, as if speaking to himself, said, The letting go is hard. Yet this you must do, both of you. Let go. If not, you will make more changes. Blindly. If, because of him, things you do make changes, what comes of them? No one can say. Even a little thing, you bring to him bread, he eats. If you do not bring this bread, someone else eats it. See a change, a little change. To him, you give your time, your talk, your friendship. Who then does not receive your time, A big change. Maybe, I think. Let go, fool's changer. Your time together is over. Done. It was none of his concern, and I very nearly told him so, but he looked at me so kindly and sympathetically that my anger died almost as soon as I felt it. Let us go back, he suggested. I started to nod, and then Thick broke into my thoughts.
Fitz, have you finished yet? The Queen is still waiting.
I sighed wearily. I'd best go take care of it, and then beg some time for myself. I've finished. I'll bring the skill scrolls home with me this time. Meet me at the witness stones and help me carry them.
No, I'm eating raspberry tart with cream.
After the tart, then. I felt a sudden sympathy for Thick's unwillingness to interrupt his meal, to rush and find me. Prilkop had reached the end of the steps. He glanced up at me quizzically. I have to go back to my home for a time, I told him. Please tell the fool that I will come back as soon as I can. I'll bring more food then, fresh fruit and bread. Prilkop looked alarmed. Not through the portal stones. So soon. Not wise is that. Foolish, even. He made a beckoning gesture at me. Come to Prilkop's home. A night, a day, a night, a day, and then go back through the stones, if you must. I fear I must go now. I did not want to see the fool or talk to him again until I had found a way around all his arguments. Changer, you can do this. You have done this before. Several times. He came back up the steps toward me, his brow lined with anxiety. Never have I seen this done so often, so close together. Be careful then. Do not come back too soon. Rest.
"I've done this before," I insisted. I recalled how I had been in and out of the skill stones with Dutiful on that long-ago day we fled the other's beach. "Do not fear for me." Despite my brave words, I wondered if I were being foolish in going through the skill stones once again. Whenever I look back on that moment, I wonder whatever possessed me. Was it the press of hurt that the fool had taken our link away? I truly think not. I think it was more likely too little sleep for too many days. I climbed back up the steps to the skill pillar. The black man followed me anxiously.
"Sure you are? Sure of this?"
I stooped and took up the necks of both bags. "I'll be fine," I assured him. "Tell the fool I will be back." I gripped the necks of both bags in one hand. I opened my other palm wide and pushed into the pillar. I stepped into a starry night. Chapter 35. Resumption. In that last dance of chances, I shall partner you no more. I shall watch another turn you as you move across the floor. In that last dance of chances, when I bid your life goodbye, I will hope she treats you kindly. I will hope you learn to fly. In that last dance of chances, when I know you'll not be mine, I will let you go with longing and the hope that you'll be fine. In that last dance of chances, we shall know each other's minds. We shall part with our regrets when the tie no longer binds. Fate took a final swipe at me. That is how I have come to think of it. Perhaps the gods wanted to reinforce Prilkop's warning to me. I felt a very mild surprise. I saw eternal blackness and a scattering of lights of various brightnesses. It was like lying on my back on a tower top and staring up into a summer night. Not that I thought of it that way at the time. At the time I drifted through stars, but I did not fall. I did not think, I did not wonder, I was simply there. A brighter star there was, and I was drawn to it. I could not tell if I got closer to it, or if it approached me. I could not have told anything, for while I was aware of these things, they did not seem to have any significance. I felt a suspension of life, of interest, a suspension of all feelings. When at last the star was close, I attempted to fasten myself to it. This act did not seem to involve any will or intention on my part. Rather, it was like a smaller drop of water starting to blend with another one close by. But she plucked me free of herself. And in that moment of her considering me, I once more came to awareness of self. "What? You again? Are you really so intent on remaining here? You are far too small, you know. Unfinished. There is not enough of you to exist by yourself here. Do you know that? Know that." Like a child learning language, I echoed her final words, trying to pin meaning to them. Her kindness to me fascinated me, and I did long to immerse myself in her. To me she seemed made of love and acceptance. I could let go of my boundaries if she would allow me, and simply mingle what I had been with what she was. I would know no more, think no more, and fear no more. Without my speaking, she seemed to know my mind. "And that is what you would truly wish, little one, to stop being yourself before you have even completed yourself. There is so much more you could grow to be." To be, I echoed, and suddenly the simple words took force and I existed again. I knew a moment of full realization, as if I had surfaced from a very deep dive and taken a full, deep breath of air. Molly and Nettle, Dutiful and Hap, Patience and Thick, Chade and Cotrican, all of them came back to me in a wave of possibilities. Fear mingled wildly with hope as to what I could become through them. "Ah, I thought perhaps there was something more for you. Then you wish to go back?" Go back. Where? Buckkeep. Molly. Nettle. Friends. I do not think the words had meanings for her. She was beyond all that.
beyond the sorting of love into little individual persons or places, but I think my longing was what she could read. "Very well, then. Back you go. Next time be more careful. Better yet, do not let there be a next time. Not until you are ready to stay." Very abruptly, I had a body. It sprawled face down in grass on a chill hillside. Somehow I still gripped the 2 bags I had slung over my shoulder. They were on top of me. I closed my eyes. The grass was tickling my face, and dust was in my nose. I breathed in the intricacy of earth and grass, sheep and manure, and my amazement at their network stole all my thoughts. I think I slept. It was dawn when next I came awake. I was shaking with cold despite the blanketed scrolls on top of me. I was stiff, and my skin was wet with dew. I sat up with a groan, and the world spun lazily around me until I lay back down again. The sheep that lifted their heads in surprise to see me stir were fat with wool. I got to my hands and knees, and then tottered upright, staring around me like a new foal as I tried to make the ends of my life meet. I took deep, slow breaths, but felt little better. I decided that food and a real bed would put me right, and that I'd find that at Buckkeep Castle. I shouldered one sack and dragged the other. At least, such was my intention. I went 3 steps and down I went. I felt, if anything, worse than when I had first emerged from the stones. Prilkop was right, I decided grudgingly, and wondered uneasily how long it would be before I dared make a return trip through the portals. But I had more immediate problems to solve. I groped out with the skill. I could barely focus enough to wield it, and when I found Thick's music and then Thick, he was already in contact with Dutiful and Chade. I tried to break in and could not. Their thoughts rattled against mine. They did not seem to be passing information, but attempting some skill exercise. I became aware of Nettle, floating like a faint perfume. She caught at their circle, almost held, then wafted away again. In the disappointed silence that followed her failed attempt, I found a place for my faint skilling. "Thick, I'm not well. Can you come to meet me at the witness stones? Bring a pony, or even a donkey and cart. I'm not sure I could sit up to ride. I have 2 large sacks of scrolls." I felt a wordless blast of amazement from all of them, and then a pelting of questions.
Where are you?
"Where have you been? Are you hurt? Were you attacked by something?"
Held prisoner?
"I just came through the stones. I'm weak, sick. Prilkop said don't use the stones too often." And then I let it go, feeling wretchedly nauseous and dizzy. I lay down on my side in the grass. The morning was cold, and I pulled one of the blanket sacks half over me and lay still, shivering. They all came. I heard sounds and opened my eyes and found myself looking at Nettle's shoes and riding skirt. A healer annoyed me by feeling me all over for broken bones and peering into my eyes. He asked if I had been attacked. I managed to shake my head. Chade said, "Ask him where he has been for the last month. We have been expecting these scrolls since before we arrived back at Buckkeep." I closed my eyes and held my tongue. Then the healer and his helper lifted me into the back of a cart. The bundles of scrolls were placed beside me. The cart lurched off down the tussocky hillside. Chade and Dutiful rode on one side of it, looking grave. Thick came behind on a stocky pony, managing it well enough. Nettle rode a mare, obviously one of Barrick's breeding. Several mounted guards followed, with the edgy look of men who had expected to confront at least a minor enemy, and still had dwindling hopes of a skirmish. I had said little, fearing to say too much before ears that should not hear it. My mind churned like a team stuck in mud. It dragged out the old legends of standing stones. Lovers fled angry parents into them and returned a year or a decade later to find all grievances forgotten. They were the gates to the land of the Pexies, where a year might pass as a day, or a day as a year. I recalled hazily my time in the starry blackness. How much time had passed? A few weeks. Chade had mentioned a month. Obviously enough time had passed that they had returned to Buckkeep from mail, for here they were. I smiled faintly at that swift leap of logic. When we reached Buckkeep, Chade led off the guards with the trove of scrolls. The prince took my hand and thanked me for a job well done, as if I were any guardsman who had completed a difficult task at risk to himself. Hand to hand he pushed his skilling into my mind. I could barely hear him.
Come to see you soon. Rest now. Nettle and Thick followed him as he strode away, and I was assisted into the infirmary, where I was very content to lie still and think of nothing. I believe that several days passed. It was hard to keep track of things like time. The headaches and dizziness passed, but the vagueness lingered. I had been somewhere and experienced something vast, and I knew that, but could not find any words for it, even to explain it to myself. It was so large and foreign an event that it challenged all meaning and order that I gave to the rest of my life. Small things stole my attention: the dance of motes in a beam of sunlight, the twisted wool woven to form my blanket, the grain of the wood in the frame of my bed. It wasn't that I could not skill, it was more that I could not see the point of it, nor gather the energy and focus to do it. They fed me well and let me rest. Visitors came and went and left almost no impression on me. Once I opened my eyes to see Lacey looking down on me with stern disapproval. I closed them. The healer could do nothing for me, and often loudly observed in my vicinity that he thought I was a lazy malingerer. They brought an old woman to see me. After our eyes met, she nodded vigorously and said,
"Oh, yes, he has that Pexy nibbled look to him. The Pexys took him underground and fed on him. It's known they have a hole up there, near the witness stones. They'll take a new lamb or a child, or even a strong man if he's in his cups, when he wanders about up there."
She nodded sagely and advised,
"Give him mint tea and cook his meat with garlic until he reeks of it. They can't abide that, and they'll soon enough let him go. When his nails have grown long enough to be cut, and he cuts them, that'll set him free."
And so they fed me a meal of garlicky mutton with mint tea, and then pronounced me cured, and turned me out of the infirmary. Riddle was waiting for me. He told me that I looked like a moon-calf. He took me to the steams, crowded with noisy guardsmen laughing far too loudly, and then, in the guardsman's act of ultimate purification, took me to the complete chaos of the guards' tables, and effortlessly persuaded me to drink ale with him until I had to stagger outside and vomit. The level of shouted conversation and laughter made me feel oddly alone. One young guardsman asked me 6 times where I had been, and finally I simply said, "I got lost, coming back," which made me the cleverest fellow at the table for nearly an hour. If he had expected it to shake loose my tail from me, it failed. Yet oddly enough I felt better, as if my body's violent protest over the mistreatment had persuaded me that yes, I was human and had to make allowances for it. I woke the next day in the barracks, stinking and sweaty, and went back to the steams. I scraped my fouled beard from my face and scrubbed myself with salt, and then washed all over with cold water. I dressed in a fresh guard's uniform, for my trunk had returned with the rest of the quest's company and gear, and then ate a very simple and small breakfast of porridge in the crowded and noisy guard-room. Just outside the door of the guard's mess, the kitchen rattled and clanged as if a battle were going on there, with whole companies of kitchen help attacking their tasks. Feeling more like myself than I had in days, I used the concealed door near the laundry court to enter Chade's labyrinth, and made my way up to the workroom. I found the work table lined with oily scrolls spread out for cleaning and copying. There were fresh apples in a basket by the hearth chairs. They had not been ripe when last I was in this room. That little fact rocked me more than I expected it to. I sat down, focused myself, and reached for Chade. "Where are you? I need to report. I need someone to help me make sense of this." "Ah, excellent to hear you. I would very much welcome your report. We are in Verity's tower. Can you make the climb?" "I think so. But not swiftly. Wait for me." I made the climb, but they did not have to wait for me. When I emerged from the side of the hearth, I received a shock, for Lady Nettle, unmistakably Lady Nettle, in her green gown and lace collar, was seated at the great table with Chade, Dutiful, and Thick. She looked only mildly surprised to see me emerge. I lifted a strand of cobwebs from across my eyes and shook it from my fingers into the hearth. Then, uncertain of my role, I offered a guard's courteous bow to all of them and stood as if awaiting orders. "Are you quite all right?" Dutiful asked me, and came to offer me his arm to my seat at the table. I was too proud to take it, and even seated at the table I was uncertain of how to proceed.
Chade marked my furtive glances at Nettle, for he burst into a laugh and said, "Ha, Fitz! She's a member of the coterie now. You must have expected it to come to this." I glanced at her. Her look was like a knife, and her words as cold and sharp as she sank them into me. "I know your name, Fitz Chivalry Farseer. I even know that I am your bastard daughter. My mother knew no Tom Badgerlock, you see, so while you were in the infirmary she went to see who had claimed to be her old friend. Then she came away and told me all. All." "She does not know all," I said faintly. Abruptly I could think of no more to say. Chade got up hastily, poured brandy and brought it to me. My hand shook so that I could scarcely raise it to my mouth. "Well, your mother named you well," Dutiful observed acidly to her. "As did yours," Nettle replied sweetly. "Enough, both of you. We will set this aside while Fitz tells us where he was while guards combed the entire kingdom for him." Chade spoke quite firmly. "Molly is here, at Buckkeep."
Everyone is here at Buckkeep. The whole world came for Harvest Fest tomorrow night.
Thick spoke with satisfaction.
I get to help with the apple press.
"My mother is here, and all my brothers, who know nothing of any of this, and my mother and I have decided it is best that it remain that way. They are here because my father will be honoured at Harvest Fest for his role in the slaying of the dragon, as will Swift and the rest of the witch coterie."
"Good, I am glad of that," I said, and I was, but my words came out dully. It was not just the shock of discovering that Harvest Fest was tomorrow. I felt plundered of dignity and control of my life, and oddly freed by it. The decision of when and how to tell Molly that I lived had been taken from me. She had seen me. She knew I lived. Perhaps the next move was hers, and the thought that followed that plunged me into an abyss. Perhaps she had already made it. She had walked away from me. "Fitz?" I became aware that Chade had spoken to me several times when he touched me on the arm. I twitched and came back to awareness of the people at the table. Dutiful looked sympathetic, Nettle distant, and Thick bored. Chade rested a hand on my shoulder and gave it a gentle squeeze. "Would you report to the coterie on where you have been and what happened to you? I have my suspicions, but I'd like them confirmed." Habit made me begin from the last time he'd heard from me. I was blithely telling them of entering the black man's abode, when I suddenly became reluctant to share all the fool had said. So I looked at my hands on the table and summarized it, leaving out as many of the intimate details as I could. Of those who sat at the table, only Chade, perhaps, had a glimmering of what my parting from the fool meant. Without thinking, I said aloud, "But I did not go back, and you say I've been gone over a month? I do not know what they will make of that absence. I want to go back, but now I fear the pillars as I never have before." "And well you should, if what I have read in the skill scrolls you brought back is an indicator. But more of that later. Tell the rest." And so I did. Of leaving and claiming the scrolls and disposing of the woman's body, Chade was fascinated by the elderling magic of lights and warmth, and asked many questions about the cubes of memory stone that I could not answer. I saw him already itching to attempt the trip and explore for himself that magically charged realm. I went on to Prilkop's farewell, and then to my endless passage through the pillars. When I spoke of the being who had rescued me, Dutiful sat up very straight. "Like the ones from our time on the other's beach?" "Like, and not like. I think there, our minds were in their world. In the pillars, my body was there as well. Since I've returned, I've felt strange. More alive in some ways, more connected to even the tiniest bits of this world, and yet more alone also." And then I fell silent. There seemed nothing to add to my account. I glanced at Nettle. She met my gaze with a neutral little look that said I meant nothing to her and never had. Chade seemed to feel he had enough to ponder, for he pushed back from the table like a man who has finished a substantial meal. "Well, a tale that will take some thought to sort out, and enough lessons for now. All of us have tasks to get to with Harvest Fest just around the corner. There will be a gathering tonight in the great hall, with music and jugglers and dancing and tales. Many of our Outislander friends will be there, as well as all our dukes.
I shall see the rest of you there tonight, I am sure." When they continued to sit and look at him, he added heavily, "And I would speak privately with Fitz now." Thick stood up. So did Nettle. "After I speak privately with Fitz," Dutiful announced calmly. Thick looked perplexed, but immediately added,
Me too.
"Not I," Nettle said coolly as she walked toward the door. "I can't imagine anything I'd ever want to say to him." Thick stood rooted in place, his eyes darting from Nettle to Dutiful. He was obviously torn. I managed to dredge up a smile for him. "You and I will have lots of time later, Thick, I promise."
Yeah,
he agreed abruptly, and managed to catch the door before it had completely closed behind Nettle. He followed her out. Dutiful gave Chade a glance, and the counsellor retreated to stand by the window, looking out over the sea. Plainly it was not what Dutiful wanted. Just as plainly the power struggle between counsellor and prince continued. I looked at Dutiful. He sat down in the chair next to me and drew it closer. He spoke softly, and I expected to hear of his concerns with the Narcheska and his betrothal. "I've talked with her a lot about you. She's angry with you right now, but I think if you'll give her time, she can calm down enough to listen to you." It took me a moment. "Nettle? Of course. You talked about me a lot with her." Better and better, I thought sourly to myself. Dutiful sensed my dismay. "I had to," he said defensively. "She was saying things like, 'He abandoned my mother when she was pregnant and never came to see me at all.' I couldn't let her just say things like that, let alone believe them. So I've told her the truth, as you told it to me." "Fitz?" He spoke a few moments later. "Oh, sorry. Thank you." I couldn't even recall what I had been thinking. "You're like her brothers. I do. Chivalry's a bit full of himself, but I think it's a bluff to make up for how frightened he is of all the changes. Nimble is nothing like Swift. I never met two twins less alike. Steady lives up to his name, while Just chatters like a magpie. And Hearth, he's the youngest. All he does is run and giggle and try to get his brothers and Nettle to wrestle with him. He's not afraid of anyone or anything. They're all here for Harvest Fest. At the Queen's invitation, because Swift will be recognized and Burrick honoured. Of course." I looked at the table between my hands. Did I fit anywhere in any of this? "Well, I suppose that's all I wanted to say. I'm glad you're better, and I think Nettle will come about if you give her time. She feels tricked. I warned you she would. Oddly enough, I think that what made her angriest was that you disappeared like that. She took it personally somehow. But I think she'll reconsider her opinion of you if you give her time." "I don't think I've much choice in it." "No, I don't suppose you do. But I didn't want you to think it was hopeless and give up and go off somewhere to avoid seeing her. Your place is at Buckkeep now. So is hers." "Thank you." He glanced aside from me. "I can't tell you what it means to me to have her here at court. She's so outspoken and blunt. I never was friends with a girl like I can be with her. I suppose it's because we're cousins." I nodded, unsure how true it was, but glad of it all the same. If she had the prince's friendship, she had a powerful protector at court. "I have to go. I've missed my last 2 fittings for my Harvest Festival clothing. I swear they take it out on Thick, poking him with pins, by accident, if I'm not there to defend him, so I'd best be there." I nodded to that as well, and then somehow he was up and out of the door, and the room was silent without me much noticing how it had happened. Chade set a cup of brandy down before me with a firm tap on the table. I looked at it and then up at him. "You may need it," he observed mildly. Then he revealed, "The Fool was here 2 weeks ago. I'd give a lot to know how he comes and goes from here so unseen, but he managed. I heard a tap at the door of my private sitting room late at night, and when I opened it, there he was. Changed, of course, as you said. Brown as an apple seed, all over. He looked weary and half sick, but I think that could have been his journey through the pillar. He did not speak of the Black Man, or indeed of anything except you. He obviously expected to find you here. That frightened me. I set the empty brandy glass down on the table.
Without asking, Chade refilled it for me. When I told him we hadn't seen you, he looked stricken. I told him how thoroughly we'd searched, and that my private premise had been that you'd gone off with him. He asked if we'd used the skill. I told him that of course we had, but that it had yielded no trace of you. He gave me the name of an inn where he'd be staying for a week, and asked me to send a runner immediately if any news of you came in. At the end of the week, he came back to me again. He looked as if he had aged a decade. He told me he'd made inquiries of his own about you with no positive results. Then he said he had to depart, but that he wished to leave something with me for you. Neither of us expected you'd return to claim it. I didn't have to ask for it. He set down a sealed scroll, no bigger than a child's closed fist, and a small bag made from elderling fabric. I recognized it as coming from the coppery robe. I looked at them, but made no move to touch either of them while Chade was watching me. Did he say anything? As a message for me, I mean? I think that is what those things are. I nodded. A hap came to see you while you were in the infirmary, did you know? No, I didn't. How did he know I was there? I believe he spends a great deal of time at that minstrel tavern these days. When we were searching for you, we put the word out through the minstrels, of course. We were desperate to hear any rumour of you, so he knew that we expected Tom Badgelock to be at Buckkeep, and he wasn't. Then when you were found, of course, the minstrels heard of that too, so he knew through them. You should see him soon and put his mind at rest. He visits the minstrel tavern often. So I've heard. I didn't ask from whom, or why the Queen's counsellor would be kept informed of the habits of a woodworker's apprentice. I merely said, "Thank you for watching over him." I told you I would. Not that I've done well at it. Fitz, I am sorry to tell you this. I don't know the details, but I understand he got in a bit of trouble in town and has lost his apprenticeship. He has been staying amongst the minstrel folk. I shook my head at that, sick at heart. I should have done better by him. Time, definitely, to take the young man in hand. I decided I'd seek out Starling for gossip on where to find my boy. I felt guilty and remiss that I had not sought him out before this. Any other news that I should know? Lady Patience whacked me quite soundly with her fan when she discovered that you had been in the infirmary for some days and no one had informed her. I laughed in spite of myself. In public? No. She has gained some discretion in her old age. She summoned me to a private meeting in her chambers. Lacey was waiting for me. I went in, Lacey offered me a cup of tea, and Patience came in and whacked me with her fan. He rubbed his head above his ear and added ruefully, "You might have told me she knew you were alive and disguised as a guardsman, something that she finds offensive in the extreme, by the by. I didn't have a chance. So, is she angry with me?" "Of course, but not as angry as she is with me. She called me an old spider and threatened to horsewhip me if I didn't stop interfering with her son. How did she establish a connection between you and me?" I shook my head slowly. "She's always known more than she lets on." "Indeed. That was the case even when your father was alive. I will go and see Patience also. Well, it seems that my life is as much a tangle as ever. How go things in the greater schemes of Buckkeep? Your plans have succeeded well enough. Those dukes who did not travel to the Out-Islands on Prince Dutiful's first sortie are glad to have a chance at making trade agreements with the Emperor who have been arriving. Some think there may be enough profit in it to persuade the Hetgird to put an end to all raids. I do not know if they can wield that authority, but if all the dukes say firmly that trading arrangements are contingent on an end to all raiding, it may cease. There has even, you may be surprised to hear, been talk of some marriage offers between Six Duchies nobility and the Out-Island clans. So far it has been all Emperors offering to join our mothers' houses, and we have had to caution our nobility that the Out-Islander notion of marriage is sometimes not so permanent as our own. But some may work out. Several of our higher nobles have younger sons they might offer to Out-Islander clans. He leaned back in his chair and poured brandy for himself. It might even be a lasting peace, Fitz. Peace with the Out-Islanders in my lifetime. Truth to say, I'd never thought I'd see it. He sipped from his cup and added, "Though I'll not count my chickens before they are hatched, we've still a way to go. I'd like to see Dutiful hailed as king-in-waiting before the winter is over, but that may take a bit of doing. The lad is still impulsive and impetuous. I've cautioned him over and over that the crown sits on the king's head, not his heart. Nor considerably lower. He needs to show his dukes a man's measured thought, a king's considered opinions, not a boy's passions. Both Tilth and Pharaoh have said they'd rather see him wed first, or with a few more years to steady him before they recognize him as king-in-waiting. I pushed my brandy cup toward him, and he filled it as well. You say nothing of the dragons? There have been no problems, then? He gave a wry smile. I think our Six Duchies folk are a bit disappointed that they have not seen so much as a scale of them. They would have relished having Icefyre come crashing through our gates to present his head to our queen, or they think they would. As for me, I am well contented with that situation. Dragons at a distance are amazing and noble creatures of legend. My closer experience of them makes me suspect they'd burp nobly after consuming me. Do you think they went back to Bingtown, then? Most emphatically not. We had a messenger from the traders last week seeking word of Tintaglia. From the scroll I could not tell if they were worried for her well-being or frantic at having become the sole providers for several earth-bound dragons. I was going to tell them that we had no idea of what had become of them after Icefyre made his appearance at the Narwhal mother's house. Then Nettle spoke up. She said that Tintaglia and Icefyre were feeding and mating and completely engrossed in those two activities. She could not say where. Her contact with Tintaglia is intermittent, and a dragon's idea of geography quite different from ours. But they were feeding on sea bears, so I think that would put them to the north of us. We may yet see something of them if they decide to fly back to Bingtown. I've a feeling we've not heard the last of them. But what about closer to home? Have we resolved anything with our old blood? Old blood has shed much blood while we were gone. It has rocked several of our duchies to discover that old blood may run stronger in the nobility than was previously admitted. There was even a rumour about celerity of Burns, that perhaps she and her hawk saw with the same eyes. Shocking. These revelations come out when vendettas run hot, and one set of murders lead to another. Coterie has been hard-pressed to keep order, but the gist of it is that old blood seems to have thoroughly cleaned their own house of the piebald blight. Webb was horrified at the news he received when he arrived home. He has pressed more than ever for old blood to make itself known and respectable. In some ways, the bloodletting has been a setback for him. Ironically, he has proposed to create a township for old blood, where they may demonstrate their diligence and civility. What once they opposed for fear it would lead to slaughter, they now propose as a way to demonstrate their harmlessness. When unprovoked, the Queen is considering it. Location would require much negotiation. Many fear the wit more than ever these days. Well, not everything can go smoothly, I suppose. At least it may be more out in the open now. I sat a moment, wondering. Celerity of Burns witted? I did not think so. But looking back, I could not be certain. And Lord Fitzchivalry Farseer? Will he come out into the sunlight at last? What? Only Lord? I thought I was to be king. And then I laughed, for never had I seen Chade struck dumb before. No, I decided. No, I think we will let Lord Fitzchivalry Farseer rest in peace. Those important to me, no. That was all I ever cared about. Chade nodded thoughtfully. I could wish you a minstrel's happy ending to your tale, much love and many children, but I do not think it will come to be. It never came true for you either. He looked at me, and then looked aside. I had you, he said. But for you, perhaps, I would have died an old spider, hiding in the walls. Did you never think of that? No, I hadn't. I have things to do, he said abruptly. Then, as he stood, he rested a hand on my shoulder and asked, Will you be all right now? As well as can be expected, I said. I'll leave you then. He looked down and added, Will you try to be more careful? It was not easy for me, those days when you went missing. I thought you had fled Buckkeep and the duties of your blood, and then when the fool came through, I believed you were dead somewhere. Again.
"I'll be just as careful with myself as you are with yourself," I promised him. He lifted one brow at me, and then nodded. I sat for some time after he was gone, looking at the package and the scroll. I opened the scroll first. I recognized the fool's careful hand. I read it through, twice. It was a poem about dancing and a farewell. I could tell he had written it before he discovered my absence, so he had not changed his mind. He and Prilkop had paused here only to say goodbye to me, not because he'd had a change of heart. The package was lumpy and rather heavy. When I untied the slithery fabric, a piece of memory stone the size of my fist rolled out on the table. The fool's skilled fingers had carved it, I was sure. I poked at it cautiously, but felt only stone. I lifted it up to look at it. It had 3 faces, each blending into the next. Night Eyes was there. And me. And the fool. Night Eyes looked out at me, ears up and muzzle down. The next face showed me as a young man, unscarred, eyes wide and mouth slightly ajar. Had I ever truly been that young? And the fool had carved himself as a fool, in a tailed cap with one long forefinger lifted to shush his pursed lips, and his brows arched high in some jest. It was only when I cupped the carving in my hand that it awoke for me, and revealed the memories the fool had imbued in it. 3 simple moments, it recalled. If my fingers spanned the wolf and myself, then I saw Night Eyes and I curled together in sleep in my bed in the cabin. Night Eyes sprawled sleeping on the fool's hearth in the mountains when I touched both fool and Night Eyes. The last was confusing at first. My fingers rested on the fool and me. I blinked at the memory presented to me. I stared at it for some time before recognizing it as another of the fool's memories. It was what I looked like when he pressed his brow to mine and looked into my eyes. I set it down on the table, and the fool's mocking smile looked up at me. I smiled back at him and impulsively touched a finger to his brow. I heard his voice then, almost as if he were in the room. I have never been wise. I shook my head over that. His last message to me, and it had to be one of his riddles. I took my treasures and crawled back behind the hearth and set the panel back in place. I went to my workroom and hid them there. Gilly appeared, with many questions about the lack of sausages. I promised him I'd look into it. He told me I should, and bit a finger firmly as a reminder. Then I left the workroom and slipped back into the main halls of Buckkeep. I knew that Starling would be sniffing over the visiting minstrels, so I went to the lower hall where they usually rehearsed and were generously hosted with viands and drink. The room was stuffed with entertainers, competing with one another in that boisterous and cooperative way they have, but I saw no sign of Starling. I then sought her in the great hall and the lesser, but without success. I had given up and was leaving on my way down to Buckkeep town when I caught a glimpse of her in the women's gardens. She was walking slowly about with several other ladies. I waited until I was sure she had seen me and then went to one of the more secluded benches. I was certain she would find me there, and I did not have to wait long. But as she sat down beside me, she greeted me with, "This is not wise. If people see us, they will talk." I had never heard her voice concern over that before, and it took me aback, as well as stinging my feelings. "Then I will ask my question and be on my way. I'm going to town to look for Hap. I've heard he's been frequenting one of the minstrel taverns, and I thought you'd know which one." She looked surprised. "Not I. It's been months since I've been to a minstrel tavern. At least 4 months." She leaned back on the bench, her arms crossed, and looked at me expectantly. "Could you guess which one?" She considered a moment. "The Pelican's Pouch. The younger minstrels go there to sing bawdy songs and make up new verses to them. It's a rowdy place." She sounded as if she disapproved. I raised my brows to that. She clarified. "It's fine enough for young folk new to singing and telling, but scarcely an appropriate place for me these days." "Appropriate?" I asked, trying to master a grin. "When have you ever cared for appropriate, Starling?" She looked away from me, shaking her head. She did not meet my eyes as she said, "You must no longer speak to me so familiarly, Tom Badgerlock. Nor can I meet you again, alone, like this. Those days are over for me." "Whatever is the matter with you? I burst out, shocked and a bit hurt. "The matter with me? Are you blind, man? Look at me." She stood up proudly, her hands resting on her belly. I had seen bigger paunches on smaller matrons. It was her stance rather than her size that informed me. "You're with child?" I asked incredulously. She took a breath, and a tremulous smile lit her face. Suddenly she spoke to me as if she were the old starling, the words bubbling from her. "It is little short of a miracle. The healer woman that Lord Fisher has hired to watch over me says that sometimes, just when a woman's chances for it are nearly gone, she can conceive. And I have. Oh, Fitz, I'm going to have a baby. A child of my own. Already I love it so that I can scarcely stop thinking of it night or day." She looked luminously happy. I blinked. Sometimes she had spoken of being barren with bitterness, saying that her inability to conceive meant she would never have a secure home or a faithful husband, but never had she uttered a word of the deep longing for a child that she must have felt all those years. It stunned me. I said quite sincerely, "I'm happy for you. I truly am. I knew you would be." She touched the back of my hand briefly, lightly. Our days of greeting one another with an embrace were over. "And I knew you would understand why I must change my ways. No breath of scandal, no hint of inappropriate behaviour by his mother should mar my baby's future. I must become a proper matron now, and busy myself only with the matters of my household." I knew a shocking moment of greenest envy. "I wish you all the joys of your home," I said quietly. "Thank you. Do you understand this parting?" "I do. Fare you well, starling. Fare you well." I sat on the bench and watched her leave me. She did not walk. She glided, her arms across her belly, as if she already held her unborn child. My greedy, raucous little bird was a nesting mother now. I felt a twinge of loss to watch her go. In her own way, she had always been someone I could turn to when my days were hard. That was gone now. I thought about my days with Starling on the walk down to Buckkeep town. I wondered, if I had not given my pain to the dragon, would I ever have given anything of myself to Starling? Not that I had shared much with her. I looked back at how we had come together and wondered at myself. The Pelican's Pouch was in a new part of Buckkeep town, up a steep path and then down, and half built on pilings. It was a new tavern, in the sense that it hadn't existed when I was a lad, yet its rafters seemed well smoked, and its tables showed the battering of most minstrel taverns, where folk were prone to leap to a tabletop either to sing or declaim an epic. It was early in the day for minstrels to be up and about, so the place was mostly deserted. The tavern-keeper was sitting on a tall stool near the salt-rimed window, gazing out over the sea. I let my eyes adjust to the perpetual dimness, and then saw Hap sitting at a table by himself in the corner. He had several pieces of wood in front of him, and was moving them around as if playing some sort of game with them. He'd grown a little beard, just a fringe of curly hair along his jaw. Immediately I didn't like it. I walked over and stood across the table until he looked up and saw me. Then he jumped to his feet with a shout that startled the dozing tavern-keeper and came around the table to give me a big hug.
"Tom! There you are! I'm so glad to see you. Word went out that you were missing. I came to see you when I'd heard you'd turned up, but you were sleeping like the dead. Did the healer give you the note I left for you?"
No, he didn't. My tone warned him. His shoulders sagged a bit.
"Ah, so I see you've heard all the bad news of me, but not the good, I'll wager. Sit down. I'd hoped that you'd read it, and I wouldn't have to tell it all again. I get weary of repeating the same words over and over, especially since I do it so much these days."
He lifted his voice.
"Mon, could we have 2 mugs of ale here? And a bit of bread too, if there's any out of the oven yet." Then, "Sit down," he said again to me, and took a seat himself. I sat down opposite him. He looked at my face and said, "I'll tell it quickly. Svanja took my money and spent it on pretties that attracted the eye of an older man. She's now Mistress Pins. She married the draper, a man easily twice as old as me, and wealthy and settled, a substantial man. So, that's done." "And your apprenticeship?" I asked quietly. "I lost it," he replied, as quietly. "Svanja's father made complaint about my character,
to my master. Master Gindus said I must change my ways or leave his employ. I was stupid. I left his employ. I tried to get Svanja to run away with me, back to our old cabin. I told her things would be hard, but that we could live simply with our love for each other to make us rich. She was furious that I'd lost my apprenticeship and told me I was crazy if I thought she wanted to live in the woods and tend chickens. 4 days later she was walking out and Master pins his arm. You were right about her, Tom. I should have listened to you. I bit my tongue before I could agree with him. I sat and stared at the tabletop, wondering what would become of my boy now. I'd left him on his own just when he'd needed a father the most. I pondered what to do. I'll go with you, I offered. We'll go to Gindus together and see if he will reconsider. I'll beg if I have to. No! Hap was aghast. Then he laughed, saying, You haven't given me a chance to tell the rest. As usual, you've seized on the worst and made it the only. Tom, I'm here, amongst the minstrels, and I'm happy. Look! He pushed his bits of wood toward me. The shape was rough yet, but I could see that pegged together they'd make a harp. I'd been with Starling long enough to know that the making of a basic harp was among the first steps toward becoming a minstrel. I never knew I could sing. Well, I knew I could sing, of course, but I never knew I could sing well enough to be a minstrel. I grew up listening to Starling and singing along with her. I never realised how many of her songs and tales I'd got by heart, simply listening to her of an evening. Now, we've had our differences, Starling and I, and she doesn't approve of my taking this path at all. She said you'd blame her for it, but she vouched for me, and she let it be known that I could sing her songs until my own came to me. The mugs of ale and fresh bread, crusty and steaming, were delivered to our table. Hap tore the bread into chunks and bit into one while I was still trying to grasp it all. You're going to become a minstrel? Yes. Starling brought me to a fellow named Sawtongue. He has a terrible voice, but a way with the strings that is little short of a god's gift. And he's a bit old, so he can use a young fellow like me to carry the packs and make up a fire on the nights when we're between inns on our travelling. We'll stay in town until after Harvest Fest, of course. He'll play tonight at the lesser hearth, and I may sing a song or two at the earlier revels for the children. Tom, I never knew that life could be this good. I love what I'm doing now. With everything Starling taught me, all unknowing, I've the repertoire of a journeyman already. Though I'm behind on the making of my own instrument, and of course I've few of my own songs yet, but they'll come. Sawtongue says I should be patient and not try to make songs, but to wait and let them come to me. I never thought to see you turn minstrel, Hap. Nor I. He lifted a shoulder in a shrug and grinned. It's a fit, Tom. No one cares who my mother and father were or weren't, or if my eyes don't match. There's not the endless grind of being a woodworker. Oh, I may complain about reciting over and over until every single word is exactly as Sawtongue wants it turned, but it's not difficult. I never realised what a good memory I had. And after Harvest Fest? Oh, that will be the only sad part. Then I'm away with Sawtongue. He always winters in Bairns, so we'll sing and harp our way there, and then stay with his patron at a warm hearth for the winter. And no regrets. Only that I'll see even less of you than I have this last summer. But you're happy? As close to it as a man can get. Sawtongue says that when you let go and follow your fate instead of trying to twist your life around and master it, a man finds that happiness follows him. So may it be for you, Hap. So may it be. And then we talked for a time of incidental things and drank our ale. To myself I marvelled at the knocks he had taken and still struggled back onto his feet. I wondered too that Starling had stepped in to help him as she had, and said nothing of it to me. That she had given him permission to sing her songs told me that she truly intended to leave her old life behind her. I would have talked the day away with him, but he glanced out of the window and said he had to go wake his master and bring him his breakfast. He asked if I would be at the Harvest Eve revels that night, and I told him I was not sure, but that I hoped he'd enjoy them. He said he'd be certain to, and then we made our farewells. I took my homeward path through the market square. I bought flowers at one stall and sweets at another, and racked my brains desperately for any other gifts that might buy me back into Patience's good graces.
In the end, however, I could think of nothing, and was horrified to realize how much time I'd wasted wandering from booth to booth. As I made my way back to Buckkeep Castle, I was part of the throng going there. I walked behind a wagon full of beer barrels and in front of a group of jugglers who practiced all the way there. One of the girls in the group asked me if the flowers were for my sweetheart, and when I said no, they were for my mother, they all laughed pityingly with me. I found Patience in her rooms, sitting with her feet up. She scolded me and wept over my heartlessness in making her worry while Lacey put the flowers into a vase and set out the sweets with tea for us. My tale of what had befallen me actually brought me back into her good graces, though she complained still that there were more than a dozen years of my life unaccounted for. I was trying to recall where I had left off in my telling, when Lacey said quietly,
"Molly came to visit us a few days ago. It was pleasant to see her again after all the years."
When I sat in stunned silence, Lacey observed,
"Even in widow's dress, she's still a fine-looking woman."
"I told her she shouldn't have kept my granddaughter from me,"
Patience declared suddenly.
"Oh, she had 100 good reasons for it, but not one good enough for me."
"Did you quarrel with her?" I asked in dismay. Could it become any worse?
"No, of course not. She did send the girl to see me the next day, Nettle. Now there's a name for a child. But she's straight-spoken enough. I like that in a girl. Said she didn't want Withywards or anything that might come to her because you were her father. I said it had nothing to do with you, but with the fact that she was Chivalry's granddaughter, and who else was I to settle it on? So, I think she'll come to find that I'm more stubborn than she is."
"Not by much,"
Lacey observed contentedly. Her crooked fingers played on the edge of the table. I missed her endless tatting. "Did Molly speak of me?" I asked, dreading the answer.
"Nothing you'd care for me to repeat to you. She knew you were alive. That was no doing of mine, though. I know how to keep a secret. Apparently far better than you do. She came here ready for a quarrel, I think, but when she found that I, too, had suffered all those years, thinking you dead, well, then we had much in common to talk about. And dear Burrick, of course. Dear, stubborn Burrick. We both had a bit of a weep over him. He was my first love, you know, and I don't think one ever gets back the bit of heart one gives to a first love. She didn't mind me saying that there was still a bit of me that loved that awful, headstrong man. I told her it doesn't matter how badly behaved your first love is, he always keeps a place in your heart, and she agreed that was true enough.
I sat very still.
"That she did,"
Lacey agreed, and her eyes flickered to me, as if measuring how stupid I could possibly be. Patience chattered on of this and that, but I found it hard to keep my mind on her words. My heart was elsewhere, walking on windy cliff-tops with a girl in blowing red skirts. Eventually I realized she was telling me I had to go, that she must begin to dress for the evening festivities, for it took her longer to do those things than it used to do. She asked if I would be there, and I told her probably not, that it was still difficult for me to be seen at gatherings of the nobility where someone might dredge up an old memory of me. She nodded to that, but added, "You have changed more than you know, Fitz. If it had not been for Lacey, I might have walked right by you and not known you at all." I did not know whether to take comfort in that or not. Lacey walked me to the door, saying as we went,
"Well, I suppose we've all changed a great deal. Molly now, I'd have known her anywhere. But I'm not the woman that I used to be. Even for Molly there are changes, though. She said to me, fancy, Lacey, they've put me in the violet chamber, in the south wing. Me as used to be a maid on the upper floors, housed in the violet chamber where Lady and Lord Flicker used to live. Imagine such a thing."
Again her old eyes flickered to mine. I gave one slow nod. Chapter 36. Harvest Fest. As you have requested, I send a messenger to you, to inform you that the blue queen dragon Tintaglia and the black drake Icefyre have been seen. They seem to be in good health and appetite. We conveyed to them that you were concerned for their well-being and for the well-being of the young dragons left in your care. We could not be certain that they understood the gravity or the urgency of your desire for information about them, as perhaps you will understand. They seemed very intent on one another, and little disposed to desire or facilitate conversation with men. Missive from Queen Cotrican to the Bingtown Traders' Council. Evening found me at my old post behind the wall. For once I was spying for my own curiosity, rather than upon any mission for Chade. I had a bottle of wine, bread, apples, cheese, sausage, and a ferret in a basket beside me, and a cushion to perch on. I hunched with my eye to a crack and watched the swirl as Six Duchies and Outislands met and mingled. Tonight there was little formality. That would be tomorrow. Tonight there was food in abundance set out on tables, but the tables edged the walls to leave room for dancing. Tonight there would be opportunity for lesser and younger minstrels, jugglers and puppeteers to show their skills. Tonight was casual chaos and rejoicing in the harvest prospects. Tonight, commoner and nobles mingled in all the halls and courtyards of the keep. I probably could have safely wandered amongst them, but I had no heart for it. So I hid and peered and took pleasure in the pleasure of others. I was at my post early enough that I did get to hear Hap sing. He sang for the children, early gathered for they would be early sent to bed, and chose 2 silly songs about the man who hunted the moon, and the one about the woman who planted a cup to grow some wine, and a fork to grow some meat, and so on. He'd always laughed at those when Starling sang them to him, and so did his audience now. He seemed to take great and genuine pleasure in that, and his master seemed well pleased. I gave a small sigh. My boy gone off with the minstrels. I'd never imagined that. I also saw Swift, his head cropped close for mourning, walking about with Webb. The lad seemed older than when I had last seen him, not in looks, but in bearing. He followed Webb, and I was glad he had such a man to mentor him. My eyes wandered, and amidst the dancers I saw young Lord Sybil. There was a girl in his arms, and to my shock, it was Nettle. I sat watching and chewing that until the end of the tune, when Prince Dutiful escorted Lady Sybil back to him and claimed the next dance with Nettle for himself. The prince, I thought, looked a bit forlorn despite his formerly pleasant mien. I doubted that it was his friend's lady or his cousin that he truly wished to be dancing with. As for Nettle, she danced well, but self-consciously, and I wondered if she was uncertain of the steps or made awkward by the rank of her partner. Her dress was simple as the prince's harvest fest attire, and I saw Queen Cotrican's hand in that. Thinking of the queen made me look for her, and I found her on a high chair overlooking the festivities. She looked tired, but pleased. Chade was not beside her, and I thought that odd, until I saw that he too was dancing with a fiery-haired woman who was probably a third of his age. One by one my eyes sought and found all the folk who had woven the most important parts of my life. Starling, Lady Fisher now, sat on a cushioned chair. Her lord stood solicitously close by and fetched her drink and food from the tables himself, as if servants could not be trusted with such an essential task. Lady Patience entered, wearing more lace than all the other women combined, with Lacey at her elbow. They found the end of a bench near a puppeteer's stage and sat nudging and pointing and whispering together, as if they were 2 little girls. I spotted Lady Rosemary talking with 2 Outislander emperors. I was sure that her charming smile and ample bosom were gathering plenty of information for Lord Chade to ponder on the morrow. Archon Bloodblade was there, in a mantle trimmed with red fox fur, discussing something earnestly with the Duchess of Bairns. She seemed to be listening courteously, but I wondered if any trade agreement could ever completely change her heart toward the Outislanders. I saw 3 others I recognized from the Hetgird gathering over by the food tables, and several standing and staring perplexedly at a puppet show. My eyes snagged on Nettle again as she drifted alone through the festive throng. A stocky young man approached her. By his close-cropped curls I deduced that it was Chivalry, Burrick's eldest son. They stood talking in the midst of the noise and laughter. As I watched, a woman in simple dress of very dark blue approached them, leading a struggling small boy by the hand. I winced at Molly's shorn head, knowing with deep certainty that Burrick would never have approved of what she had done to her tresses. Her bared head made her look oddly young. She gripped Hearth by the hand and was pointing at another young boy, evidently entreating Chivalry to help her gather them up for the night.
Instead, Nettle swept her youngest brother up in her arms and whirled him out onto the dance floor, where his squeals of glee at having eluded his mother made more than one couple smile. Chivalry held out a placating hand to Molly, nodding at something she said. Then a troop of tumblers stacked themselves up in such a way as to precisely block my view. When they were finished with their tricks, I could not see Molly at all. I sat back in the dimness. At my elbow, Gilly asked,
"Sausages?"
I felt about in the basket, but discovered only worried bits of meat. He'd taken them all to pieces in the act of killing them. I found one nub larger than the others and offered it to him, and he snatched it happily from my hand. And so my evening passed. On the dance floor I saw those I cherished most turn and move to music that barely reached my ears through the thick walls. I leaned back from my peephole to ease my aching back. A tiny spot of light reached through it toward me. I caught it in my hand and sat staring at it for a time. A metaphor for my life, I thought. I pushed my self-pity aside and leaned forward again. Thick was leaving the food table with a stack of tarts in his 2 hands. His music was loud and joyous, and he moved to it, out of step from the tune that all the others heard. But at least he was out there, I thought to myself. At least he was out and amongst them all. I felt the impulse to throw caution to the wind and join him, but it died as swiftly as it had arisen. No. Molly's children had found a juggler to their liking. They stood in a half-circle watching him. Nettle held Hearth's and Steady's hands. Just was in Chivalry's arms. Nimble and Swift stood together. I noticed Webb behind them, at a distance from them and yet present. My eyes wandered over the crowd, seeking and not finding. I stood. I left my basket and cushion to the ferret and went unencumbered through the narrow passages. I knew there was a peephole to the violet chamber. I eschewed it. I left my secret warren, spent some small time in a closet, slapping dust and cobwebs from myself, and then walked swiftly, eyes down through the crowded halls of Buckkeep. No one remarked on me, no one called my name or stopped me to ask how I had been. I could have been invisible. As I climbed the stairs, the crowd thinned. By the time I had reached the residential chambers of Buckkeep Castle, the halls were deserted. Everyone was at the festivities below. Everyone but me. And perhaps Molly. I walked 3 times past the door of the violet chamber. The 4th time I commanded myself to knock, and did, more forcefully than I had intended. My heart was hammering, and I was literally shaking in my shoes. There was only silence. Then, when I thought this mustering of courage would be for naught, that no one would answer, I heard Molly ask quietly, "Who is it?" "It's me," I said, stupidly. And then, while I was searching for what name to call myself by, she told me plainly that she knew who was there. "Go away. Please, go away. Please, no. I promised Burrick I'd look after you and the young ones. I promised him." The door opened a crack. I could see one of her eyes as she said, "Funny. That was what he told me when he first began to bring things to my door. That he had promised you, before you died, that he'd look after me." I had no answer to that. And the door started to close. I shoved my foot into it. "Please, let me in, just for a moment. Move your foot or I'll break it." She meant it. I decided to risk it. "Please, Molly, please. After all the years, don't I get one chance to explain, just one? The time for explaining was 16 years ago, when it might have made a difference. Please, let me in." She jerked the door suddenly open. Her eyes were blazing, and she said, "I only want to hear one thing from you. Tell me about my husband's last hours." "Very well," I said quietly. "I suppose I owe you that." "Yes," she said, as she stepped away from the door, holding it just wide enough that I could eel through. "You owe me that. And a lot more." She wore a night robe and wrapper. Her body was fuller than I remembered it, her figure a woman's rather than a girl's. It was not unattractive. The room smelled of her, not just the perfume she wore, but of her flesh, and of beeswax and candle-making. Her dress was neatly folded on top of the chest at the foot of the bed. A trundle bed made up beside hers proclaimed that her boys would sleep here with her. Her brush and comb were set out on a table, more by habit than for any need for them. The first stupid words out of my mouth were, "He would not have wanted you to cut your hair." She lifted a self-conscious hand to her head. "What would you know about it?" she demanded indignantly. "The first time he saw you, long before he took you from me, he commented on your hair. 'A bit of red in her coat,' is what he said." "He would put it like that," she said. And then, "He never took me from you. We thought you were dead. You let us think you were dead, and I knew despair. I had nothing except a child depending on me for everything. If anyone took anything, I took him, because I loved him, because he treated me well, and he treated Nettle well." "I know that." "I am glad that you do. Sit there. Tell me how he died." So I sat on a chair, and she perched on the clothing chest, and I told her of Burrick's last days. It was the last conversation I would have imagined having with her in those circumstances, and I hated it. Yet as I spoke I felt also a terrible relief. I needed to be telling her these things as much as she needed to be hearing them. She listened avidly, as if every word were a moment of his life that she could reclaim for herself. I hesitated to speak of Burrick's wit, yet there was no way to leave it out of the tale. She must have heard of it before, for she showed no shock or revulsion. I told it in a way that not even Swift could have, for I could say to her that at the end it was obvious to me how much Burrick loved his son, that there was no rift between them when he died. It was different from telling it to Nettle. Molly understood the full significance of Burrick asking me to look after her and his little sons. I repeated what he had said to me, that he had been the better man for her, and I repeated to her that I agreed with that. She sat up straight and spoke bitterly. "Fine. So you both agreed on that. Did either of you ever think to consult with me on it? Did either of you ever pause to consider that perhaps the decision belonged to me?" And those words opened the door for me to go back down the years and to tell her what I was doing and where and how I had learned that she had given herself to Burrick. She looked away from me, chewing on her thumbnail as I spoke. When my words lapsed to silence, she said, "I thought you were dead. If I had known otherwise, if he had known otherwise—" "I know, but there was no safe way to send word to you. And then, once you had, it was too late. If I had come back, it would have torn all of us apart." She leaned forward, her chin cupped in both her palms and her fingers over her mouth. Her eyes were closed, but tears welled from under her lashes. "What a mess you made of it. What a mare's nest we made of our lives." There were 100 answers to that. I could have protested that I had not made the mess, that it had befallen all of us. Suddenly it would have taken more strength than I had. I let it go. I let it all go. And now it's too late for there ever to be anything for you and me? Oh, Fitz. And even in rebuke, for me to hear my name from her lips was a sort of sweetness. For you, it has always been too late or too soon, always someday, always tomorrow, or after you do this one last duty for your king. A woman needs a chance for something to be now. I needed that. I'm sorry we had so little of it." A little time longer we sat there in our own sorry silence. Then she said quietly, "Chivalry will be bringing the little ones to me soon. I promised they could stay until the last puppet show. It would not do for them to find you here. They would not understand, and I could not explain." And so I left her, bowing to her at her door. I had not touched so much as her hand. I felt worse than I had when I had been trying to knock. Then there had been some shred of possibility. Now I was left with the reality. Too late. I descended the stairs back into the crowds and the noise. Then the noise seemed suddenly louder, and people were talking excitedly, some asking questions, others repeating rumours.
A ship from the Out Islands.
It's late to be docking. A narwhal banner.
The runner just went in. I saw his message baton.
Then I was trapped in the herd of folk crowding back toward the great hall. I tried to fight my way to the edge of the corridor, but only succeeded in being elbowed in the ribs, cursed at, and having my feet trodden on. I gave up and let the surge of eager folk carry me into the great hall. A runner had indeed just reached the Queen. It took some little time for awareness of this to settle on the room. The musicians for the dance fell silent first, and then the puppeteers ceased their play. Jugglers stilled their clubs. The crowd hummed like a hive in anticipation, as more and yet more folk crowded into the room. The messenger stood before the Queen, panting still, his baton that signalled to all that he was a royal messenger and not to be delayed still clasped in his hand. In a moment, Chade was at Cotricken's side, and then the prince was climbing the dais to stand beside her. She held out the open scroll so that they both might read it. Then, when she held it aloft, the murmurs and speculation died to near silence.
Good tidings. A ship with the narwhal emblem has docked in the harbour, she announced. It seems that perhaps Emperor Piotr of the narwhal clan of the Out Islands will join us for our harvest fest tomorrow.
It was wonderful news, and Archon Bloodblade's shout of enthusiasm was easily heard above the polite mutters of the dukes and duchesses. An Out-Islander slapped the Duke of Tilth on the back. The prince nodded his pleasure to the entire assembly, and then motioned to the musicians, who launched into a lively and celebratory tune. There was scarcely room to dance, yet folk seemed content to hop or sway in place to the merry tune. Then the crowding in the room eased a bit, as some folk fled it for fresh air or space, or a chance to spread the gossip further. The puppet show finished, and I saw Chivalry and Nettle gather up their smaller siblings and herd them from the room. Other youngsters were being shooed along as well. Just when I thought that the crowd had eased enough that I could gracefully leave without resorting to elbows to get through the door, a second wave of excited voices reached us from outside. Almost immediately, folk began to spill back into the room. I felt someone tug at my sleeve, and turned to find Lacey standing there.
Come sit with us, lad. We'll hide you.
And so I soon found myself on a bench between Patience and Lacey, looking as unostentatious as a fox in the henhouse. I slumped my shoulders and hid my face behind a mug of fresh cider, and waited to see what the fresh hubbub was about. It was Piotr arriving, I thought, when I saw him standing still in the door. And yet the noise outside seemed greater than that would occasion, and Piotr himself had a determined look on his face that bespoke something momentous. He lifted both arms over his head and cried out loudly, "Clear a way, if you will! Clear a path!" It was easier said than done in the crowded space, and yet folk tried to give way. He walked in first, setting a measured tread, and then behind him came a vision such as few have ever seen. Eliania wore a hooded blue cloak. The hood was lined with white fur that set off her shining black eyes and hair. The cloak itself was floor-length and trailed some little distance in a train. It was buck blue and worked all over with bucks and narwhals leaping side by side. Tiny glittering white gems made up their eyes, so that it seemed she wore a summer evening sky as she advanced into the room. Prince Dutiful had remained upon the dais with his mother. Now he looked down on her, and no one in the room could doubt that he beheld her with delight. He did not say a word to either Chade or the Queen, nor did he bother with the 2 steps, but leapt straight to the floor. At sight of him, Eliania threw back her hood, and then ran to meet him. They met in the centre of the great hall. As they clasped hands, her clear and joyous voice carried, "I could not wait. I could not wait for winter, and I could not wait for spring. I am here to marry you, and I will do my best to live according to your ways, strange though they are." The prince looked down at her. I saw his face light with joy, and then I saw his hesitation. I saw him groping for what he must say, for what was correct for him to say before all his gathered people. Eliania looked up at him, and the light in her face began to dim as Dutiful attempted to compose a careful reply. I skilled fiercely. Tell her you cannot wait either. Tell her you love her, and that you will wed her right away. Love that comes so far and at such a price should not be put off. A woman needs to be loved now. Chade's face froze in a smile of horror. The queen stood, and I knew she held her breath. Pyotr stood motionless, and his face was very still. I knew he prayed the prince would not hurt or humiliate the girl. Dutiful spoke loud and clear. "Then we shall wed. Within the week. Not just before my dukes, but before all gathered here. We shall wed, and we shall bring in the harvest as man and wife. Would that please you?"
El and Eda, the sea and the land,
Bloodblade shouted.
the buck and the narwhal, at the turning of the year, good fortune to us all.
So it would be, Pyotr cried out, and a sort of wonder came into his face. That would please me. I saw the words formed by her lips, but did not hear them. Noise had erupted all about me as hundreds of tongues clattered at once. Chade closed his eyes for a moment, then put on a smile and looked with apparent fondness at his impulsive, impetuous prince. Yet the secret sourness of his gaze was defeated and nullified by what shone in Eliania's eyes. If she had ever needed confirmation of her decision, Dutiful had given it. I wondered at what cost to herself and to her clan she had come here. The garment she wore bore both narwhals and bucks, and I doubted she had made it entirely herself, so I deduced some maternal support of her decision. "They're getting married this week?" Patience asked me, and I nodded in response. "This will be a harvest fest to remember," she observed. "Best send runners out about the countryside. No one will want to miss this. We haven't had a proper wedding in Buckkeep since Chivalry and I married here." "I don't think this will be one now. They've prepared for Harvest Fest, not a wedding. Cook's going to be very upset," Lacey warned us. She was right, of course. I was able to retreat from the chaos I'd created, and actually found a few hours of sleep that night holed up in the workroom. I fear few others did. The servants worked through the night. It was fortunate they had the feast for the harvest well begun, and the castle already decked with autumn garlands. Fortunate, too, that the prince's dukes and duchesses had already convened for Harvest Fest, for it would have caused a greater furore if the prince's haste to wed had caused one of his high nobles to miss the ceremony. I almost missed my peephole the next day. I stood through the lengthy harvest ceremony in the back row of the prince's guard. Longwick had replenished our depleted ranks, yet even so I was painfully aware of the absence of those who had gone to find the dragon with us. Riddle stood beside me, and I think he felt it as keenly as I did. Yet for all that there was satisfaction in watching our prince and his bride. They were arrayed as the king and queen of the harvest. Long had it been since that old custom was observed. For long had it been since we had had a royal couple in residence. The seamstresses must have worked throughout the night. Eliania wore her cloak of narwhals and bucks, and somehow a doublet that matched it perfectly had been created for the prince. Dutiful's simple coronet had been replaced with an ornate harvest crown, and in that I saw Chade's subtle hand, for he displayed the prince as a crowned king before his dukes. Ceremonial it might be, yet it could not fail to leave an impression. Eliania was crowned as well. Whereas the prince wore a crown of gilded antlers, hers featured a single narwhal horn, enamelled in blue and trimmed in silver. When they danced together, alone in the centre of the sanded floor, they looked like a couple from a legend sprung to life. "Like Edda and Elle themselves," Riddle observed, and I nodded to myself. Nobility and commoners are alike swayed by pomp and pageantry. Over the next few days the castle and the town swelled with folk as it had not in years. The ceremony to honour the prince's witch coterie was well attended, with far more folk than it would have ordinarily attracted. Cockle had the telling of the tale, and he acquitted himself well, and with far more accuracy than I had come to expect of minstrels. Perhaps because he was witted himself, he did not wish to be seen as embroidering the truth beyond what it would bear. So he told the tale with moving simplicity that made little of the type of magic Burrick and the coterie used, and much that they had been willing to sacrifice all for their prince. Cockle, Swift, Webb, and Sybil were formally recognised as the prince's wit coterie. There was some small grumbling at that, as other nobles recalled well that once the word had only been applied to the circle of skilled ones who aided a king. Chade assured them that there would, indeed, eventually be a skill coterie as well, as soon as suitable candidates could be tested and selected. The Queen conveyed Withywood to Molly, rather than Nettle, so that it might be seen as granted to Burrick's line in token of his service. Molly accepted it gravely, and I knew that the moneys from that estate would provide well for her and all her children. Lady Nettle was presented as the newest of the Queen's circle of ladies, and Swift officially apprenticed to the Witmaster Webb. Webb spoke briefly but strongly of the power of Burrick's magic, and bemoaned that the man had been forced to hide it rather than educate his son in it. He hoped there would never be such a waste of talent again. Then Webb solved for me the riddle that he had given me when first we set out on the voyage. For he said that Burrick briefly rallied before he died, enough to bid his son farewell, and to die with the warrior's prayer on his lips. For, yes, he had sighed on his dying breath. And all knew that was the ultimate prayer one could offer to life. Acceptance. I pondered that during the evening when I sat in my workroom. My hands were slick with lamp oil. It had spread through the skill scrolls, making many of the old letters fuzzy and swollen to my weary eyes. It was a discouraging, tiresome task. I pushed the scroll away from me, wiped my hands on a rag, and poured myself a little more brandy. I was not certain I agreed with Webb's thoughts, and yet it seemed to me that yes had been Burrick's word for life. Certainly there seemed to be very little glory or satisfaction in saying no to it. I had said it often enough to have felt fully the truth of that. I had sought in vain for another opportunity to speak to Molly alone. Always she seemed surrounded by her children. Slowly it came to me, sitting there alone by my fire, that they were a part of her. Likely there would be very little chance of finding her alone and apart from them. The opportunity I had so long denied myself was here and now, but rapidly slipping away from me. The next morning, on the eve of the wedding, I went to the steams early in the day. I washed myself and shaved more carefully than I had in years. Back in the tower room I brushed my hair back into a warrior's tail, and then took out the selection of clothing that the fool had inflicted on me. I dressed slowly, in the blue doublet and the white shirt, finishing it with the buck blue leggings. I was now definitely a buckman, but no longer looked like servant or guardsman. I looked at myself in the mirror and smiled ruefully. Patience would approve. I looked dangerously like my father's son. I dared myself, and then moved the silver fox pin from the inside of my doublet to the outside. The little fox winked at me, and I smiled back. I left the secret labyrinth and walked through the corridors of Buckkeep Castle. Several times I felt eyes on me, and once a man stopped dead before me and squinting at me with a frown, as if struggling to remember something. I passed him by. The castle was a crawl with hastening servants and nobles socializing with one another. I made my way to the violet chamber and knocked firmly. Nettle opened the door. I had not been prepared for that, thinking that young chivalry would have been the first I must confront. She stared at me and then recognized me with a visible start. She said nothing until I asked, "May I come in?" "I would speak to your mother and brothers." "I don't think that's wise. Go away," she said, and began to shut the door, but chivalry caught the edge of it, asking her, "Who is it?" And then, in an aside to me, "Don't mind her, sir. Dress of a lady and manners of a fishwife." The room seemed full of children. I had never before realized how many 7 children were. Swift and Nimble were sitting on the floor, by the hearth, a game of stones spread out before them, with Steady watching the play. Swift looked up, saw me, and his mouth opened in an O of surprise. I saw his twin poke him, demanding, "What is it? It's your turn." Hearth and Just, wrestling on the bed, ignored me. I suddenly realized the size of the promise that Burrick had demanded of me.
It was easily 7 times what chivalry had asked of him when he handed me over to his right-hand man to raise. The blankets were rucked about the tussling youngsters on the bed, and the candelabrum on the night table was in obvious danger of being overset. And then, before Nettle could shut the door on me or chivalry invite me in, Molly entered from the adjoining chamber. She halted, staring at me. I think she would have thrown me out if she'd had the chance. Hearth stood up on the bed and made a spring for his brother, who evaded him by rolling away. I took 2 swift steps and caught the 6-year-old before he hit the floor. He wriggled away from me immediately, charging back into battle with his brother. They suddenly reminded me of a litter of puppies, and I smiled as I said, I promised Burrick that I would look after his sons. I can't do that if I don't know them. I've come to introduce myself. Swift stood up slowly to face me. The question in his eyes was plain. I took a breath. I found my answer. Yes. My name is Fitz Chivalry Farseer. I grew up in the stables of Buckkeep. Your father taught me all the things he thought a man should know. I would pass that on to his sons. Chivalry had caught Nettle's uneasiness, and the name unsettled him even more. He moved to put his body between the smaller children and me. It was so instinctive of him that I had to smile, even when he said, I think I can pass my father's teaching on to my brothers, sir. I expect that you will, but you will have other things to think of as well. Who cares for your stock and stables right now when you are all away? Oxworthy, a man from our village who used to come to help out with the heavy work from time to time. He can manage it well enough, for a few days, though I will have to return to our holdings right after the prince's wedding. It's not his business, Nettle interjected indignantly. I knew I had to face her down or let her drive me off. I made a promise, Nettle. Swift witnessed it. I do not think your father would have asked that of me unless he wished the raising of his small sons to be my business. That sets it out of your hands. But not out of mine, Molly interjected firmly. And for many reasons I think this is unwise. I took a breath and steeled my will. I turned to look at Chivalry. I love your mother. I have for years before she chose your father. Yet I promise you, I will not try to take his place with any of you, only to do what he asked of me, to look after you all. I looked back at Molly. Her face was so white I thought she would faint. No secrets, I told her. No secrets among us. Molly sat down heavily on the bed. Her 2 youngest boys immediately came to her, Hearth climbing into her lap. She put her arms around him reflexively. I think you had better go, she said faintly. Steady came to his mother and put a protective arm around her. Swift stood suddenly. No secrets? Will you tell them that you are witted, then? It was a challenge. I smiled at him. I believe you just did that for me. I took a breath and looked at Nettle. I will also be instructing your sister in the skill. At Chivalry's blank look, I said, the king's magic, the old magic. She has it. She talks with dragons. You should chat with her about it sometime. It was why she was first brought here to Buckkeep, to serve her prince. I believe your father had some ability in the skill, for he served as king's man to king-in-waiting Chivalry, the man for whom your eldest brother is named. Swift was staring at me uncertainly. Webb said we were not to speak of who you really were, that there was still some who'd like to see you dead, that your life was in our hands. I bowed to him. Yes, I put my life in your hands. I looked at Nettle and added, if you truly like to be rid of me, it would be fairly simple for you. Please, Fitz. Molly sounded desperate. Go. I need to speak to my children privately. I wish you had not given such a heavy secret to my younger ones. I scarcely trust them to wash their necks each day, let alone preserve such a confidence. I felt a bit foolish then, and I bowed, saying only, As you will, Molly, and left. I got 5 steps past the closing of the door before my knees began to shake so badly that I had to lean up against the wall for a moment. A passing servant asked me if I was ill, but I assured her I would be fine.
Yet as I found my strength and walked away down the corridor, I wondered if I would be. Then Nettle's sudden skilling hit me with the force of a mallet. "The dragons are coming! Tintaglia bids us have live meat waiting for them in the customary place." It was good fortune that brought us dragons on the prince's wedding day, but Nettle's inspiration that the tribute Tintaglia had demanded so imperiously be referred to as the dragon's feast. Hapless steers, beribboned with blue streamers, were penned not far from the witness stones, awaiting their fate. Tintaglia and Icefyre were not present for the ceremony itself, which was just as well. The well-wishers who came to witness the prince and Eliania make their vows in the centre of the witness stones crowded both hillsides. The couple was splendid in blue and white. They stood in the centre of the stones under a serendipitously blue sky and spoke their promises loudly and clearly. I was amongst the guards who stood in a line to keep an area near the cattle pens cleared for the dragons. They appeared as small jewels in the sky just as the prince had finished his promises to his bride and his dukes. They flew nearer, and the crowd oohed and ahed as if they were an acrobatic troupe brought especially for their pleasure. The dragons grew larger and even larger, and soon we had no problems in keeping an area cleared for them to alight as people began to realize the size of the creatures that were approaching. A hush came over the crowd as it became apparent that Tintaglia fled the ardently pursuing Icefyre. Above the witness stones they wheeled and cavorted and mock-battled, swooping low enough that the wind of their wings tousled hair and flapped scarves. Together they soared, gleaming black and silvery blue, up in an abrupt, almost vertical climb, and then Icefyre lunged and caught his mate. They coupled in a display of wanton lust that delighted the gathered witnesses as a good omen for their prince and new princess. No one with even a drop of the skill in them could have been completely immune to the passions of those great beasts. It infected the crowd with a wave of both sentiment and amorousness that made that evening's festivities a night long and fondly remembered by many. The dragons cared little for any of that. They coupled several times with loud trumpeting and mock challenges to one another, and then fell on the bullocks with a zeal for feeding that was horrifying to witness. The pens did not hold the panicky cattle, and one guardsman was trampled, and several dozen onlookers sent scrambling for safety before Tintaglia and Icefyre completed their slaughter and settled in to feeding. That was bloody and messy enough that even those who had stayed behind to watch the dragons kill the cattle decided to go back to the castle, or to watch from a safer distance. Yet even though the dragons paid little attention to the occasion, their presence was a triumph for our prince. Before the dukes dispersed to their separate duchies, they met and agreed to recognize Dutiful as king in waiting. It was an end to Dutiful's quest worthy of any minstrel's song, and many were made about it, and sung often in the days to come. The feasting and rejoicing in Buckkeep Castle went on for a full 20 days, until the onset of wintry weather convinced the nobility that they ought to seek their own keeps and holdings before travel became completely unpleasant. The castle settled back, very gradually, into a routine, yet for all that winter it remained a livelier place than it had in many a year. The king-in-waiting and his young bride attracted not just the youthful nobility of the Six Duchies, but the younger Emperor of the Outislands. Alliances were made that had nothing to do with trade, and wedding plans set that spanned the two countries. Among those who announced their intentions were Lord Sybil and Lady Siddle. Yet it was a time of departures too. I made farewell to Hap and his master, for they would follow their lord back to his keep for the winter. My boy seemed genuinely happy, and if I was not pleased to part with him, I was pleased that he had found a choice that gave him so much satisfaction. Webb took Swift off with him, saying it was time the boy got out and met more of his own folk, to understand better all the nuances of the wit, and to make him appreciate the necessity of using it with discipline. My declaration of love for his mother had raised a new wall between Swift and me. I was not sure it was one I could soon breach, and yet I felt better knowing that I had spoken honestly to him. Webb tried to talk me into going with them, saying that I too would benefit, but I begged off yet again, promising that truly, one day I would make time. He smiled, and reminded me that no man could make time,
but only use that which he was given wisely. I promised him I'd try to do that, and waved them farewell from the gates of Buckkeep. The dragons departed with the first frost, and we were not sorry to bid them farewell. They were each capable of eating a couple of cattle a day. Nettle warned us early in their visit that if we did not supply them willingly, they would likely take whatever they fancied. Our herds and flocks were well culled before the chill of winter drove them south. I was amused one night to become aware of Nettle and Tintaglia in dream talk. Nettle dream-rode with Tintaglia. She flew slightly behind Icefyre, heading south as they flew through the night. The sweep of cool wind, the stars overhead, and the rich smells of the slumbering earth below were intoxicating. "And beyond that desert you will find some of the richest, fattest herds in this part of the world, or so I have heard." Nettle was casual with her recommendation.
"Desert? Dry sand? I have been longing for a good dust bath. Wet sand clings beneath my scales, and water cannot polish old blood from one's scales like sand does."
"I think you will find much there to your liking. I have heard that the cattle of Chade are easily twice the size of what we raise here, and so fat that the meat catches fire if you try to cook it over an open flame." Nettle's dream was rich with the smell of roasting meat and dripping fat. It almost made me hungry. "I have never heard of the cattle of Chade being exceptionally fat or large," I objected. "We were not conversing with you," Nettle pointed out severely, "and what I know of Chade I know from my father's stories of that place. I think they would profit much from a visit from hungry dragons." And then she tumbled me out of her dream, and I awoke on the floor by my bed. Dutiful, Chade, Nettle, Thick, and I continued to meet in early mornings to study and expand our understanding of the skill. Nettle was courteous, but spoke to me only as it was necessary. I did not push against that wall either, but instructed Dutiful, Thick, and her as a group. Soon my paltry advantage over them was apparent, and we proceeded to learn as a coterie. What we learned from the recovered scrolls made us go more slowly rather than more quickly, for it rapidly became apparent that we wielded our magic like a boy wields a sword, with little understanding of either the danger or the potential of it. Chade desperately wished to experiment with the portal stones, as we began to call them. The elderling cities and their hints of both treasure and secrets enticed him. Only the extreme aversion that both Thick and I evinced towards them convinced him that we should wait until he had a better mastery of the magic before attempting such a thing. Perhaps the most positive outgrowth of it was that Chade agreed that in spring he would arrange a calling after the old tradition, and that from among those who came we would select skill candidates who would be trained according to the careful procedures outlined in the scrolls. Despite my duties, winter dragged for me. The day after the wedding, Molly and 5 of her sons had departed Buckkeep. She did not bid me farewell in any way. I bled inside for 3 days, and then, lacking all other advisers in matter of the heart, took my sorry account of my foolishness to Patience and Lacey. They listened carefully, praised my courage and honesty, condemned my stupidity, and then revealed that Molly had already told them the whole story. After chiding me for rushing in just as they had warned me not to do, Patience announced that I had best return to Tradeford with her for the winter, to keep myself busy, and to give Molly some time. I narrowly begged my way out of that, yet bidding them farewell was difficult for me, and I promised I would come to visit before the year was out. "If we're still alive," Patience conceded cheerfully. They promised to send me a monthly missive, along with the report of the holdings that they sent to the Queen, and I promised to do likewise. I watched them set forth, mounted on horses amidst the guard the Queen had insisted on sending with them, for despite their years they both disdained the comforts of a litter. I stood in the road, staring after them, until a curve in the road took them out of sight. Chapter 37. Ever After. Let the calling be announced well in advance, for people deserve a warning before the skill magic touches them for the first time. A calling issued with no warning can induce great fear, for some who hold the potential for skill will not know what it is, and fear that madness, or worse, has come upon them. So let riders be sent out well ahead of time, but do not tell when the exact day of the calling will go forth. In the past, much time has been wasted trying to wake the skill in some who came to Buckkeep claiming to have heard the call, when in fact all they wished to do was escape a life as farmers or bakers or rivermen. Let the strongest coterie in the keep issue the call, making it as far-reaching as possible. A calling should be held no more often than every 15 years. Trilogies on the calling of candidates. I tried, but I could not help myself. 1 month after Patience had departed, I gave in to an impulse. I sent a large pot of preserved wintergreen berries to Molly. I approached Riddle to act as my messenger. He seemed surprised that I even asked if he were busy, commenting that he had been told several weeks ago to consider himself at my disposal. Chade had undertaken a number of small changes on my behalf since I'd begun to take a more active role in Farseer matters. The pretense that I was an ordinary member of the Prince's Guard was fading, replaced with the unseen acceptance that I served the royal family in more confidential ways. Nominally, I was still Tom Badgerlock, but I seldom wore the livery of a guard any more, and the fox-pin rode always on my breast. Riddle seemed bemused by the errand I gave him, but carried the gift and delivered it nonetheless. "What did she say?" I asked him anxiously when he returned. He looked at me blankly. "She said nothing to me. I gave it to the lad who came to the door, but I told him it was for his mum. Isn't that what you wanted me to do?" I hesitated, and then said, "Yes, that was exactly right. Yes." The next month, I sent a missive saying that I thought Nettle was doing very well with her studies and becoming more comfortable at court. I told the family that Webb had sent a bird to inform us that he and Swift would likely winter with the Duke and Duchess of Burns. Webb seemed well pleased with the boy, and I thought Molly would wish to know that they were well and doing fine. My letter spoke only of her children. Along with the missive, I sent 2 jumping jacks and a carved bear, and a sack of horehound candies. Riddle's report from that delivery was slightly more encouraging. One of the little fellows said the horehound was good, but not as good as peppermint. The next month, a sack of horehound and a sack of peppermint candies, as well as nuts and raisins, accompanied my letter about Nettle. That won me a brief reply from Molly, written on the bottom of my own letter, saying she welcomed news of Nettle, but would I kindly stop attempting to make the boys sick with sweets. The next month's letter duly reported on Nettle and gave news of Swift, who had taken the blotch fever along with all the other youngsters at Ripplekeep and Bairns, but had recovered well and seemed none the worse for it. The Duchess herself had taken an interest in the lad and was teaching him much about hawks. Personally, I wondered how much, but left that speculation out of my letter. Instead of sweets, I sent 2 pouches of baked clay marbles, an exceptionally nice hoof-pick in a leather sheath, and 2 wooden practice swords. Riddle was amused to report that Hearth had clouted just with one of the swords before he had even got off his horse, and refused to trade with Nimble for the bag of marbles that had been intended for him. I took it as a good sign that Riddle knew the boys by name now, and that they had all come out of the house to greet him. The note from Molly was less heartening. Just had suffered a considerable lump to the back of his head, for which she blamed me. The boys had also been disappointed at the lack of sweets with the letter, for which she also blamed me. The letters were welcome, but I should stop disrupting her family with inappropriate gifts. There was also a note from Chivalry, stiffly thanking me for the hoof-pick. He asked if I knew of a source of saff oil, for one of the mares had a stubborn infection in one hoof, and he thought he recalled his father using saff oil. I did not wait a month. I found saff oil immediately and sent it back to Chivalry, with instructions to wash out all her hooves with vinegar, move her into a different stall, and then apply saff oil to all 4 hooves, inside and out. I further suggested that he put a good bed of hearth ash down in her old stall and leave it there for 3 days before sweeping it out, and then mopping the stall with vinegar and letting it dry well before stabling any other horses in it. And with the saff oil and letter to Chivalry, I defiantly sent barley sugar sticks, with the request that he ration them out so that no one suffered from bellyaches. He returned a note, thanking me for the oil and saying he had forgotten about the vinegar portion of the remedy. He asked if I knew the correct proportions for a certain liniment that Burrick used to make, for his attempt at it had come out too runny, and he assured me that the barley sugar would only be distributed as it was earned. Molly sent a note, but it was clearly marked, to Nettle. But Steady told me that they had actually all liked the peppermint better, Riddle informed me as he gave me Chivalry's missive. Steady seems to me to be the quiet one, you know, the good lad who's often overlooked amongst rowdier boys. With a liar's grin, he added, I was like that myself as a lad. Surely you were, I agreed, sceptically. Any response? Riddle asked me, and I told him I needed some time to think about it. It took me several days of experiments at the work table to compound correctly the liniment. It made me realize how much I had forgotten. I made several pots of it and sealed them well. Chade paid one of his rare visits to the old workroom we once had shared. He sniffed the air speculatively and asked what I was concocting. Bribes, I answered him honestly. Ah, he said, and when he asked no more, I knew that Riddle was still reporting to him as well. Made a few changes up here, I see, he added, looking about the room. Mostly with a broom and some water. I'd give a great deal to have a window. He gave me an odd look. The room next to this one is always left empty. It used to belong to Lady Time. I understand there are rumours she haunts it still. Strange odours, you know, and sounds in the night. He grinned to himself. She was a useful old hag. I bricked up the connecting door years and years ago. It used to be behind that wall hanging. You could probably knock through the wall if you went about it quietly. Knock through the wall quietly? It might be a bit difficult. A bit. I may try it. I'll let you know. Or you could move Nettle out of your old room down below and have the use of it. I shook my head. I still hope there may come a time when she would want to use that passage to come up and talk with me of an evening. But not much progress there yet. No, I'm afraid not. Ah, she's as hard-headed as you were. Don't trust her near the mantel with a fruit knife. I looked at the one that still stood there, driven in as deep as my boyish anger could sink it. I'll remember that. Remember, too, that you forgave me. Eventually. I tried to send off the liniment by Riddle with a sack of peppermint drops, some spiced tea, and a small marionette of a deer. That won't do, he told me. At least put in some tops, so there's something for each of them. And so it was done. He suggested penny whistles as well, quite innocently, but I pointed out I was trying to win my way in, not provoke Molly to murder me. He grinned, nodded, and rode off, and stayed away an extra 2 days because of a snowstorm. He brought back letters, one for me and one for Nettle, and the news that he'd eaten with the family and spent the night in the stables after a 6 games of stones with Steady each evening. I spoke you well when Chivalry asked after you, said you spent your nights at your scroll work and were fair to turn into a scribe if you didn't watch yourself. So then Hearth asked, What, is he fat then? For I gather the scribe at their town is quite a portly man. So I said no, quite the opposite, that I thought you'd lost flesh and grown quieter of late, and that you spent more time alone than was healthy for any man. I tilted my head at him. Could you have made me sound any more pathetic? He mimicked the tip of my head. Is there any of it not true? The note was from Chivalry, thanking me for the liniment and recipe. I don't know what was in Molly's note to Nettle. The next morning she lingered after the skill lesson. Dutiful called to ask if she was coming, for he and Eliania and Civil and Siddle intended to go riding if she'd care to come. She told him to go ahead and she would catch up easily, for it didn't take her forever to primp her hair before riding out. She turned back to catch me, smiling, and said, I speak him formal when others are about. It's only here that I talk to him like that. He likes it. He was elated when he first discovered he had a cousin. He said it was nice to know a girl who spoke her mind to him. That stopped her cold, and I regretted the remark, for I thought I had put her off whatever it was she was about to say. But she met my eyes, and lifting her chin, set her fists to her hips. Oh, and should I speak my mind to you? I wasn't sure. You could, I suggested. My mother writes that she is well,
and that my little brothers quite enjoy Riddle's visits. She wonders if you are afraid of my brothers that you don't come yourself." I slouched back in my chair and looked down at the tabletop. I'm more likely to be afraid of her. Time was she had quite a temper. I picked at my thumbnail. Time was, I understand, you were excellent at provoking it. I suppose that is true. Do you think she would welcome a visit from me? She stood quite a time, not answering. Then she asked, "And are you afraid of my temper as well?" "A bit," I admitted. "Why do you ask?" She walked to Verity's window and stared out over the sea as she used to. In that pose, she looked as much a Farseer as I did. She ran her hands back through her hair distractedly. Truly, she could have given a bit more care to primping. Her shortened hair stood up like the hair on an angry cat's back. "Once, I thought we were going to be friends. Then I discovered that you were my father. From that moment on, you haven't much tried even to speak to me." "I thought you didn't want me to." "Perhaps I wanted to see how hard you try." She turned back to look at me accusingly. "You didn't try at all." I sat a long time in silence. She turned and started towards the door. I stood up. "You know, Nettle, I was raised by a man among men. Sometimes I think that is the greatest disadvantage a man can have when it comes to dealing with women." She turned and looked back at me. I spoke from the heart. "I don't know what to do. I want you to at least know me as a person. Burrick was your father, and he did well at it. Perhaps it's too late for me to have that place in your life, nor can I find a place in your mother's life for me. I love her still just as much as I did when she left me. I thought then that, when all my tasks were done, I would find her and somehow we would be happy together. And here we are, 16 years later, and I still haven't managed to find my way back to her." She stood, her hand on the door, looking uncomfortable. Then she said, "Perhaps you are telling these things to the wrong woman." And she slipped quietly out of it, letting it close behind her. A few days later, Riddle found me at the guard's table, eating breakfast. He slid onto the bench opposite me. "Nettle has given me a letter to deliver to her mother and brothers. She said to take it whenever I made my next journey for you." He reached across the table and took a hunk of bread from my plate. He bit into it and asked with his mouth full, "Will that be soon?" I thought about it. "Tomorrow morning," I suggested. He nodded. "I thought it might be about then." I rode my black down to the market in Buckkeep town, chaffering with her all the way. She had had half a year with a stable boy whose idea of exercising her was to take her out and let her run as much as she wanted and then bring her back. She was willful and rude, tugging at her bit and ignoring the rein. I was ashamed of myself for neglecting her. I visited the winter market and rode home with sugared ginger and 2 arm lengths of red lace. I put them in a basket with a purloined bottle of dandelion wine. I sat all night with a piece of good paper in front of me and managed to find 3 sentences. "I remember you in red skirts. You climbed up the beach cliffs in front of me, and I saw your bare, sandy ankles. I thought my heart would leap out of my chest." I wondered if she would even remember that long-ago picnic when I had not even dared to kiss her. I sealed the note with a blotch of wax. 4 times I unsealed it, trying to think of better words. Eventually I entrusted it to Riddle as it was, and walked about for the next 4 days, wishing I hadn't. On the 4th night I worked the lever that opened the door in Nettle's bedchamber. I did not go in and summon her, as Chade had me. Instead I went halfway down those steep steps and left a candle burning there. Then I went back up and waited. The wait seemed to last forever. I do not know which wakened her at last, the light or the draught, but I finally heard her hesitant tread on the stair. I had built up the fire well in the comfortable end of the room. She peered round the corner of the concealed door, saw me, but still came in cautious as a cat. She walked slowly past the work table with the stained scrolls stretched out on it, and more slowly past the work hearth with its racks of tongs and measures and stained pans. She came at last to the chairs by the fireside. She had on a nightgown and a woven shawl across her shoulders. She was shivering. "Sit down," I invited her, and she did, slowly. "This is where I work," I told her. The kettle was just on the boil, and I asked her, "Would you like a cup of tea?" "In the middle of the night?" "I do a lot of my work in the middle of the night." "Most people sleep, then." "I am not like most people." "That's so." She stood up and studied the items on the mantel above the hearth. There was a carving of the wolf that the fool had done, and next to it the memory stone with a similar image turned face out. She touched the handle of the fruit knife embedded there and gave me a puzzled glance. Then she reached up and set her hand to the hilt of Chivalry's sword. "You can take it down if you like. It was your grandfather's. Be careful, it's heavy." She took her hand away. "Tell me about him." "I can't." "Is it another secret, then?" "No. I can't tell you because I never knew him. He gave me to Burrick when I was 5 or 6. I never saw him, that I can recall. I believe he looked in on me with the skill from time to time, through Verity's eyes. But I knew nothing of that, then." "It sounds like you and me," she said, slowly. "Yes, it does," I admitted, "except that I have a chance to know you now, if we are both bold enough to take it." "I'm here," she pointed out, settling deeper into the chair. And then she fell silent, and I could not think of anything to say. Then she pointed at the fool's carving. "Is that your wolf? Night Eyes?" "Yes." She smiled. "He looks exactly like I thought you would. Tell me more about him." And so I did. Riddle returned 3 days later complaining of bad roads and the cold. A storm had followed him home. I scarcely heard him. I took the little roll of bark paper he offered me and carried it carefully up to my lair before I opened it. At first glance it looked like a drawing. Then I realized it was a hastily sketched map. There were only a few words on the bottom of the page. "Nettle said you were having a hard time finding your way back to me. Perhaps this will help." A deep, wet snow was falling outside Buckkeep Castle. The clouds were heavy. I did not expect it would stop soon. I went to my workroom and stuffed a change of clothing into a saddlebag. I skilled to Chade. "I'll be gone for a while." "Very well. We can finish working on that scroll translation tonight." "You misunderstand me. I'll be gone several days at least. I'm going to Molly." He hesitated, and I could feel how badly he wanted to object. There was too much going on for me to leave. There were translations, the refinement of his powder that I'd been helping him with, and the calling to arrange. The scrolls cautioned that the people of the kingdom had to be prepared for the calling, lest parents or friends think those who heard voices in their heads were going mad. Yet it also cautioned that the exact day of the calling be kept secret, to prevent charlatans from wasting the time of the Skillmaster. Irritably, I pushed such considerations aside. I waited. "Go, then, and good luck." "Have you told Nettle?" Now it was my turn to hesitate. "I've told only you. Do you think I should tell her?" "The things you ask my advice on, never the ones I hope you'll ask me about, always the ones that... Never mind. Yes, tell her, only because not telling her might seem deceptive." So I reached out to my daughter and said, "Nettle, I've had a note from Molly. I'm going to go visit her." And then the obvious occurred to me. "Do you want to go along?" "It's storming outside, with worse to come by the look of it. When are you leaving?" "Now." "It isn't wise." "I've never been wise." The words echoed oddly in my mind, and I smiled. "Go then. Dress warmly." "I shall. Farewell." And I went. My Black was not pleased at being taken from her warm, dry stall to face the storm. It was a cold, wet, and tedious journey.
The one inn I stopped at was full of trapped travellers, and I had to sleep on the floor near the hearth wrapped in my cloak. The next night, a farmer allowed me to shelter in his barn overnight. The storm did not let up, and the journey only became more unpleasant, but I pushed on. Luck had it that the snow would stop and the clouds blow clear one valley before I reached Burrick's holding. As I pushed my black down the buried road towards the house, the place looked like something out of a tale. Snow was heaped on cottage and stable roof. Smoke curled up from the chimney into the blue sky. A path was already warm between the house and the barns. I pulled in my black and sat looking down on it. As I watched, Chivalry opened a barn door and then trundled out a barrow of dirty straw. I whistled to give him warning of a visitor, and then rode my black down the hill. He stood, unmoving, watching me come. In the yard before the house, I pulled her in and sat still, trying to think of a greeting. My black tugged twice at her bit, and then threw her head back irritably. "That horse wants training," Chivalry observed with disapproval. He came closer, then stopped. "Oh, it's you." "Yes." The hard words. "May I come in?" He might be barely 15, but he was the man of these holdings now. "Of course." But there was no smile with the words. "I'll take your horse for you." "I'd rather put her up myself, if you don't mind. I've neglected her, and it shows. I'll need to handle her a lot to undo it." "As you will. This way." I dismounted and glanced toward the cottage, but if anyone inside was aware of me, it did not show. I led my black and followed Chivalry into a well-ordered stable. Nimble and Just were mucking out stalls. Steady came in carrying buckets of water. They all halted at the sight of me. I suddenly felt surrounded, and the ghost of a memory floated to the surface of my mind. Night Eyes, standing at the outskirts of the pack's gathering, wanting to go in so badly, but knowing that if he approached them the wrong way, they would drive him out. "I see your father's hands everywhere here," I said, and it was true. I knew at once that Burrick had built this building to meet his own demands. The stalls were larger than the ones at Buckkeep. When the storm shutters were opened, air and light would flood in. I saw Burrick in the way the brushes were stored, and the tack put up. I could almost feel him here. I blinked and came back to myself, suddenly aware of Chivalry watching me. "You can put her in there," he said, gesturing to a stall. They went about their work as I cared for my black. I watered her and grained her lightly, and left her clean and dry. Chivalry came to look over the door of the stall at her, and I wondered if my work would pass his inspection. "Nice horse," was all he said. "Yes, she was a gift from a friend. The same one who sent Malta to your father when he knew he wouldn't need her anymore." "Now there's a mare!" Chivalry exclaimed, and I followed him down the stalls to look at her. I saw Brusk, a 4-year-old stallion out of Ruddy that Chivalry had wanted to use to stud her. And I visited Ruddy. I think the old stallion almost remembered me. He came and rested his head against my shoulder for a time. He was old and getting tired. "This will probably be the last foal he sires," I said quietly. "I think that's why Burrick wanted to use him. One last chance to get that cross of bloodlines. He was a fine stud in his day." "I remember when he first came. Barely. Some woman came down the hill with 2 horses and just gave them to my father. We didn't even have a barn then, let alone a stable. Papa moved all the wood out of the woodshed that night so the horses wouldn't be left outside." I'll bet Ruddy was glad to see him. Chivalry gave me a puzzled look. "You didn't know Ruddy was your father's horse, long before that? Verity gave him the pick of the 2-year-olds. He chose Ruddy. He'd known this horse since the day his dam dropped him. The night the Queen had to flee Buckkeep for her life. Burrick put her on this horse. He carried her all the way to the mountains, safely." He was properly amazed. "I didn't know that." Papa didn't talk much about his days at Buckkeep. And so I ended up helping with the mucking out and the feeding before ever I went in to see Molly. I told stories of horses I had known, and Chivalry walked me through the barns with pardonable pride. He'd done a good job of keeping it all up, and I told him so. He showed me the mare with the infected hoof, sound now, and then I walked through the shed to the milk cow and the dozen chickens. By the time Chivalry led me back to the cottage with the lads trooping behind us, I felt I had acquitted myself well with them. "Mother, you've a visitor," Chivalry called as he pushed open the door. I stamped snow and manure from my feet and followed him in. She had known I was out there. Her cheeks were pink, and her shortened hair smoothed back. She saw me looking at it and lifted a self-conscious hand to it. In that moment we were both reminded of why it was shortened, and Burrick's shadow stepped between us. "Well, chores are done, and I'm off to Staffman's," Chivalry announced before I could even greet her.
"I want to go too. I want to see Kip and play with the puppies,"
Hearth announced. Molly bent down to the boy. "You can't always go with Chivalry when he goes to visit his sweetheart," she admonished him. "He can today," Chivalry announced abruptly. He gave me a sideways glance, as if making sure I knew he was doing me a vast favour. "I'll put him up behind me. His pony can't deal with this snow. Hurry up and get ready." "Would you like a cup of tea, Fitz? You must be cold." Actually, there's nothing like stable chores for warming a man after a long ride. But yes, I would. "The boys put you to work in the stable? Oh, Shiv, he's a guest." "He knows his way around a shovel," Chivalry said, and it was a compliment. Then, "Hurry up, Hearth, I'm not going to wait all day for you." There were a few moments of noisy chaos that seemed necessary for preparing a 6-year-old boy to going anywhere, for no one but me was astonished at it. It made the guard's mess seem a calm place by comparison. By the time the two were out of the door, Steady had already retreated to the loft, while Just and Nimble had seated themselves at the table. Nimble pretended to be cleaning his nails, while Just stared at me frankly. "Fitz, please sit down. Nimble, move your chair over, make room. Just, I could do with more kindling."
"You're just sending me out to get me out of the way."
"How perceptive of you. Now go. Nimble, you may help him. Clear some of the snow from the wood stack and move some of it into the woodshed to dry." They both went out, but not quietly or graciously. When the door had closed behind them, Molly took a deep breath. She removed a kettle from the fire, poured hot water over spiced tea in a large pot, and then brought it to the table. She set out cups for us and a pot of honey. She sat down across from me. "Hello," I said. She smiled. "Hello." I asked Nettle if she wanted to come with me, but she didn't want to ride through the storm. I can't blame her, and I think it's hard for her to come home sometimes. Things are far humbler here than at Buckkeep Castle. You could move to Withywood's. It's yours now, you know. I know. A shadow passed over her face, and I wished I hadn't mentioned it. But it would be too many changes too fast. The boys are still becoming accustomed to the idea that their father is never coming back. And as you see, Chivalry is courting. He seems very young for that, I ventured. He's a young man with a large holding. Another woman in the house would make things much easier for all of us. What should he wait for if he's found a woman who loves him? She countered. When I had no answer to that, she added, If they marry, I don't think Thrift will want to move far from her parents' home. She is very close to her sister. I see. And I did. I suddenly saw that Molly was no longer someone's daughter to be whisked off from her father's house and become mine. She was the centre of a world here, with roots and ties. Life is complicated, isn't it? She said to my silence. I looked at her in her simple, sombre-hued robe. Her hands were no longer smooth and slender. There were lines in her face that had not been there when she was mine. Her body had softened and rounded with the years. She was no longer the girl in the red skirts running down the beach before me. I have never wanted anything so much in my life as I've always wanted you. Fitz, she exclaimed, glancing up at the loft, and I suddenly realized I had spoken the words aloud. Her cheeks glowed, and she lifted both hands to cover her mouth with her fingertips. I'm sorry, I said.
I know it's too soon, you've told me that, and I will wait. I'll wait however long you want me to wait. I just want to be sure you know that I am waiting." I saw her swallow. She said huskily, "I don't know how long it will take." "It doesn't matter." I stretched out my hand, palm up, on the tabletop. She hesitated, and then set hers in it, and we sat, not speaking, until the boys came in with a load of snowy kindling to be scolded by their mother for not wiping their feet. I stayed until afternoon. We drank tea, and I talked about Nettle at the court, and told the boys stories of Burrick when he had been a younger man. I saddled my black and bid them farewell before Chivalry and Hearth returned. Molly walked out to say goodbye, and kissed me, on the cheek, and I rode 3 days back to Buckkeep Castle. Riddle continued to carry letters between her cottage and Buckkeep Castle. They all came up for Springfest, and I managed to dance with Molly once. It was the first time I had ever danced with her, and the first time I'd attempted to dance in years. I danced with Nettle afterwards, who advised me never to attempt it again, but she smiled as she said it. I saw Hap in the early days of spring. He and Sawtongue came through Buck at the beginning of their summer travels. Hap was taller and leaner, and seemed content with his life. He'd seen a great deal of bairns, and was now off to Ripon and then Shokes. He'd made 2 songs of his own, both humorous, and both seemed well received when he sang them for us at the Lesser Hearth. Webb and Swift came back to Buckkeep later that month. Swift had widened through the shoulders, and was more introspective than I recalled him. Webb stayed at Buckkeep while Swift went home to spend a week with his family. He returned with news that Chivalry would be getting married in 3 months. I went down for the wedding, watching him stand before Thrift and pledge himself to her while she blushed and smiled, scarcely able to look at him. Envy burned in me. It would be so simple for them. They met, they loved, they married. I suspected they'd have a baby in the cradle before the year was out, and I could get no closer to Molly than the touch of her hand and a kiss on the cheek. Summer grew strong and hot. It was a good summer. Eliania was pregnant, and the whole of the Six Duchies seemed abuzz with it. The crops seemed to grow before my eyes. My black learned the way to Molly's cottage and back. I helped Chivalry raise the beams on the extra rooms he was building, and watched Molly and Thrift cook companionably together. I watched her as she moved around the room at her simple tasks, watched her laugh and stir the soup and brush her lengthening hair back from her eyes. I had not been so fevered with desire since I was 15 years old. I could not sleep at night, and when I did, I had to ward my dreams. I could see Molly and speak to her, but it was always in Burrick's house, or with Burrick's sons clinging to her hands. There seemed no place in her world that I could claim, and I grew irritable with everyone. I went to see Patience and Lacey, as I had promised, making the long journey in the hot and dusty days of high summer, and Chade swore I was so fractious that he was glad to be rid of me for a time. I didn't blame him. Lacey had become frailer, and Patience had hired 2 women to help care for her old servant. Walking in her gardens with Patience's worn hand on my arm, seeing how she had converted the bloody soil of Regal's King's Circle to a haven of greenery, beauty, and peace, gave me the first rest I had known in a long time. She gave me some of my father's things from her clutter, a plain sword belt he had preferred, letters Burrick had sent to him that mentioned me, and a jade ring. The ring fit my hand perfectly. I wore it home. Nettle lingered after our skill lesson the first morning I was back. Chade did also, but at a look from me he sighed and left me alone with my daughter. "You were gone a long time. Weeks," she said. I hadn't seen Patience in a long time, and she's getting old. She nodded. "Thrift is pregnant." "That's wonderful news." "It is. We're all very excited, but my mother says it makes her feel old to know she'll be a grandmother soon." That gave me a moment's pause. "She said to me, 'Time goes faster when you're older, Nettle.' Isn't that an odd thought?" "I've known it for some time." "Do you?" "I think women know it better, perhaps." I looked at Nettle directly and said nothing. "Perhaps not," she said then, and went away. 4 days later I saddled my black again, and set out for Molly's. Chade sternly warned me that I must be back in time for the calling, and I promised him that I would be. The day was fine, and my black well behaved and in good condition for the journey. The summer evenings were long, and I made the journey in 2 days instead of 3. I found myself very welcome, for chivalry was replacing the posts in the paddock fence. Swift and Steady were helpful in pulling up the old rotted posts, and Just and Hearth dug the holes bigger. Chivalry and I came behind, setting each pole straight and tall. He spoke to me about becoming a father and how exciting it was, until he realized that my silences were growing longer and longer. Then he declared he was going to take the boys down to the creek and let them swim for a time, for he'd had enough of hot, sweaty work for the day. He asked if I'd come, but I shook my head. I was pouring a bucket of cool water from the well over my head when Molly came out with a basket on her arm.
"Thrift is napping. The heat is hard on her. It is when you're carrying. I thought we'd leave the house quiet for her and perhaps find if there are any blackberries ripe enough to be sweet yet."
We climbed the gentle hill behind the house. The shouts of the boys splashing in the creek below faded. We went past Molly's neat straw hives, gently humming with the warm day. The blackberry tangle was beyond them, and Molly led me to the far south side of it, saying the berries always ripened there first. Her bees were busy there too, some among the last blackberry flowers, and some after the juice from the bursting ripe fruit. We picked berries until the basket was half full. Then, as I bent a high prickly branch to bring it down so Molly could reach the top fruit, I offended a bee. It rushed at me, first tangling in my hair, and then bumbling down my collar. I slapped at it and cursed as it stung me. I stumbled back from the berry bushes, batting at 2 others that were suddenly buzzing round my head. "Move away, quickly!" Molly warned me, and then came to take my hand and hurry me down the hill. A second one stung me behind the ear before they gave off the chase. "And we've left the basket back there with all the berries. Shall I try to go back for it?" "Not yet. Wait a time until they settle. Here, don't rub that. The stinger is probably still in it. Let me see." I sat down in the shade of an alder, and she bent my head forward to look at the sting behind my ear. "It's really swelling, and you've pushed the stinger right in. Sit still now." She picked at it with her fingers. I flinched, and she laughed. "Sit still! I can't get it with my nails." She leaned forward and put her mouth on it. I felt her tongue find the stinger, and then she gripped it between her teeth and pulled it out. She brushed it from her lips onto her fingers. "See? You'd pushed it all the way in. Is there another one?" "Down my back," I said, and in spite of myself my voice shook. She stopped and looked at me. She turned her head and looked again at me, as if she had not seen me in a long time. Her voice was husky when she said, "Take your shirt off. I'll see if I can get it out." I felt dizzy as her mouth once again touched me. She presented me with the second stinger. Then she set her fingers to the arrow scar on my back and said, "What was this?" "An arrow. A long time ago." "And this?" "That's more recent. A sword." "My poor Fitz." She touched the scar between my shoulder and neck. "I remember when you got this one. You came to my bed still bandaged." I did. I turned to her, knowing that she was waiting for me. It still took all my courage. Very carefully, I kissed her. I kissed her cheeks, her throat, and finally her mouth. She tasted of blackberries. Over and over I kissed her, as slowly as I could, trying to kiss away all the years I had missed. I unlaced her blouse and lifted it over her head, bearing her to the blue summer sky above us. Her breasts were soft and heavy in my hands. I treasured them. Her skirt slipped away, a blown blossom on the grass. I lay my love down in the deep wild grasses and sweetly took her to me. It was homecoming and completion, and a marvel worth repeating. We dozed for a time, and then woke as the shadows were lengthening. "We must go back," she exclaimed, but "Not yet," I told her. I claimed her again. as slowly as I could bear to, and my name, whispered by my ear as she shuddered beneath me, was the sweetest sound I'd ever heard. We were abruptly guilty adolescents as the raised cries of "Mother! Fitz!" reached our ears. We scrambled hastily back into our clothing. Molly ventured alone to retrieve our basket of berries. We dusted leaves and bits of grass from our hair, laughing breathlessly as we did so. I kissed her again. "We have to stop," Molly warned me. She returned my kiss warmly, and then lifted her voice to call, "I'm here! I'm coming!" I took her hand in mine as we went round the bramble and held it as we strode back down the hill to her children. Epilogue. Withy-woods is a warm valley, centred on a gently flowing river that carves a wide plain that nestles between gently rising and rolling foothills. It is a wonderful place to grow grapes and grain and bees and young boys. The manor is of timber rather than stone, and there are times when this still seems very strange to me. I sleep now in a room and in a bed that once belonged to my father, and the woman that I have loved since I was a boy sleeps beside me at night. For 3 years we were lovers in secret. It was hard for us, and yet somehow all the more delicious. Our trysts were few and uncertain, and I valued them all the more for that. Molly came with her sons to the next harvest fest, and I stole her away from the music and dancing and carried her off to my own bed. I had never thought to have her there, and for many nights after her perfume lingered on my pillows and sweetened my dreams. A visit to her cottage might yield me no more than a swiftly stolen kiss, but each was worth the long ride. I do not think we deceived chivalry for long, and certainly Nettle's comments let me know that I was not fooling her. But we went carefully, for the sake of her little boys, and I have never regretted taking the time to win their regard. No one was more surprised than I when Steady answered the calling. He did not seem to be strongly skilled at first, but we soon uncovered reserves of strength and calm that made him precisely suited to be a king's man. Nettle was proud and protective, and I was grateful, for her young son's residence in Buckkeep Castle gave Molly excuses to visit more often. Steady and Nettle became the core of the new king's coterie, for the bond the brother and sister shared was strong. 12 others answered the calling, 4 with skill enough to become members of Nettle's coterie, and 9 of lesser ability. We turned no one away from that first calling, for as Chade himself pointed out, it sometimes takes time for the skill to manifest itself completely. Thick and I continue to perform the duties of solos. Chade, as always, keeps threads tied to us all and tests the boundaries of the magic, risking himself in ways he would deride as foolhardy if anyone else attempted them. When Chivalry's second son was born, Molly suddenly declared that it was time Thrift had her own hearth and home. She decided to take Hearth and Just to Withy-woods. Nimble made the decision to stay with his older brother, for the holding was too much for one man to work alone, and he had always enjoyed the horses. Molly privately told me that she thought it had more to do with a certain red-headed girl, the daughter of a Wainwright in the closest town. We wed quietly, making our promises before my king, in the presence of Molly's children, Catrican, Eliania, Chade, Hap, and Riddle. Chade wept, then hugged me fiercely and told me to be happy. Hap asked Nettle if he might kiss his new sister, and was soundly thumped by a protective Hearth for his impertinence. Thick and little Prince Prosper dozed through most of the ceremony. We travelled to see Patience, who had not been able to make the journey, and to place a flower on Lacey's grave. We stayed a month, and I thought Hearth and Just would wear Patience out with mischief and curiosity, but 2 days before we were scheduled to depart, Patience abruptly announced that she was tired of Tradeford and too old to run it any more, and that she would come to live with us in Withy-woods. To my relief, Molly was pleased at the prospect. Hearth and Just seemed to enjoy the pleasures and absurdities of having such a grandmother. Hearth has promised to seek Molly's permission before there is any more tattooing, and Just has developed a deep interest in plants and herbs that challenges even Patience's knowledge. Riddle turned up at Withy-woods when we were scarcely settled, saying that Chade had sent him to be my man. I suspect he still spies on me for the old spider, but that is fine. I am willing to yield to Chade whatever he needs to feel he still has control of his world.
Much of his power I wrested from him, bit by bit, and passed on to Dutiful as he proved ready for it. If I have never worn the crown of the Six Duchies, I am confident that I have done much to see it passed on intact. Riddle has demonstrated that he knows much more of hiring servants and running an estate than I ever suspected. It is well, for neither Molly nor I ever expected to have to manage such things, and Patience declares she is far too old to bother. He is a solid man. The last time Nettle visited, I took him to task for being overly familiar with her, until Molly called me aside and told me quietly to mind my own business. I am summoned often to Buckkeep, and Dutiful and Eliania have come to visit twice to go hawking, for the birding is excellent in our grain fields. I have never cared for that sport, and spent both visits playing with their son while they rode. Prosper is a hearty, healthy boy. Chade trained arduously, as prescribed in the skill scrolls, and then made one venture through the stones. He chose to go to Aslevjal and explore for himself the elderling ruins there. He stayed 10 days, and came back with his eyes full of wonder and a sack full of memory cubes. He did not find his way to Prilkop's cave, and if he had, I am sure he would have found it long deserted. I think that when the fool last visited Chade, he was on his way south, back to their schooling place to bring home all they had learned. I doubt he will come back this way again. Ours was a ragged and uneven parting. Each of us had intended to see the other again. Each of us had had final words to say. My days with the fool ended like a half-played game of stones, the outcome poised and uncertain, possibilities hovering. Sometimes it seemed to me a cruelty that so much was unresolved between us. At other times, a blessing that a hope at reunion lingered. It is like the anticipation that a clever minstrel evokes when he pauses, letting silence pool before sweeping into the final refrain of his song. Sometimes a gap can be seen like a promise yet to be fulfilled. I miss him often, but in the same way that I miss Night Eyes. I know that such a one will not come again. I count myself fortunate for what I had of them. I do not think I will ever wit bond again, nor know such a deep friendship as I had with the fool. As Burrick once observed to Patience, one horse cannot wear 2 saddles. I have Molly, and she is enough for me, and more. I am content. That was Fool's Fate, Book 3 of the Tawny Man trilogy, written by Robin Hobb, read by Nicholas Taylor, for HarperCollins Audio.